That's a first. Sheesh. Yeah, that is a first. That's a first. All right, hopefully we got everyone. Hopefully we got everyone. But yeah, my stream crashed for whatever reason. That was kind of weird. So let's fix that issue. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but we're still on here. We're still live. Hopefully we're going to continue to move on through. But yeah, look at how low these clouds are. Let's try and see. Let's go back over. Yeah, I apologize for the technical difficulties. I really do. And let's try and see if we can get any sort of radar. Yeah, right there. Boom, there's our radar station. Look at that. See, I apologize for the technical difficulties that we just had. 2. Go to this link. That's where that's the new stream. There we go. Hopefully we have everyone there. But yeah, I mean, my goodness. Callum with the 5 says, what time do you think this will hit Des Moines? Your wife gets off work at 5 and is nervous that she will get stuck in the storm. This storm will probably be in your area at around that time, to be completely honest with you. So I would watch out for that if I were you all. But yeah, that's a lot of activity here that's really starting to kind of ramp up. And I mean, my goodness. So yeah, we're taking a look at the live camera here out of Manhattan. Don't see all too much, so let's go back to the radar here. And yeah, these two areas of rotation are getting some very strong damaging winds across the board. Very strong damaging winds. So watch out for that. But guys, we need to continue to share this with information with as many people as possible. As I said, like the live stream to get this information out. And share this with friends and family and on social media. How's it looking near Wichita? You guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. You guys aren't in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but you guys could get some activity, so watch out for that. Reed intercepted a rain-wrapped tornado near Pilger. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that was the case. So watch out for that. This is definitely a big-time storm. But yeah, wow. Lot of strong damaging winds. I mean, just look at this. Look at all these reports here of damage. We got a report of a 93 mile per hour wind gust in Lincoln. 93 mile per hour wind gust in Lincoln. Look at that. 93 mile per hour wind gust in Lincoln. That is pretty significant, and that's right over the airport too. 93 mile per hour wind gusts in Lincoln. That is very significant. It's Pilger. All right. Yeah, wow. That is very significant. So now, since this is kind of passed through Lincoln, it's about to exit Lincoln now. It's about to exit. And now it's going to start to move off towards the north and east towards Ashland and the general vicinity of Omaha too. So gotta watch out for Omaha now, because Omaha is now in the risk. So let's get some timings here for Omaha. And about a half an hour is when these storms are going to get there, okay? So watch out for that. Let's move back over. Here you go. Yeah, in about a half an hour is when Omaha is going to get directly impacted. So if you live over there, gotta watch out for this storm, all right? Because this is what's going to be coming off in your general direction. Let's see if Omaha has their camera fixed. And yeah, they're still looking in that general area. So we're going to see how this continues to progress. But yeah, my goodness, this is some very strong damaging winds. Let's go back to the storm. Will the wall reach Davenport? Let's see here. First off, I need to fix my thing here. Will it reach Davenport? It definitely could, so watch out for that. I'm going to fix the slow mode here for you all. 20 seconds. Save. There we go. Everything should be fine. Did Manhattan get damaged? I don't believe they did. Manhattan camera. I don't think they got hit quite yet. Topeka got hit, though. Topeka, or at least is starting to look like they're about to get hit by some storms in the near future. So watch out for that. But yeah, Manhattan's getting hit. Junction City is getting hit. Topeka's a little bit further along the line. And then we got 2 tornado warnings over there, too. This one here near Keats and Manhattan. Gotta watch out for that. This one probably could go here soon. So let's watch the camera here and see, because there's actually some rotation. And actually, I see something right here, and then I see something right here. And I think the area to watch is this one over here. There could potentially be something tornadic right in there. And that might be a funnel. It's kind of hard to tell. But I think this is the area that we're watching right within there for something tornadic. Because there definitely is some rotation right within that general vicinity. But yeah, there's something right there. Let's see where the rotation is compared to the storm again. So there's the rotation right there. It's due west of Manhattan. Due west. And the camera, I'm assuming, is looking to the south and west. So if we had that turn just a bit to the west at all, we probably could see a tornado here pretty soon, because this thing is starting to kind of tighten up. So let's go back to that live camera again. All right, let's go back to that live camera. And there it is. I think we're looking at it. No, we're looking off to the north now, which that doesn't make any sense. If we looked a little bit further towards the west, that would probably make a lot more sense. But I'm trying to see if we can find the tornado here. And I can't exactly see it. So this is definitely something to really watch out for, especially if you live in this general area, because this is not exactly something that you all were anticipated all too much. This is an event that really is what we all thought was more of a strong damaging wind event is now a tornado threat. Listen in, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Western Douglas County in east central Nebraska, Eastern Saunders County in east central Nebraska.
So that's in east central Nebraska. And that's, I believe, that's due east of Omaha. So let's take a look at that. And we do have a little bit of rotation there near Memphis. And yeah, look at that. Look at that rotation right there. That is some very strong rotation right there. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Northeastern Cumming County in northeastern Nebraska, Thurston County in northeastern Nebraska.
Jeez. So that's another tornado warning, and that is a confirmed tornado here north of West Point. Look at this. We got a confirmed tornado here that's heading towards Pender and Beamer. So now we have a confirmed tornado. This is indeed observed. Observe tornado here heading towards Bancroft. If you live near Bancroft, if you live near Pender, Thurston, guys, got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And then the area here that is just to the due west of Omaha, do not be surprised if this thing goes on the ground too. I would not be surprised if this actually ended up producing a tornado here soon. So watch out for that. I don't see a debris signature quite yet though. But guys, we gotta share this information with as many people as possible, all right? Share this information with as many people as possible. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out onto more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, so that would be greatly appreciated if you guys were to help me out. As I said, that would be greatly appreciated. And this is a pretty significant storm that's continuing to move on through. Let's go back to the live camera that's near Manhattan. And we're looking off towards the left of our screen, trying to see if there is something there. And it does look like there could potentially be something. Definitely some rotation right there still. And yeah, I'm watching that cell near Keats right there. Near Keats definitely could be something in that live camera. So watch out. We're going to watch the live camera a little bit more. What's a CC? Yeah, that is a correlation coefficient drop. There's a tornadic debris signature. Yeah, that's clear debris right there north of West Point near Beamer in Nebraska. As I said, Pender, Bancroft, Rosali, Walthall. That is where the tornado is at the moment. And yeah, this is definitely some very strong tornadic rotation that is moving on through. So we have quite a few tornado warnings right now. A lot of tornado warnings right now, actually. And as I said, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. As I said, keep sharing, because this system is not going to stop. It's not just going to go up to the Missouri River and say, oh, it's over for today. No, we're not even the main risk for the severe weather today. We're not even in the main risk yet. We're barely starting to approach it. And that's the big thing here, is that this is going to continue to move on further and further towards the north and east. We need to continue to watch out for this. Yeah, that looks like, yeah, that's on the ground. That's on the ground right there, south of Meade. We have a tornado that's probably in progress, heading towards Uton, Uton, and it's heading straight towards the radar near Valley. So that is all the more unfortunate, because if something happens there, then we won't have any more radar, and we won't be able to cover these storms with this radar anymore. And that kind of hurts a lot more than what people think, because we're using the same radar to cover tornadoes that are up here in Pender, like this confirmed tornado right now. So we need to get our information out to as many people as possible. This is very significant, and we need to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to move about. But yeah, that is clear rotation, clear debris signature indicated in this dark blue right here. We have a lot of contamination across the board right within this general vicinity. So nothing too much to report from that aspect, but that tornado right here, this blue right here, is the one to watch. Velocities indicate pretty strong rotation. We're looking up 3,600 feet up in the sky. Let's see how fast the rotation actually was, because they just updated the scan. So I see 61 on top of 52, which would indicate a 113 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within the tornado at 3,700 feet up in the sky. So we clearly got some rotation within that storm, and it's pretty strong there too. And then we do have a confirmed tornado that was from Beamer in Nebraska as well. So that's not really all too surprising, in my honest opinion. We were looking at this tornado earlier as it went through Howells, and partial roof was blown off in Howells too. So probably the same tornadic storm that went towards Beamer and then even went up towards Pender and Rosali. Let's take a look at Manhattan now, and look at that. That might actually be the rotation right there. Let's see if the rotation in Topeka is north of Manhattan. And it is. So that might actually be the rotation that we've been looking for. Look at that. Look at that. Clear spin right there. That's a funnel cloud. Maybe even that might be a wall cloud, if not a funnel cloud. Look at that spin right within there. Look at that. Clear spin here, north of Manhattan, Kansas. And that might be a funnel cloud right there. Look at how low it gets. Look at how low it gets right there with that funnel. That right there says everything. That is, yeah, that's a funnel cloud right there. That is a funnel cloud north of Manhattan, Kansas. And that is, that's where some dense population is at. We'll go over here, take a look. That's where the rotation is, right there. Look at that. We just saw the rotation. This one right here that just passed over State Highway 13. And if we take off the map here, you can see Manhattan in itself is pretty populous. And areas north of it, maybe not so much. But Manhattan is also getting impacted by this very significant storm too that might even be rotating as well. So yeah, we saw a clear funnel cloud just moments ago. Let's see if we can go back to this camera and see it still. No, we're starting to get a lot of the rain now that's starting to seep in. So we can't exactly see all too much. But we had clear funnel cloud that was north of Manhattan, Kansas. Clear funnel cloud. That's probably one of the best images we've had in a long time there on the Skycam. So we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. I mean, there's just no doubt about it at this point that we need to continue to spread this information. Latest scan here, we might have 2 tornadoes now. That is potential. One near Bancroft, as well as one south of Pender in Nebraska. You can clearly see red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotations would be. And this one up here that is south of Pender, I believe, is the confirmed tornado. And then the other one that is near Bancroft is the other storm, the new one that just formed. So we have more tornadoes that are forming along this line. This stuff is not stopping, guys. We can expect more of this, and we need to just warn as many people as possible, right? If you know anyone who lives in Sioux City, if you know anyone who lives in Omaha, you need to tell them to get into their safe space now, underground or the lower or in the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations and strong damaging winds as possible, because the winds even are above hurricane force. Hurricane force winds is about 74 miles per hour. We got some in upwards of 90.
Tornado warning for Washington County in east central Nebraska, southeastern Dodge County in east central Nebraska, northwestern Douglas County in east central Nebraska.
And this is a confirmed tornado that's heading off towards Newton and Valley here in Nebraska. A clear storm that had a debris signature. They just issued a new tornado warning that's out in front of this. It's probably going to hit the radar, which is unfortunate because if it does do damage to the radar, we can't do much more analysis than what we have. But yeah, we have 2 confirmed tornadoes that are in progress right now. One near the Newton areas along State Highway 92, heading off to the north and east towards Valley, Elk City, Washington, Bennington, as well as the Arlington and Kennard areas, as well as Blair. Blair seems to be a populous area along the Missouri River too, and that is just to the west of Omaha, Nebraska. So if you know anyone who lives west of Omaha or in Omaha, tell them to get into their safe space right now, because we do have a confirmed tornado that is heading off towards the radar site right now. And even some of these areas along the line here, they could potentially be pretty significant with their damaging winds. As I said, just to the east of Lincoln, Nebraska, there was reports of 90 mile per hour winds and 92 mile per hour winds, which was near Eagle and Bennett. And that is some pretty significant winds, very significant winds that are approaching Category 2 hurricane force if this was a hurricane. But this is a severe thunderstorm. So this is really something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. But yeah, as I said, we could potentially have 2 tornadoes that are up here. into the northeastern portions of Nebraska, one near Pender, one near Bancroft. If you live over there, if you live near Thurston, Walt Hill, Winnebago, Homer, gotta get in your safe space now. And then this will be heading off towards the Sioux City vicinity, which we do have a sky cam in that area as well. So if these storms continue to be tornadic, we'll be able to at least see something over there as well. So we'll be able to at least cover some things. But guys, we got to share this information with as many people as possible. We saw a funnel cloud here live. We saw, multiple storms. Let's take a look at Twitter to see what you guys have been sending in. This is from National Weather Service, Wichita. We saw a 91 mile per hour wind gust measured at Russell, Kansas, which is pretty insane there. So thank you, Saber, for sending that in. And then this was right here from, can't use that actually because that's from Live Storm Chasers, but appreciate you sending that in. Sheesh, that is crazy as well. Yeah, because people would probably take that down. They'd go onto my channel and say, hey, you're using my stuff without our permission, and then they just take it down. Thank you, Saber. That is some significant tree damage. Look at that.
Tornado warning for northeastern Potawatomi County in northeastern Kansas, west central Jackson County in northeastern Kansas.
Wow. So we got some more stuff there. Roof of the house after a brief tornado spin up. Yep. IEM bot. 93 mile per hour wind gusts in Lincoln. I mean, just look at that. Very significant damaging winds across the board. And not exactly super surprised with what's going on right now live. Let's take a look at that stuff over in Kansas, and that rotation that we were looking at, that funnel cloud that we saw, just got tornado warned. It just got tornado warned. It's south of Westmoreland, heading towards the Laclede areas, heading towards south of Duluth and towards the Heavensville area. So if you live over there in Kansas, need to go ahead and get in your safe space as well, because there's a potential tornado in your general vicinity too. But yeah, that is definitely something to really watch out for as this continues to move about. We're going to go up a bit further north and see what these storms are doing as they move through Pender. And it looks like the rotation for the cell that was near Pender has indeed weakened quite a bit, actually very substantially. So that is the good news here with this system. But this is still a storm that has, produced a tornado in the past, and we need to continue to watch out for this. We also had a report of a tornado in Columbus, Nebraska, way back when. And this was a roof off of a house after a brief tornado spin up. So we got that here too. A lot of tornadic damage across the board, and we need to continue to watch out for this very closely. I mean, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, almost 100 in some spots, and there was even 100 over in Colorado. I mean, my goodness, this thing is really firing off on all cylinders. Weatherman Plus with a 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, shared brother, thank you for the coverage. I really do appreciate that, Mark. We need to get the information out to as many people as possible, because this is a very significant system. All right, this is a derecho. This is a derecho, and a derecho creates some very significant damaging winds for people who do not know what that is. So we got to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible, because this is really concerning here. But yeah, this is pretty big.
For northwestern Dakota County in northeastern Nebraska, southern Dixon County in northeastern Nebraska.
So hoping that the radar survives. We're going to see what the rotation is, and we do have a little bit of rotation there, and we also have a new tornado warning, which is heading towards Sioux City. So now we're going to pull up the webcam here for Sioux City. We do actually have a webcam up there because I actually did remember to actually look for that stuff last night, and we do have that. Let's see if I can find it. Is it this one here? Nope, that's Onawa. This is United Bank of Iowa. That Bank First. This is it right here. This is the Skycam, and this is looking off to the south and west here. So as this approaches Sioux City, we'll be able to see those storms in its entirety. So watch out for that, as we're going to continue to have that coverage here live for you all. We have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Woodbury County in west central Iowa, Dakota County in northeastern Nebraska, Southeastern Union County in southeastern South Dakota.
That's a tornado warning for Sioux City, everyone. Tornado warning for Sioux City. Very concerning situation for people who live over there. I'm going to get a new radar that actually is from Sioux Falls so that we may be able to have a better perspective as to what all is happening. But that is a new tornado warning there for Sioux City. And if you live in Sioux City, now is the time. All right, now is the time for you all to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to actually put my other radar here into Sioux City, and it might be a bit easier for us to see what is happening over there, but let's take a look at Omaha's radar, see what's happening here. And yeah, that's cell near Pender. Definitely looks like it had a tornado before, but
Northwestern Fremont County in southwestern Iowa, Mills County in southwestern Iowa, northeastern Otoe County in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Cass County in southeastern Nebraska.
So that's down here to maybe Nebraska City. Might be Nebraska City. We got another tornado warning, and yeah, that's Nebraska City. A new tornado warning for Nebraska City. We are getting a absorbent amount of tornado warnings right now. So if you're in a tornado warning, you need to get in your safe space right now. No doubt about it, these storms are going to be very significant as they approach you because it's not just the tornadoes anymore. It's now the strong, damaging winds that are in upwards of 80 miles per hour. So need to watch out for that. And there's even been some storms that have had about 95 mile per hour winds. That's the most insane part about this, is that it's not just the one area of tornadoes anymore. It's more than that. You guys can see some very strong damaging winds well above hurricane force, and you need to continue to watch out for this very closely. I mean, look at this. This is heading right towards Sioux City, the storm. You can see the big red polygon right here, which indicates a warning box. And we got that right there, clear tornado warning that's heading off into that general vicinity. And then we have this other tornado warning here that is near Omaha. Just to the west of Omaha, we have this very strong line of storms that are pushing on through. Luckily, they did not take out the radar, so we can continue our coverage, hopefully, as long as there is not as many significant damaging winds behind this line. But hopefully, we can continue to do our coverage here without any interruptions from the radar and continue to provide information to people who may need it. But this is some pretty strong damaging winds across the board that are approaching the beltway of Omaha. And if you live in Omaha now, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations and significant damaging winds as possible. And look at this, guys. This is the sky cam here from Omaha. We're looking off to the west, maybe a little bit more west-northwest, and you can see in the horizon the clouds that start to dip down here, and that is our shelf clouds here, our strong damaging winds that are going to be surging on through, and this is going to create your significant risks here for this area of Omaha. So, you know, when I've been talking about this, all right, I've been covering this for quite some time on my channel here about how Omaha, even though it's on the edge of the risk, all right, don't count out Omaha. Don't count out Omaha. Here it is. Omaha is in the main risk right now, and they're about to get hit by a very strong, significant storm. And I would not be surprised if this was the case here as this continues to move on through. So watch out for that. But yeah, look at this. And then we have another tornado warning. As I mentioned, Nebraska City's in a tornado warning now. And that includes portions of I-29 towards Bartlett and Thurman, as well as Randolph and Glenwood and Tabor. So if you live in those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, and even the significant damaging winds. Because we have a lot of that across the board here. Let's go back over. Let's actually exit out of this screen. Let's go over towards Topeka, Kansas. And there's a little bit of rotation still near Wheaton. But then there's also some storms that are going to be approaching areas near Topeka, Kansas as well. And we're going to be watching that very closely too. We'll have a sky camera in Topeka, Kansas as well. So, well, we're having a bunch of sky cameras here, guys. We don't need storm chasers because all of these areas are going to be having sky cameras. So that is the good news here for us, so that our storm chasers can be safe. All right, we don't want these people to be chasing 60 to 70 mile per hour storms that are moving that fast, because the entire time they're going to be having to, drive. They're not going to be able to stop and watch. They're going to have to drive the entire time. And this is absolutely insanity. Absolute insanity from these storms. We just got a report of a tornado near Beamer. It was a confirmed tornado by the fire department right within there. So this storm has been continuously producing tornadoes up and down, north-south. And it's just expected to continue to stay that way as this moves into Iowa. So if you live in Iowa now, all right, I'm going to go back to GR Earth, and I'm going to turn off the satellite imagery here. You guys can see this massive orange and red risk right here, all right? This area here, guys, if you live within any of these areas, all right, even the yellow areas, all right, if you live in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you need to have a plan of action now, all right? Because these storms are going to be moving super fast, highway speeds, and when you guys get the warning, it might even be too late, because the storm could be hypothetically right on top of you when it gets warned. And that's not the National Weather Service's fault either, because these storms are going to be forming so quickly, so fast, that the storm might even be on the ground before we even know it actually is there. And that's the type of dangerous day we have here so far, is that we have the significant damaging winds in upwards of 80 miles per hour. And we also have the strong tornadoes that are potentially violent within the line here too. So we need to take this seriously if you live within this area. Just had a report of a 76 mile per hour wind gust in Manhattan, Kansas. So it's not just in Nebraska either. It's in Kansas too. And this is expected to go further and further east. So Missouri, Iowa, heads up. This stuff is going to really be surging on through into your general vicinity. Let's go back over to Omaha's radar. And this is a massive line that's really starting to approach that general area. Let's go back to, let's go to the sky cam of Omaha. And this is the sky cam of Omaha. It's very hard to see what all is going on in that general area. So let's turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. And then let's go see what's happening over here in Sioux City. And we don't see anything quite yet. We probably won't see anything until a little bit later on. This is still some very strong damaging winds. Let's see what you guys have sent to me on Twitter here. So yeah, here's some tornado damage. This was off of 11F Road. You can see portions of shrapnel being just pushed all across into these trees. And you can even see the trees. Look at how bent some of these trees are. Trees are bent over here compared to when they're standing straight up over here, over here, over here, and over here. So the fact that these trees over here are still bent tells me that that was some very significant damaging winds and maybe even a tornado within that area. So watch out for that, because that was pretty crazy there too. Let's see what else we got here. We got some hail that was near the general vicinity of Beamer. Look at that. So it's not just damaging winds, it's also hail there too. Illinois is going to be fine for the most part. They're not going to be impacted. As I said, if you are in the orange, the yellow, or the red, you should be paying attention to this event very closely. If you're not, then don't be paying too much, unless if you're in Kansas here, all right? If you are in Kansas or near Kansas City in Missouri, you should be paying attention very closely. But if you're, say, in Davenport and Rockford and Milwaukee, Green Bay, this isn't really going to be impacting you as hard as areas here in the orange and red. So take that into consideration as well. But let's take a look at the live, let's actually take a look at the camera view for Omaha first, and then we're going to take a look at the camera view for Omaha on that sky camera there. So you can see a big severe thunderstorm warning that is enveloping Omaha. You can see this massive line of storm that is, or lines of storms that's going to continue to push on through. This is going to create some strong damaging wind, guys. I mean, this right here, the warning says 90 mile per hour wind gusts are possible with this. 90 mile per hour wind gusts. That is pretty significant. I'm telling you right now, if you are in a mobile home, whether you're in Omaha or in Iowa, get into a sturdy structure. Get out of it, get into a sturdy structure.
For Northeastern Potawatomi County in northeastern Kansas, South Central Nemaha County in northeastern Kansas.
So that is a new tornado warning that is well north of Manhattan and Wamego. So we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's continue with this Omaha cell, though, because there's actually a storm right here south of Plattsmouth that actually could be tornadic and might even be on the ground. Yeah, there's a bit of a turbulence drop here, right here. You can see all the colors ranging all the way into yellows. Whenever you see yellows and it's condensed into a ball right under the rotation, that indicates that there is a heavy amount of turbulence within that area, indicating that there could potentially be a tornado, because tornadoes do cause turbulence. And we got that right there, south of Plattsmouth, heading right for Glenwood. So if you live near Glenwood, need to get in your safe space now, all right? Glenwood, Silver City, Plattsmouth, need to get there now, all right? No doubt about it in my mind that this thing could potentially be tornadic.
Southeastern Nemaha County in southeastern Nebraska, western Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska.
So you need to get in your safe space if you're over there. It might be a new tornado warning that's a bit further down towards like Auburn, Pawnee City. I'd have to look at it a little bit closer. But that's the big thing here, is that south of Plattsmouth, there might be a tornado that could be ongoing right now.
Tornado warning for northwestern Fremont County in southwestern Iowa, Mills County in southwestern Iowa,
yep.
East Central Cass
They just
County
warned
in
it.
southeastern Nebraska.
They just warned it. They just warned it. Look at all the lightning that's in the distance of Omaha. Or no, that's not Omaha. This is Sioux Falls. Or no, not Sioux Falls. This is Sioux City. Sioux City. I'm getting my cities mixed up. That's in the distance of Sioux City here, and it's got some lightning out in the distance there. Let's take a look at, yeah, this is Omaha right here, and look at how strong the damaging winds are here, surging into the city. So watch out for that very closely. If you're in Omaha, you need to get into a sturdy structure if you're not already. You need to just hold on. You need to try and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, all right? That's the key word here. If you're in Omaha, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this significant storm as possible, because there could be tornadoes within this line. There could be significant damaging winds and upwards of 90 miles per hour in this line. This right here is very significant, and if you're outside or if you are in a mobile home, you need to not be there. You need to get into a sturdy structure, all right? Because I guarantee you, if you are in a mobile home, there will be damage to it, and you may not be safe. So this is definitely something to be very concerned about if you are in not a sturdy structure. But if you are in a sturdy structure, you need to be in a sturdy, you need to be in the lowest innermost part of your building, and you should be safe. We got potentially a tornado that's on the northern end of this line, north of Fort Calhoun, heading towards the Missouri area, the Missouri Valley area. Got some little bit of rotation with some reds that are going to be moving away, and then we got greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, and I would not be surprised if there was something right there. There is a little bit of turbulence here. Look at this, little bit of turbulence, and it just continued. There's the ball of turbulence right there again. Let's see the velocities. It's still there. No debris signature quite yet, but there probably could be a tornado on the ground right there near Highway 30. So really watch out if you are in this general vicinity. Brian with the 5 says tornado touchdown in Milford Lake, Kansas. I think that's the storm that we were looking at with our funnel cloud, wasn't it? I think that was the storm that we were looking at. Yeah, because there's Milford Lake, I believe, and I think that's what we were looking at. I think that funnel cloud, you know, if that reached the ground, that could have potentially been a tornado. So watch out for that. Over here in the portions of Duluth and Onaga, you guys have a tornado warning here that is well north of Wamego and Emmett. So if you guys live over here, guys got to go and take your proper precautions as well. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That appears to be in Japanese, so if someone can convert that from Japanese to English, and then answer this person's question, I believe. Japanese to English. And
Tornado
let's
warning
just watch
for
this here. Yeah, there's an...
Northwestern Potawatomi County in southwestern Iowa, western Harrison County in southwestern Iowa, eastern Washington County in east central Nebraska.
Yeah, and I mean, we're just going to keep getting it more and more. And there's the storms here. I said Bartlett could be getting a tornado here soon, and Plattsmouth could potentially be getting a tornado here soon too. So watch out for this. This is a very close call here with this storm. Potential tornadoes here is possible. So we really got to watch out for this. And it's just this massive line here. Massive line. We already have 8 tornado warnings within this general vicinity, and this is very significant within this general area. So if you live in a tornado warning, you need to watch out. Sean with the 2 says go to 90th and Dodge webcam in Omaha. 90th and Dodge. Hold up. 90th and Dodge right here. Yeah, look at that. Got a lot of strong. You got some strong damaging winds here. You can see with the trees in the background, but a lot of precipitation on the actual lens here is making it difficult for me to interpret as to what actually is happening in the background. But I mean, my goodness, some very significant damaging winds here with this storm. Let's take a look at Sioux City. Is the storms in Sioux City now? We got a lot of lightning in the background. And they're approaching Sioux City. They are right on the front door of Sioux City. They are knocking on the door of Sioux City. So we'll watch that live as that pushes on through. I don't see anything too tornadic with that, even though we do have a plethora of tornado warnings here. But we have a lot of rotation across the board and a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Woodbury County in west central Iowa, southeastern Plymouth County in northwestern Iowa.
Come in. But like, my goodness, reported funnel on the ground by National Weather Service Omaha. So that's right on this storm here that is moving off towards the north of Omaha. Yeah, this is these storms are really significant, guys. All right. This is very strong, severe weather that is pushing on through. 75 mile per hour wind gusts reported south of Topeka. All right. That is hurricane force winds right there in a nutshell. And then we have these storms south of Glenwood that are very significant too. I don't see a debris signature with this, but this thing could potentially become tornadic here. You can see the classic hook here within this line, which is very rare for this type of line segments. Very rare for these type of line segments. But still something to watch out for. And then this line, as this continues to move up the Missouri River, heading into Modale and Magnolia in Iowa, as well as Missouri Valley. This is really going to start to become very significant for you all. And actually, I think these strong damaging winds are very strong here heading off into your area. So watch out for that. Brian with the 2 says, anything else for Fort Riley, Kansas? I'd have to take a look here for you all. Fort Riley, Kansas. Nope, doesn't seem like it. You guys might get some residual strong damaging winds and as well as some dry conditions. But other than that, not really too much. Let's go back to the Sioux City cam here. And very dark and ominous skies here that is approaching the city. Bruce with the membership, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's the best way to support my channel. And I really do appreciate your support. So thank you so much. But guys, we got to get this information out to as many people as possible, all right? Share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you hit that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people, essentially helping me spread information. And these people are going to need it, all right? If there's anyone that lives in Iowa and Minnesota, southern Minnesota, and they don't know about this, and they see my live stream, that information is going to be so beneficial to them, especially if they live in a mobile home, all right? I'm telling you right now, if you live in a mobile home, that is not the best case scenario, and you are in an unsafe position. You need to get to a sturdy structure if you are not already. You need to get there. It looks like some of these storms are starting to really move on through towards the Alma areas in Kansas. So these storms are not really moving as fast as the ones up towards Nebraska. So we won't be getting a live camera from Topeka anytime soon, but we'll take a look at that when that starts to really register. So watch out for that if we can. But my goodness, this is really started. This is really, really widespread. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for central Potawatomi County in southwestern Iowa.
So that is a new tornado warning for Potawatomi County in Iowa. And it looks like it is this one right here. This is right next to Omaha. Right next to Omaha. And we do have some rotation here. Look at this. We got some reds moving away from the radar. Greens moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is heading off. This is basically paralleling I-80, guys. This is along I-80. This is going to be going all the way along I-80. And then, even though it's going to be, you know, this storm is going to pass over the intersection of I-680 and I-80, but this is going to be going right over that area on the Beltway. All right, that's the main thing here for anyone who wants to interpret this information. And this system right here, this storm right here south of Silver City is probably on the ground. This one, yeah, that might be some debris that's being starting to pick up. But this tornado, this right here is probably a tornado on the ground. All right, I have no doubt in my mind that there is something that's going right over Highway 275, just to the east of Glenwood in Iowa. I have no doubt. We're getting some reports of damage in Omaha of branches down with more than 6 inches in diameter. And that is right near Irvington. So some very strong damaging winds that are moving on through. And it looks like Omaha now, central Omaha, is now out of the risk. So now it is just eastern Omaha and areas in Iowa that are getting impacted now. So that is the good news if you live in those areas. If you find anything on Twitter, by the way, please be sure to share that information with me on Twitter, all right? Remember, at Nate_Snyder, especially if there's something on there, as I would definitely be sure to get this information out to as many people as possible. But yeah, spotter reported funnel on the ground. This is some of the damage from Columbus, Nebraska. Look at that. Look at that damage right there from Columbus, Nebraska. And this is from these storms here. This is just from these fast-moving storms. Strong damaging winds and tornadoes does that. Strong damaging winds and tornadoes does that. And that is the concern here for people who lives in these areas. And now we have a huge severe thunderstorm warning that is for 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This entire severe thunderstorm warning right here, from Omaha all the way down towards Falls City, is a huge severe thunderstorm warning with winds up to 90-mile-per-hour winds. 90 miles per hour. That's insane right there. I'm sorry, this is a significant storm. Crypto Plumber, thank you so much for becoming a member on the channel. I really do appreciate that. This is going to be on the ground here. This is going to be on the ground. This is probably a tornado that's on the interstate right now. Heading towards Weston. That is consolidating significantly. And that is a very deep turbulence drop. Look at that yellow, guys. Very deep turbulence drop. Would not be surprised if a tornado is in progress with this storm right along the interstate. Right along the interstate. If I had a live camera there, Iowa traffic cameras, Iowa dot. We might be able to see something here because it's close enough to, yeah, we might be able to see something. Hold up. Can we see the camera? Can we watch the camera? I want to use this. Where's the camera? Can we get the camera? Iowa traffic cameras. Can't find anything. Iowa doesn't have a traffic camera. This is so difficult to... This is so difficult to navigate. Plow cameras. Is there anyone that's over here? I don't see anything. Roadside cameras. This might work. That's a rest area. Magnolia. And that hasn't updated in a while. That is unfortunate. But this is probably a tornado that is in progress that's heading towards Underwood. Or that just crossed over the interstate. Because that clearly had rotation. Clearly had massive turbulence. And it still has massive turbulence. My goodness. This is some pretty strong... Now, this is more than pretty strong. This is significantly strong weather that's moving on through. Just had a report of a tornado, according to law enforcement, along Interstate 29, south of Sioux City. South of Sioux City. And we still have a couple tornado warnings in progress up there in Sioux City, too. Significant damaging winds. Significant damaging winds. And the damage is just really starting to rack up. Got winds in upwards of 83 miles per hour. That is in Missouri Valley. We have winds 81 miles per hour, which is near La Platte, south of Omaha. We're starting to get more reports. In Pawnee City, lots of structure damage, roof damage, and carport damage. And this is just going to continue to rack up more and more and more. And this is December, guys. This is December. All right. This is December 15th, 2021, and we have a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. A 4 out of 5. This has never happened before, and this is happening right now. So people, my point is that people in these areas of the yellow, orange, and red, so yellow, orange, red, they're not going to expect the severe weather to happen. They're going to think it's December. Some places in Minnesota still have snow on the ground. All right? So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible because these people are going to think that it's, a bunch of baloney. That's what it's going to be the entire time. They're going to think that it's a bunch of baloney every single time. And if we show them this stuff, this could potentially save someone's life. So share this information with friends and family and on social media. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Let's see if we now, because I know there's a camera over in Kingsley. And let's see if we can see something from this camera. And yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. And we can see, look at that. We got some lightning and we got this massive shelf cloud here. Strong damaging winds with this line right here. And this is approaching the city. This is in Kingsley, Iowa, and Northwestern Iowa. Right here. I mean, this is just... Wow. This is La Nina weather. This is what happens when the equator of the entire Earth, the equator in the Pacific, is below average temperatures. When you have below average temperatures in seawater in the equator, that's what it's called a La Nina, and that's what's favorable for severe weather. And here we go. This is the reason why we got this activity right now. Justin, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. That's the best way to support my channel. You get a bunch of emotes. You get shouted out, as you can see down below. Thank you so much.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Montgomery County in southwestern Iowa.
Extension.
Northeastern Mills County in southwestern Iowa. Southeastern Potawatomi County in southwestern Iowa.
Yep, that's the extension, and that's for this storm here in Henderson. And then there's this other storm here near Underwood. There's actually two storms that are tornadic here. You have one to the west of Underwood, and then you have one to the east of Underwood, and both of them look like they're tornadic. Let's go to the spectrum width. You can see there's two of them. One right there in Bentley.
Tornado warning for eastern Woodbury County in west central Iowa, southeastern Plymouth County in northwestern Iowa, northwestern Ida County in west central Iowa.
Report of a tornado in northwestern Iowa. This is in Woodbury County, and this is from fire department and rescue. So my goodness, I mean, it's not stopping, guys. This is going to continue to go. It's going to continue to do more and more, and we got another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Monona County in west central Iowa, northeastern Harrison County in southwestern Iowa, northwestern Shelby County in southwestern Iowa.
And this is just going to continue to spawn more and more. We have 9 tornado warnings currently ongoing, and we have one that's probably on the ground right near Bentley. Would not be surprised if that was the case right now. Really would not be surprised. Another tornado warning. This is 10. 10 tornado warnings.
Warning for north central Woodbury County in west central Iowa, eastern Plymouth County in northwestern Iowa.
That's 10 tornado warnings right now. That's 10 tornado warnings. 11 severe thunderstorm warnings, 10 tornado warnings right now. Jeremy with the 5 says, truly appreciate you gave us many warning in Western Kentucky. Yeah, thank you so much for tuning into the channel. I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for sticking along as well. Sarah, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. And then Philip says, TV5 meteorologist in Des Moines just said that there has only been 5 tornadoes in Iowa history in December. That total will be beat. We'll beat that in one day today. Most likely, Philip. This has never happened in Midwest history, in Iowa history, in Minnesota history. There has never been a tornado warning in Minnesota in December. There has never been a tornado in December. It's just, this is insane. So, you know, I fully agree with you, Philip. This is pretty crazy. I do think that the tornado, the amount of tornadoes for the month of December is easily going to be broken by this event. So thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate that. There's so much here. And this storm here near Henderson is going again. We have another storm. This is probably on the ground too, and that might even be a debris signature. Would not be surprised if that was, but this is near Henderson, and this is heading off towards the Griswold areas, heading off towards Lewis, and towards the east of Macedonia and Carson. So if you live near Macedonia, Carson, Griswold, as well as Henderson, you need to get in your safe space now, all right? Because this storm probably will produce a tornado. This probably will produce a tornado. So guys, we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. I'm not joking when I say this, because this is, you know, a pretty significant event here. We need to share this information with as many people as possible because it's in December, all right? And by liking the live stream, you know, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If YouTube sees that there's a lot of people liking the live stream, more people will join, and that way we can continue to get more and more information out to as many people as possible. So if you guys hit that thumbs up button, if you hit that like button, that would be greatly appreciated, because you are helping me get information out to as many people as possible. And that's a debris signature. Tornado on the ground in Neola. Yeah, that is a clear debris signature right there. Clear tornado that was right near Bentley. And that just went right over the interstate. Tornado in progress that just went right over Neola. It just went right over the interstate, I-80, north and east of Omaha in Iowa. It's about to reach the intersection of I-80 and I-680. Just went on the ground. You can see the big, deep blues here. The big blues here indicated in the correlation coefficient. All this red is rain. And we do have a pretty sizable tornado that is moving right over the interstate. That is very concerning. I'm hoping no one was on the interstate at that time. I'm praying that no one was on the interstate at that time. Because that is a tornado. That is easily a tornado in progress right now. Wow. I mean, that's clear as day. That's clear as day in my opinion. You still have turbulence over that area, indicating that there could still be a tornado. And this is all in western Iowa, all right? So as this continues to move on through Des Moines, this is going to be hitting you all probably at about 5 to 6. Probably 6, 5:30, 6 o'clock, and heading off towards Mason City at around 6 to 7. So you guys need to watch out for that very closely. And yeah, that's still on the ground. Look at how big that debris signature is. Look at how big that debris signature is now. That is on the ground, and that is doing substantial damage over the interstate. Substantial damage over the interstate. That is very bad. Very bad. I'm just praying that there's no one on the interstate right now over there. Looking in some of the other areas, trying to see if there is other general vicinities. Macedonia, this thing still has some pretty strong rotation. And I'm not sure if this is on the ground quite yet, but I would have to say that it probably is on the ground based off of how much turbulence is indicated here with all these yellows. All the grays and kind of blues is kind of it's not really that big a turbulence, so it's not really anything too concerning to look at, but otherwise, you know, once you start to get in the yellows, that's when it's pretty bad.
Tornado warning for Cass County in southwestern Iowa.
Yep. 2 tornado warnings just got issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Harrison County in southwestern Iowa, Shelby County in southwestern Iowa.
Yeah, these new tornado warnings are confirmed tornado warnings. You can see the pink polygons there. And that is because the National Weather Service has confirmed these tornadoes. And this is a pretty concerning situation. So they've confirmed that Macedonia is a tornado in progress. And they've confirmed that the cell that was over near Neola is a tornado in progress. And if you live in areas near Persia, Portsmouth, Tennant, Shelby, Harlan, areas over towards Griswold, Lyman, Lewis, Atlantic, and Marne, as well as Weota. Guys, got to get in your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Up here, up further north, this right here is pretty significant as well. Look at that. I'm not sure if that's debris. Let's take a look at Sioux Falls radar just to see. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is debris. That probably was from a tornado that was near Lawton, and it looks like it definitely was. Yeah, I would have to say that's a tornado that just went on through, and that's a report of power flashes and power lines. Let's take a look at the live camera that's over near Kingsley. Camera just went out. So never mind that. We can't look at it because the camera is out. We were a little too late. Yeah, a little too late. Probably would have been able to catch it if we were a little bit earlier, but still, confirmed tornado that is in progress. And yeah, there's a weather spotters reported tornado. If you're near Lamar's as well as Remsen, you guys need to get in your safe space now, all right? This storm is going to be heading off into your general vicinity. And this is a confirmed tornado that's heading off towards the north and east. So Lamar's, as well as Remsen and Oyens, as well as Merrill and Kingsley, you need to get in your safe space right now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So that's in northwestern Iowa. A lot of tornado warnings here. We got 9 tornado warnings in this general area. Just had a report of 83 mile per hour wind gusts in Missouri Valley, which is near I-29 north of Omaha. Just had that report come in. And there's just a lot of hurricane force winds that are surging on through even behind this. A lot of reports of 90 mile per hour wind gusts. I want to take a look at one thing here too, because I am curious. How significant are the wildfires? Oh, that's a very significant wildfire. Very significant wildfire that's over into Kansas. I'm I'm actually curious as to whether or not that picks up on satellite. Yeah, very significant wildfire. That is north of Hayes. So I want to see if there's a cam that's over there. We'll take a look at that in a second if we can. Topeka's about to get hit. These storms are looking like they're pretty strong. There might be something tornadic that's near X Ridge or Eskridge. So watch out for that, especially if you're along State Highway 4. Could be something that's heading off towards I-335 south of Topeka. So watch out for that. But yeah, big wildfire that's over there north of Hayes in Kansas. And that's very significant. That's a very significant wildfire that I just saw from satellite. Let's take a look at Twitter, see what you guys sent in so that we can show you all what's been happening. There's the storm damage from Nebraska. This is in Columbus, Nebraska, from tornado and strong damaging winds. That is very significant there. Very significant there. And then this is from Canesville. Is this a tornado in the north left on the top left-hand corner? It doesn't look like it. It looks a bit more like rain to me. But I would have had to watch the video. I think that's just a picture more or less. So I'd probably have to watch the video in order for me to consider it. But thank you so much for sending that. Really do appreciate it. 100-mile-per-hour wind gust over at Wichita, Kansas. 100-mile-per-hour wind gust in Wichita, Kansas. That is significant. And this is the dust storm that was earlier on today. Look at this as we listen to the tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Cherokee County in northwestern Iowa, northeastern Woodbury County in west central Iowa, eastern Plymouth County in northwestern Iowa, northwestern Buena Vista County in northwestern Iowa, southwestern Clay County in northwestern Iowa, southern O'Brien County in northwestern Iowa, western Ida County in west central Iowa.
Jeez, that's a lot of counties within a warning, but look at this. And some strong damaging winds and some very dry conditions. You know, you're getting hurricane force winds with very dry conditions. That's creating the significant wildfires there. And that's also creating our big severe weather risk. Let's take a look at the new tornado warning. And we got that there. And that's for areas near Anthon as well as Washta and Correctionville. So let's take a look at the radar that's over near Sioux Falls. See what we got over here. And yeah, we just gotta pray to God here at this point. This is a lot. Reports of power flashes and power lines. A lot of stuff here across the board. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff here. Sheesh. There's just so much, there's so much rotation here. There's one right here near Washta, and it actually has some pretty significant rotation with this. I'll do storm motion from warning. And look at this. We got our greens moving towards the radar. Our radar is all the way up there. You got reds moving away. Very broad and strong rotation for the most part. Sorry for blinding people, but very significant rotation here. I mean, this is very concerning. Guys, if you are not in a sturdy structure already, I'm telling you right now that you are in a very unsafe environment. All right, you need to be in a safe space, in a sturdy structure, whether you're underground or lowest innermost part of your building. With these storms, it's not just the tornadoes anymore that can do damage. This entire line has done significant damage across the board. New tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for Central Crawford County in west central Iowa.
I mean, my goodness. Yeah, 80-mile-per-hour winds right here. And then we also got some reports of damage here in the garage doors. Large garage doors on the city buildings being blown in. Yeah, people can talk about God and Jesus as long as they're not pushing an agenda. Because we're not going to be, we all can pray. and I firmly believe that we all should pray. But my goodness. Yeah, that's just, that storm right there near Washita, that right there is going to get it right there. That right there is going to have the significant damaging winds. Look at this. I mean, this very bright greens and blues. Very bright green, bright greens and blues.
Tornado warning for northeastern Potawatomi County in southwestern Iowa, southeastern Shelby County in southwestern Iowa.
Let's see. Yeah, if there's any questions in chat, try to help out each other. Try not to spam the questions, though, because there's 3,000 people in the chat here, all right? So if people are going to be asking, how's this area doing? All right, I'm trying to get every single little area that's getting impacted right now, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of areas that's getting impacted at the same time, so we need to continue to watch out for this as this continues to move on through, all right? But, you know, if you're like out in front of the risk, all right, if you're in Iowa here, if you're in, let's take this off. If you're in this orange, yellow, or dark red, you need to watch out for this event, all right? I won't be talking about you guys until this is actually heading towards you because there is so many areas right now that's getting impacted right now. So don't think I am, you know, negating you. Don't think I am purposefully ignoring you. There's just so much activity that's happening right now that I need to cover the areas that are right, you know, getting impacted right now. So if you are in these oranges, these reds, these near the yellows, then you need to watch out for the severe weather when it comes later on. And I will be live streaming when that does happen. So stay tuned to the channel or come back when it starts to come into your general vicinity. But this is, yeah, this is a lot of stuff here. And I hope you guys can understand what I'm coming from here. But this is a lot of significant, strong, damaging winds. And if we just disregard the tornado warnings for a second and just take a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings, they're warning for 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. 80 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. That is a lot of stuff. A lot of activity. Jeez. Denison right here might actually get some strong rotation here. That's the reason why there's a tornado warning right here near Denison. You got these reds moving away, got these greens moving towards. Right in the middle, they kind of touch. And yeah, there's a bit of turbulence right within that area. Not super high turbulence, but I do see a bright orange pixel there, which tells me that there could potentially be a tornado within the storm. And that might be a little bit of a debris signature. We'll have to wait for the next scan. But this thing could definitely produce a tornado here relatively soon. So we got to watch out for this very closely. And we need to share this with as many people as possible. As I said, a lot of these areas are going to be impacted over and over and over again with these strong damaging winds until they start to move out. It's going to be very quick. So they're going to get these strong damaging winds out in front of it, and then they're going to get the line, and then they're going to get some more strong damaging winds even behind it. But the actual threat of tornadoes here and significant, you know, very strong damaging winds is along this line. So need to get this information out to as many people as possible. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible. Because we need to get this information out. We need to continue to spread it with as many people as possible. Let's take a look at this tornado warning down here near Oakland. This thing has a confirmed tornado with it, apparently, and there is a little bit of rotation over US Highway 6. I don't see a debris signature at the moment, but I do see rotation. Look at this. You got your greens moving towards the radar. You got your reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you live near Marne, Atlantic, Walnut, areas near I-80, you need to get in your safe space right now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Vike Irishman with the 5 says, thanks, buddy. Gene in Waterloo, Iowa. Go Minnesota Wild. Hey, I actually played Waterloo in states for high school hockey. They beat me, but I scored a goal, so that was pretty nice. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Donovan County in northeastern Kansas, Hulls County in northwestern Missouri, Southwestern Nottoway County in northwestern Missouri, Northwestern Andrew County in northwestern Missouri.
So this line up here that's near I-29 now has a tornado warning. Look at this. Look at that. Lot of strong damaging winds here. Even further south below this. There's no tornado warnings down here south of Topeka, but we got some very strong damaging winds and upwards of 80 miles per hour once again. So this extends all the way down into Kansas. Look at how massive this expands, all right? I'm going to show you. Look at all of these. I'm going to turn off the watches. Look at how far these warnings extend. This is northern Iowa right here, and this is southern Kansas. Look at this span. Look at how wide this is. Just for people who are curious about how far this extends from one spot to another, this is almost 375 to 400 miles. 400 miles of severe storms along a line. That is insane. I mean, that is an entire line. That is an entire line that is really surging on through. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Cass County in southwestern Iowa, southwestern Guthrie County in west central Iowa, Audubon County in west central Iowa, northwestern Adair County in southwestern Iowa.
Let's wow. So that's I think this storm right here that's over US 6. And it doesn't look like there's a tornado warning or a confirmed tornado on it quite yet. But yeah, this is a confirmed tornado here. And we got 10 tornado warnings right now. 10 tornado warnings in progress right now. That is, wow, 10 tornado warnings. Let's take a look at the stuff that's happening in northwestern Iowa, the one that was near Washta and Kimby. And it looks like the rotation actually has became a little bit more linear, but there's this storm north of Holstein that is trying to gather up some rotation. And unfortunately, it's starting to get into an area with no radar. And what I mean by that is there's a radar right here in Des Moines, there's a radar in Sioux Falls, and there's a radar here in La Crosse. But it's heading into an area with no radar, and that's concerning.
Tornado warning for eastern Montgomery County in southwestern Iowa, north central Page County in southwestern Iowa.
And so the thing of it is here, the moral of the story for all these people is that once it starts heading into northern Iowa, that may be the main significant risk, but there is a high lack of coverage with an actual radar up there. There is barely any coverage, and I'm going to really be testing my knowledge in order to cover this.
Tornado warning for northwestern Shelby County in southwestern Iowa.
Wow. So we got more tornado warnings. And this is 12 tornado warnings now. 12 tornado warnings, by the way. We now have 12. And a lot of which are just to the east of Omaha. And you can see that storm near Marne might have actually produced a tornado. Possibly. Let's see. Yeah, right near Atlantic. Just produced a tornado. Just went right over Atlantic. Just went right over Atlantic. That's the reason why I've been saying Atlantic needs to get in their safe space, because that tornado has been looking like it's going to produce a tornado for quite some time, and it did. It produced a tornado right over Atlantic, right there. Look at this. Debris signature right here from the tornado. Debris signature right there from the tornado. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Clear verification process. Debris on ZDR. This is a tornado that just went through Atlantic in Iowa. That's why I said, gotta watch out for that. Have to continue to watch. And then this storm over here near Westphalia. Westphalia doesn't have a whole lot of rotation on it, but this did have a tornado earlier. So you need to get in your safe space now. All right? If you live in Iowa at all, especially in central or northern Iowa, and if you live in southern Minnesota, you need to get in your safe space now, or have a plan to get in your safe space. All right? You need to have a plan of action, because I guarantee you, a mobile home won't keep you safe. A mobile home will not keep you safe. That's not the best case scenario. This is bad. Jeez. Yeah, it just went right through Atlantic. Just went right through Atlantic. I don't see anything that's near Denison. That rotation's kind of fizzed out a little bit. Let's take a look at the rotation that's up in northwestern Iowa. See if there's anything over there. And yeah, there probably is something here near Cherokee. There's probably something near Cherokee and something that just went near Holstein. I'm starting to hiccup now. Excuse me, let me take a sip. This is just... How fast are these storms moving? They're moving northeast at 65 miles per hour, and they're producing damaging winds with 80. That is... Wow. Wow. Lot of strong damaging winds with this. And these things are moving highway speed. Actual highway speed that are moving about. Trying to see if there's anything else here. I don't see too much rotation. Atlantic still is going. The debris signature has actually fizzed away, so that was a brief tornado indeed. Let's go down a bit more. Stanton and Grant, I don't see anything tornadic there. And then the rotation here, the issue with this is that this tornado warning is really far away from the radar here, from Topeka. So it's actually really hard to see what's happening. But I do see a little bit of rotation that's just to the west of Oregon, and that's approaching I-29. So if you live near I-29, if you live near Fillmore, as well as Mound City and Oregon, you need to get into your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And then this is another storm here. Look at this, north of Effingham. North of Effingham, there is a storm here that does look like it could be tornadic. So if you live north of Effingham, you need to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And then there's other storms here too. So Emporia just got hit. They had some hail and some strong damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour. There was a report of 60 mile per hour winds just to the north of that. And it looks like that storm just passed on through, so Emporia should be fine. But there could be some more activity that's not thunderstorm related. Could be some strong damaging winds, so watch out for that. But, I mean, man, oh man, this entire line spans so far. And we just got wind gust reports. Listen to this. Wind gust report here in northwestern Missouri. All right, this is near Rockport and Tarkio. of 90 miles per hour. We had another report here of a spotter that was in north of Corning in Missouri, and that was 90 miles per hour. And then there was another one that was north of Watson that was 80 miles per hour. And that was approximate too, because some of the wind gust measurements could actually overdo some stuff. So around this stuff, that's about accurate as to what or how significant these damaging winds are. And this is expected to continue. This is expected to continue. Moving on through. Elkhorn, let's see what you guys got. And that storm near Brayton is kind of concerning now. The one that's north of Atlantic. So this storm that was a tornado earlier. And yeah, that might have just did damage. That might be a debris signature. Yeah, it kind of does look like a bit of a debris signature. I would not be surprised if that was on the ground. So Brayton, areas north of I-80, heading towards Exeter, Hamlin, and then areas along State Highway 44 in Iowa need to get in your safe space now, all right? This is a very concerning situation, and even if you're not in that area, if you're in other areas like Denison, like Storm Lake, Spencer, you guys need to get in your safe space as well, because this could potentially be very dangerous for you all with how significant these strong damaging winds are. South of Denison, there was an 81 mile per hour wind gust report from a weather station, a stationary weather station down there. So it's just the same old, same hole. Once again, significant damaging winds and tornadoes are the case here. But my goodness, let's take a look over at the Sioux Falls radar and see if there's anything happening in this tornado warning over here near Cherokee. And there is a little bit of rotation over there near Cherokee and Aurelia that just went through Quimby. So watch out for that. I don't see anything tornadic that is indicative on radar. So watch out for that. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. More damage here in Lawton. A pole shed roof was torn off with debris flown into the field. Reports of power flashes. That was near the Lawton area. That was just to the west or to the east of Sioux City. And then we had some power lines down across Highway 20 as well. So we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. We have 7 tornado warnings, and there's expected to be more as this continues to move on through. So share this with friends and family and on social media. Just got a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southern Donovan County in northeastern Kansas, northeastern Atchison County in northeastern Kansas, central Buchanan County in northwestern Missouri, south central Andrew County in northwestern Missouri.
Is that for St. Joseph? That might be for St. Joseph. We'll take a look at that in a bit. But guys, as I said, we need to share this information with as many people as possible because so many people could be impacted by the storm. This is a massive line of storms that are just firing off on all cylinders. And it's in December. People are not going to think that this is real if it's in December, you know, because they're going to say, hey, this severe weather there's no such thing as this. It's December 15th. We're getting close to Christmas. We just had a bit of snow earlier. It's not going to happen. And if we get this information out to them, you know, if we share the live stream with them, and if they live in these areas, this information could be very useful to them. So please share this live stream with as many people as possible. And by liking the live stream, by hitting that like button, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible, essentially helping me spread the information. So that would be greatly appreciated if you would help me get this to more and more people, because if they live in these areas, you know, say we got information and someone tuned in and they live in Iowa or they live in southern Minnesota, this information can be really beneficial. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning, and that's for St. Joseph. That is indeed for St. Joseph, Missouri, right there. So once again, this is the same situation. Because there is a storm that's heading towards St. Joseph, this is a major populous area here. A major populous area, and we need to get this information out, all right? So if you live in St. Joseph, if you live near Donovan, near Huron, Lancaster, Troy, Wathena. That general area, you need to get in your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And the thing of it is, guys, is that the tornadoes are not the only threat here, because these lines of storms are producing 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. So even if you're not directly impacted by the tornado, you're still going to get hit by this strong storm. You're still going to get hit by some strong winds that would be equivalent to EF1 damage. So you need to get into that safe space. All right, you need to get into that sturdy structure, because a mobile home will not do it. A mobile home will not do it. All right, I'm telling you right now, if you think a mobile home will do it, I'm telling you it will not. This is a situation where we've had multiple tornadoes already today, and we need to be aware of this. We need to continue to be aware of this. The other tornado warning that's north of that was kind of near the Mound City and Oregon area, has moved off towards the north and east, and that's heading off towards Maitland, Barnard, as well as Maryville. So if you're near Maryville, or if you're south of Maryville in northwestern Missouri, you need to get in your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So we need to continue to watch out for this. We need to continue to watch out. How fast are these storms moving? Good question. They're moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. Highway speed.
Tornado warning for Sac County in west central Iowa.
So new tornado warning in Iowa. Let's take a look at that. But yeah, to answer your question, they're moving highway speed. They are literally moving highway speed. 80 miles per hour. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Really need to watch out for that, especially if you're, just in anywhere in front of this. All right, I'm gonna go back to this giant thing here and show you all. There's the new Convective Outlook that just got issued. All right, so just got issued, and they extended the enhanced risk all the way down, and they extended the tornado risk all the way down here too. So it's still north of Kansas City to where there could potentially be tornadoes. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Cherokee County in northwestern Iowa, Buena Vista County in northwestern Iowa, Southeastern Clay County in northwestern Iowa.
Jeez. So they did extend the wind damage all the way down to Kansas City. So the Storm Prediction Center has now put an enhanced risk for the city of Kansas City now. So these lines of storms have now extended all the way that far south. And then we also have a yellow all the way down here into portions of Joplin, down towards Bartlesville in Oklahoma. And we even have some large hail and upwards of 2 inches in that spot too. So very significant in that regard. People are asking what are the rain totals here. And the rain totals here so far, we have some amounts. If you look at the scale here, some of the blues into the light blues indicates 1 inch of rain that has fallen over 12 hours. So not a super significant amount of rain here, in my honest opinion. But we do have a lot of rain that has fallen, on a widespread scale. But at the same time, these storms have been moving so quickly that they're not expected to rain a whole lot. It's supposed to be there, you get hit, and then it moves on further. Any risk for tornadoes near Topeka, Kansas? Asking for your trucker friend. Let me take a look here real quickly. Let me take the radar off, and let me go to Topeka's radar. Topeka, a lot of strong damaging winds that are heading almost due east. Almost to east. So Topeka in itself, if you already got showers and thunderstorms and it's not raining anymore, and this goes for anyone else, then you guys are in the clear. You guys are just getting a lot of significant damaging winds after that. So watch out for that, all right? Because there can be some very strong damaging winds. Very strong.
Tornado warning for Southeastern Crawford County in west central Iowa, Western Carroll County in west central Iowa.
So that is a new tornado warning that is in Iowa here. And this Has reports of a tornado near Atlantic. Storm Chaser reported a tornado on the west side of Atlantic. We just covered that. We covered that live. We told people that there was potentially a tornado that went through there, and then it flipped semis on I-80. So a Storm Chaser reports a tornado that flipped semis on I-80. So we had some tornadic damage here that went over I-80 and over Atlantic, and this is expected to continue towards Hamlin. And there is a little bit of rotation over there too, so watch out for that. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Des Moines. So now, here we go. A lot of activity is expected. Cherry Pie with the 5 says, hello, I need to know the danger risk for Sparta, Wisconsin. If I should be worried, I'm freaking out. Yeah, well, I got you here. I'll take time real quickly. Yeah, it looks like you guys are anticipated to be on the edge of this risk. So there's Sparta, you're in the orange. So as this continues to move further towards the east, it's expected to deteriorate more and more. So you guys are not in the main portion of the risk, but you're still in the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So I would watch out for some strong damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes as well too. So watch out for that for sure. Alex with the 2 says, could this be turning into a QLCS? It is a QLCS. As a matter of fact, I'd like to argue that this is a derecho. And I don't think anyone would probably dispute it. A derecho is basically when you have a storm that is expected to travel for 250 miles straight and consistently create over 60 mile per hour winds. And this storm has done just that. It's not just created 60 mile per hour winds. It's created 80 mile per hour winds, 90 mile per hour winds. This thing will not stop, and it's just moving so fast. I mean, the motion on this thing is it's moving east-northeast at 80 miles per hour, all right? 80 miles per hour. So this thing is racing off at highway speeds. And that is pretty significant here with this system. Javen with the 1, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And Alex, as I said, thank you for the 2. I really do appreciate it. But my goodness, let's take a look a bit further north. Let's see if we can find something here with some of these tornado warnings on the northern side of Iowa, specifically northwestern Iowa. And we do have a little bit of rotation here towards Sioux Rapids, heading off towards Spencer and Royal. So watch out for that if you live in that general vicinity. And that's going to be heading towards I-90 eventually as well. So that's the big thing here to take away from this. Is that these storms are still moving quite fast, quite rapidly. And they could even be producing a tornado, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Greene County in west central Iowa, northwestern Guthrie County in west central Iowa, northern Audubon County in west central Iowa, southern Calhoun County in west central Iowa, eastern Carroll County in west central Iowa.
So a new tornado warning there that was just issued for Iowa in that general vicinity. I think I'm going to move my radar over here to Des Moines now. And then I'm going to keep this radar here on standby in case if I need anything else. Which I probably will need it for Kansas City here pretty soon. But I'm going to be loading this data here from Des Moines. And yeah, we got a lot of... Look at all these blues. Look at how fast the winds are moving. Oh yeah, and that's... Dude, we might have multiple areas here of rotation. We might not even... Not all these areas probably aren't even tornado warned too. I'm betting that this area gets tornado warned.
Tornado warning for southeastern Sac County in west central Iowa, west central Calhoun County in west central Iowa, northeastern Crawford County in west central Iowa, northwestern Carroll County in west central Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, these storms are just getting warned left and right, but this one right here caught my eye the most. Wall Lake, Lakeview, Auburn, Breda, and Yetter. This thing has a lot of rotation here, and I would not be surprised if there's a tornado with this. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Cherokee County in northwestern Iowa, northwestern Buena Vista County in northwestern Iowa, western Clay County in northwestern Iowa, Southeastern O'Brien County in northwestern Iowa.
That's a new tornado warning for the cell that we just saw. Yeah, every single rotation probably isn't going to get tornado warned because there's just so many of them. They spin so quickly. But yeah, there's another rotation near Halber heading off towards Carroll and Litterdale and Wiley, as well as Lanesboro. If you live over there, especially into the Lake City and Auburn areas, you need to get in your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And then areas over here towards Bayard, as well as Scranton, Jefferson, and Farland. You need to get in your safe space as well. There could potentially be a tornado over there. Would not be surprised if that was the case too. And you can see there's a little bit of rotation right here. You can see these oranges and reds moving away, greens moving towards, oranges and reds moving away, greens moving towards. Two areas of rotation right here and right here. And there is a lot of activity that's just right within this one tornado warning. So Bayard, Bagley, I should say, as well as Cooper, Jefferson, and Grand Junction heading off towards the Scranton areas and Coon Rapids. You need to get into your safe space now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And then we have this storm over here, as I said, Breda, Auburn, Lakeview, Wall Lake. This thing right here is probably going to produce a tornado here pretty soon. I don't see a debris signature on either one of those storms quite yet. So that's the good news here, that it doesn't seem to be on the ground based off of the radar perspective, but this could definitely be on the ground in the future, and that's what I'm watching out for the most, because these types of storms, can form very quickly, very rapidly, be very significant, and then fizz out within a matter of minutes. And that's just kind of what happens. These storms kind of dip their toes in the water, they produce the tornadoes, and then they immediately take it out, and the tornado just dissipates. But within that short span, it's not only unpredictable, but it's significant as well. And that's the reason why we have this much activity right now and this little warning time. And wow, that storm right there just rapidly intensified near Lakeview. That might actually be a significant tornado that could form here soon. That might actually be a significant tornado near Lakeview. You can clearly see the bright reds moving away, the greens and blues moving towards the radar. That might be a significant tornado if that actually does congeal more and more near Lakeview and Wall Lake. So Lighton, Sac City, Yetter, Sherwood, Auburn, guys need to get in your safe space now. And we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. As I said, share this information with friends and family and on social media. By liking the live stream, we actually get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, guys, is that if you hit that thumbs up button, we actually get this live stream out to more and more people who could potentially need it. All right. If people live in Iowa and they're looking for severe weather coverage, they could hop on to my stream here if they see it, and they'd be getting this information that could be beneficial to them. And that's at the end of the day what we want to do here. We want to try and warn people ahead of time, because this type of stuff here now is very significant. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Southeastern Greene County in west central Iowa, Central Guthrie County in west central Iowa, Southwestern Boone County in central Iowa, Northwestern Dallas County in central Iowa, Northwestern Adair County in southwestern Iowa.
That's another tornado warning, and that's a confirmed tornado warning too. That's the cell that's heading towards Bayard. So we were talking about that earlier. This is a confirmed tornado now. Look at this. You can see a little bit of the rotation right within here. We got these strong blues and greens moving towards, reds and grays moving away. So right in the middle is where the rotation would be on velocities. But if we skip it over, we actually have a new frame here for reflectivity and correlation coefficient. So we have it for the simulated radar and then the depiction between what's rain and what's not. And we can see here that if we circle this big red area right here, then we can actually see that that is right within the blue, and that indicates that there could potentially be a tornado, and the National Weather Service does think that that is the case. So therefore, there is a tornado on the ground right now heading towards Bayard, Iowa. All right, Bayard, Iowa, Bagley, Iowa, Cooper, Iowa. You are in a tornado warning, and this is confirmed as well. So you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, and it has to be a structure. It has to be a sturdy structure. It cannot be a mobile home, because I guarantee you, your mobile home will take damage and you won't be safe. You will not be safe. Not even if the tornado doesn't even hit you, you will not be safe. because these strong damaging winds are producing 80 to 90 mile per hour winds as well. So if the tornado misses you, you're still getting 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. And that's still very significant. Still very significant. So we need to really imply the fact that this is a significant situation and you need to be in a sturdy structure in order to take this event head on. Because you won't be able to in a mobile home. You won't be able to. There is no way. We have 10 tornado warnings currently ongoing right now. This activity could potentially reach the St. Louis, but it won't be that significant. We just got a report of softball-sized hail in Emporia. Softball-sized hail in Emporia. If you think you've heard everything here, think again. You know, we had wildfires. We still have wildfires ongoing right now. Look at that significant wildfire from the black spots there on satellite in north central Kansas. We have wildfires. We had tornadoes. We had snow squalls. If we go back over here, look at these blue warning boxes over there. Those are snow squall warnings. We have tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings with winds in upwards of 100 miles per hour in some spots as a maximum wind gust. We now have hail in upwards of softball sized in Emporia, Kansas. Softball size. All right, that was not anticipated today. No one thought that there would be softball sized hail within this area, and yet there is. That, for people who don't know how large softballs are, that's 4-inch size hail that just fell from the sky. That is very significant. There's also another storm here that's approaching Ottawa that could be tornadic. All right, so watch out here. If you're near Pomona and Ottawa, here in Kansas along I-35, could be something tornadic over there. And actually, I think there is a sky camera that's down in Ottawa. I'm not too sure. I can't remember if there is. There's one in Emporia. That just passed through. Lawrence, Holton, Clay Center. So I don't see anything there. So probably not. But we just had... I can't believe we just had softball-sized hail. You know, that, in my honest opinion, that's very significant. I mean, that tops probably one of the most significant things that's happened today. And we've had a lot of them. You know, we've had significant wildfires. We've had significant tornadoes. You know, that's definitely at the top with the others, with how significant this has been. Let's take a look at Des Moines radar again. And let's take a look at some of the other storms. We're going to be taking a look at the Auburn cell again. And it looks like the storm might have actually deteriorated slightly. It looks like there was a little bit of a debris signature over there. And just a little teeny bit. So maybe a brief tornado that was over there. Maybe a brief tornado that just went through Lakeview. So watch out for that. Definitely could have been something there. And then we just got a report, all right? This is from Adair in Iowa. 80 mile per hour wind gusts. This is from emergency management, all right? 80 mile per hour plus winds with zero visibility. Zero visibility. So this is very significant here, guys. I mean, I don't think I need to tell you guys this much. You know, you guys could look at the radar here, and this is pretty significant. There's an area here near Glidden, near Litterdale. This could potentially be tornadic here. So we might have another tornadic rotation that's near Glidden, near Carroll and Ralston, heading towards Lanesboro. And this will be along the Highway 30 area towards State Highway 286. So if you're near State Highway 286, as well as areas towards Lake City and Lorville towards State Highway 4, need to get in your safe space as well. All right, underground, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And look at this. We got some strong winds, you know, greens moving towards, strong reds moving away. Just happened. Reds away, greens towards, counterclockwise rotation right within there. All right. This is, I mean, guys, this is December. This is actually December, and we're getting this stuff. Bayard might get a tornado now. There might be a tornado that just went into the general vicinity of Bayard, because look at this rotation here, too. Very significant rotation. And look at that. We actually have 3 areas of rotation. We have one here. We have one here in Litterdale. We have one here in Bayard, all right? And you can see from all of this, oranges and reds moving away, greens moving towards, reds moving away, bright greens moving towards, and then oranges away, bright greens moving towards. We have 3 areas of rotation right here within one frame, all along a line. And then we have another area of rotation further north towards Sac City and Lighton, right in here, north of Yetter, heading towards Kanoke and Jolie in Iowa. This is all in Iowa, guys, by the way. This is in western Iowa to west central Iowa to northwestern Iowa, all right? And this is all heading off across into northern Iowa and southern Minnesota. Let's take a look back again at the Convective Outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. You'll see we have our 1 out of 5 in dark green, our 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in red. That is your severe weather scale here by the Storm Prediction Center. And if you live in the oranges or the reds or even the yellows, all right, yellows, oranges, and reds, you need to watch out because this could potentially be significant with some severe weather. Let's actually, let's put a radar down here in Wichita, and then let's move the radar from Topeka to Kansas City here so that we can get a better idea as to what could potentially happen as these storms move on through, so that we can get a better idea. And while we're at it, we're going to take a look, we're going to continue to take a look at the storms here in Iowa. This is just rapid fire, by the way, guys. You know, I know a lot of people may be asking, all right, what about these specific areas? What about these specific areas? Why are you not answering me? Guys, there's so many areas that's getting impacted right now that it's almost impossible for me to talk about in the future unless if there's something that takes priority, all right? And so if you live, that's the reason why I say, if you live in those areas of yellow, orange, or red, all right, you probably should stay tuned to this channel, all right? Because I'm going to be covering this when it goes over your area. I'm going to be live. I'm going to be covering this weather all the way until it's over, guys. All the way until it's over. So if you guys stay tuned to this channel right here, I guarantee you I will continue to cover it all the way through until the end, all right? But, I mean, just the fact of the matter is that we've had wildfires, we've had 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, we've had snow squall warnings, we had softball-sized hail, we've had tornadoes, we've had strong damaging winds, and this is all in December. And we've had wildfires, too, by the way, which, by the way, I want to take a look back at that satellite. That wildfire is still going. That is a significant wildfire right there. And you can see the smoke that's coming from it right there. You can see a little bit of the smoke that's coming from it. So that's a big wildfire there in north central Kansas. That's something to look out for. Maybe emergency management can get onto that, but that's kind of concerning there. Let's go back to, can I see anything here from, yeah, I can. From Sioux Falls radar, we can see the one area of rotation here, this one tornado warning that's approaching Spencer and Fostoria, all right? Here near Fostoria and Spencer, there's an area of rotation right here. You can see our reds moving away. You can see our greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, so really need to watch out for that. Could potentially be a tornado right within that general vicinity. Arizona Mountain Sky with the $20 super chat says, thank you from Kansas City. Thank you so much for tuning into the channel. I really do appreciate that. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. And then Dr. Drizzy with 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for your work, man. I appreciate it. What's your outlook for Southern Indiana? I live near the Kentucky border. Flash flooding is expected for you all from tomorrow and onwards towards Saturday and Sunday. So watch out for that. That's my forecast for you all. But yeah, if you're in a tornado watch, you need to stay tuned to the channel, all right? There's just no way around it. You guys are probably going to be impacted. And yeah, this is probably on the ground. This cell near Cooper, yeah, it's still on the ground. That is a debris signature right there. Right there. That's a debris signature. That is a most likely a significant tornado that's probably gonna ensue. And the actual velocities from this is 48 miles per hour on top of 79. So that is around almost a 120 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this tornado. That's how fast the winds are within this tornado. So we got a big debris signature here that is starting to kind of register. And I'm hoping that it doesn't expand. But we need to get this information out, as I said, to as many people as possible. Because this is going to continue to keep upticking more and more and more as this continues about. So share this with friends and family and on social media. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible. That's how YouTube's algorithm works, believe it or not. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. That might be... Jeez, all this is taking a little bit. Just had an 80 mile per hour wind gust report, as I said, from Adair. And then we also had a 65 mile per hour wind gust report in Guthrie. Half-inch size hail. And 65 mile per hour wind gusts in Guthrie, Iowa. A new update there from the scan. And yeah, that's on the ground. That is a debris signature. That is a tornado still in progress right there, south of Jefferson, and it's approaching Jefferson. It is approaching Jefferson. That is, that's not good. That is not good. That is on the ground, and that is heading towards Jefferson and Grand Junction. So if you live in Jefferson and Grand Junction in Iowa, you need to get in your safe space now. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Alex with the 5, thank you so much. And then Joshua with the 2 says, are these storms moving at 60 miles per hour still? They're not just moving at 60 miles per hour. They're moving at 80 miles per hour. They're moving at highway speeds. These things are moving very fast. As if they are avoiding the police like they just stole something. That's how fast these storms are moving right now. Cat with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I mean, just these things are moving so fast right now. And we got 3 areas of rotation. One with the current tornado in progress. One that is just to the west of Jefferson. And then one that's right over Scranton heading towards Farland. So you really got to watch out for that. And as I said, there's going to be so many areas that's being impacted right now, guys, that I can't look ahead for you all. So all I can do is say that if you live in the yellow, orange, or red, you need to stay tuned to the channel because you guys are going to be impacted by these storms. That's all I can say. I can't tell you if you're going to be fine or not. I'm just going to say that you need to stay tuned to the channel because there's so many areas right now, that are being impacted. Had a 70 mile per hour wind gust from Coon Rapids. And that was from law enforcement. So law enforcement just put that in there now. The Spencer storm doesn't seem to be all too significant right now. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning, so it's now starting to transition into Minnesota. So a new severe thunderstorm warning for I-90 into places like Sherburne and Fairmont, as well as Blue Earth and Winnebago, as well as Jackson. So if you live within those areas in Minnesota, need to watch out. And these storms are going to be moving across into your area, specifically into Jackson within the next 15 minutes, and into areas like Sherburne and Fairmont within the next half an hour. So really need to watch out for that too. Nick Gentry with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then as I said, Cat Peach with the 5, I really do appreciate that. So we got a lot of activity that's really just racing off across. And I mean, my goodness. Let's take a look at the radar over here in Kansas City and see these storms that are approaching the city. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Kansas City. 70 mile per hour wind gusts is the likely factor with that across the board. And apparently ping pong ball size hail. There's a supercell right here in Ottawa. And that actually might start to become tornadic if it's Sheesh. Ottawa is something to watch out for. If I was in Ottawa, I'd watch out. That is a strong supercell. That looks like a strong supercell that just formed. And it's in a decent environment. It's almost up to 1,500 joules per kilogram Cape. This is getting there. Chris with the 2 says, good job. Will this hit your house at 7:22 p.m.? I'd have to know where your house is first off. So if you say that in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated so I can tell you. And then
tornado warning for Pocahontas County in northwestern Iowa, southwestern Kossuth County in north-central Iowa, northwestern Calhoun County in west-central Iowa, northwestern Humboldt County in north-central Iowa, southeastern Palo Alto County in northwestern Iowa.
And then thank you for the 2. I cannot read whether or not that is... That might be kanji. I think that's kanji. So I can't read kanji. But thank you so much for the 2. Says, can you check Twitter? And I will do that. But look at that supercell right there, too. That is a big supercell that's moving on through. Truck Drive, how's Racine, Wisconsin looking? Please and thank you. The Racine areas in Wisconsin, depending upon where you are, there could be some strong damaging winds. But if you're like near that area, near Milwaukee, and you stay over there, you should be fine. But if you're heading west, don't head into Iowa. Don't head into Minnesota. It's going to be pretty bad. Just breaking the tension. Nate, oh, good job. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I covered the mechanics of how this all works in my videos in the past. So if you want to look at that, feel free to do so. Let's take a look at what you guys have sent me here in on Twitter. And that's pretty crazy if that was the case. But look at that. A huge tornado watch that was issued out in front of all of this. So new tornado watch that was issued. There you go. And that includes places like Minneapolis, Rochester, La Crosse, Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Burlington. So as I said, you need to watch out for the system. This is along Beaver Lake. This is Beaver Lake. I think that's in Nebraska.
Northeastern Greene County in west-central Iowa, Webster County in central Iowa, southeastern Calhoun County in west-central Iowa, northwestern Boone County in central Iowa, southwestern Hamilton County in central Iowa.
Look at this. This is from Salix, Iowa. And look at this tornado, guys. Let's full screen it. Look at that. See the dust that's being kicked up right in here? That is, yeah, that's a tornado. Look at that. And you can clearly see here, too. If they zoom out a little bit more. Let's go back to the full screen here. Right there's the funnel cloud. Look at that. There's the funnel. Doesn't go all the way down to the ground with the condensation, but you can see the dust that's obviously whirling. That is a tornado on the ground with that. And that's what we're expected to see here. Days on end here. For at least the rest of the night, we're expected to see more and more of this. So stay tuned to the channel as there's expected to be a lot more where this came from. So my goodness, we're going to retweet that. And then I appreciate, as I said, I appreciate everyone who's been sharing this with me here today. Particularly damaging wind gusts likely, along with a few fast-moving tornadoes. That's pretty consistent. Dust storm time lapse, I'll look at that a little bit later. Yeah, wow. Confirmed, not a video, but confirmed tornado sightings. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a tornado on the ground, but this is from the local news. You can see a clear funnel that was right there. Clear funnel with condensation there. That is some big time stuff there as well. But thank you, Taylor, for sending that in. And wow, look at the power outages. I want to take a look at that in a bit. April Rain and Sunshine with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Pickles with the 5 says, I've never seen such a nutty event. This is insane. Wildfires, blizzards, strong thunderstorms, hail, tornadoes, derecho, and the kitchen sink. I agree. This is probably... And this is in December, nevertheless. This is in December. I would understand if this was in May, in June, in July, in April. No, this is in December, and this is beyond me at this point. Thank you so much for the 5. Sandra with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I mean, just... My goodness. Let's, take a look at a couple more things here. Someone sent something in. I'm going to look at it on the side just in case if it's like, you know, stuff that is pretty concerning. Let's see. A bunch of message requests. I'll take a look at that in a second. A lot of stuff is happening at the moment. I'll answer that later. There's a lot of stuff that's being sent in to me. A lot of stuff. I'm trying to sort through all of it. Yeah, tornado has been reported near Salix. As I said, that's the video that we saw earlier. 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, it is heading into Illinois. And Southeastern Kentucky, they'll be getting some strong damaging winds for the most part. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to like go through as many things as possible that people sent in Twitter. It's my fault for not checking it sooner. Kim Ritt with the 10, thank you so much. And Christina with the 20, thank you both. Thank you both so much for the generous contribution to the channel. I really do appreciate it. So looking at these storms here now, before... And actually, still, there is a tornado that's near Patton. And then there might be still a tornado that's near Grand Junction. It doesn't look like they're on the ground right now. But yeah, that tornado that was right here. Yeah, this tornado is near Jefferson. Clearly on the ground. Still on the ground as it moved towards Patton. And this is consistent. This is going to continue to move about. There are so many tornado warnings right now and severe thunderstorm warnings. And it's just been doing it over and over and over again. And yeah, let's, there's a report of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here in, Ralston. Those are the wind estimates from the fire department / rescue. So a lot of strong damaging winds from that. And then we also are starting to get some, damage reports in, the Beltway or inside the Beltway of Kansas City. So watch out for that as well. But look at this massive line here that's now approaching Des Moines. I kind of wish that there was a live sky camera that we could like watch. But unfortunately, Des Moines doesn't have that. And if they do, by the way, please be sure to share that with me on Twitter. I'll check that in a bit. Or if you're on Discord, DM that to me. DM that to me on Discord. If there is a sky camera for Des Moines. But I looked last night. I couldn't find any. So I can't give you guys a real perspective as to what is happening if you're living out ahead of the storm and out past Des Moines. But like, I mean, just look at this. Massive line. This massive line right here. And some of the areas here could be tornadic, but this is 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts easy. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts easy along this entire line. And there's a lot of people that live here in Ames and in Des Moines. So if you live here in Ames and Des Moines, or if you know anyone who lives in here, you need to get in your safe space, all right? A mobile home will not do it for you, okay? You need to get into a sturdy structure. A sturdy structure. If you're not in a sturdy structure, I cannot guarantee your safety, all right? New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Webster County in central Iowa, Southeastern Pocahontas County in northwestern Iowa, Northeastern Calhoun County in west central Iowa.
So that's here for the Rockwell City storm. This Rockwell City storm. And yeah, there's a little bit of rotation here. It could definitely be a tornado. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. I mean, this storm's gonna hit a major populous area. We have multiple tornado warnings, with some of which could potentially have tornadoes on the ground right now. Some of which actually do have tornadoes on the ground right now. We need to get this information to as many people as possible. As I said, share this live stream with friends and family and on social media to get this information out to people who may need it. And that's the same principle here. By liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread this information to more and more people who could potentially need it. Because if they're looking on YouTube, they're trying to look for severe weather coverage, and they happen to stumble on my video, this information could be very beneficial to them. So please help me get this information out to as many people as possible so we can try and help save some lives. Because we do not want this to impact any more people. But yeah, this is knocking on the door now. All right, this is knocking on the door of Des Moines and Ames. And within the next 15 to 20 minutes, it's about to hit Des Moines head on. As a matter of fact, it's about to go over the intersection of 80 and 35 within the next 15 minutes. All right, so that's your timings for Des Moines. And then in Ames, that's about the same, about 15 to 20 minutes when you guys get impacted. So the time is starting to tick. All right, the time is starting to tick. And if you are thinking about getting in your safe space at the last second and you're in a mobile home, I can't guarantee your safety. You need to get into your safe space now. Get into a sturdy structure and get either underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We just had a new report of wind here in Perry. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts were reported here. And this is from amateur radio operators in Perry. So there is definitely some strong damaging winds over there, according to some radio operators. Michael has become a member for 3 months. I really do appreciate it. Says you're doing God's work. Saving my boss parents earlier in Nebraska. Well, I'm happy that they're safe. I really am happy that they're safe. And I hope that they continue to stay safe as this system continues to move on through. But thank you so much for becoming a member for another month. I really do appreciate that. That's basically the best way to support my channel right there. So thank you again, 3 times over. But yeah, this is approaching that area. Gowrie and Lanyon, all right? I want to make it clear here, because Gowrie and Lanyon, this area probably has the highest potential of producing a tornado right now, all right? There could be some areas near Nerium. There could be an area over there near Salmers and Nerium to where there could be a tornado. And I definitely see that right there with rotation over I-20, heading towards Tara and Barnum. Heading towards the Moreland and the Highway 169 areas. But Lanyon right here, all right? If this isn't already on the ground, it probably will be later on. And so Harcourt and Lanyon, as well as into Dayton and Lehigh, all right? If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space now, all right? I've called your town. This storm is going to be right in your grill in any moment, so you need to get in your safe space, all right? As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible, because this is going to continue to sustain as this moves on through. And it looks like the Salmers area has weakened a bit. It did have a little bit of tornadic rotation earlier, but it doesn't look like that's the case anymore. So that is the good news. There could be a tornado in progress that's near Nerium. And yeah, there is a tornado in progress that went near Nerium. Yeah, there's a brief tornado, and it's still a tornado in progress. So if you live near Nerium and Barnum, as well as a State Highway 7, need to get in your safe space now because there's a tornado in progress over there. A big debris signature. You can see this big blue ball that is right over the town. All this red is indicating all of the rain, and then this is a bunch of air out in front of it because it's just a bunch of blue and reds. So a bunch of air out in front of the system, but that is debris that went right over Nerium, and that is a tornado in progress. So watch out for that. If you live in areas in Barnum, as well as at Clare, Pioneer, Badger, areas along Highway 169, need to get in your safe space now because this is definitely a system that is producing a tornado right now. This is producing a tornado right now. And then this other system near Harcourt, could definitely be producing a tornado. It's very hard to tell at the moment, but just pretend it's producing a tornado, all right? You're in a tornado warning, and the tornado warnings mean that these are storms capable of producing tornadoes. So if they do produce a tornado, you're already in the safe space already. So get into your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you're in Harcourt, Lehigh, Otho, Duncombe, and Webster City, as well as Woolstock, need to get into your safe space right now. Animal Farms, become a member. Thank you so much. As I said, that's the best way to support my channel. So thank you so much twice. Really do appreciate it. And then Mark Mulo, thank you for staying for another month here. 7 months of becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Awesome Gaming with the 2 says, I sent you a Skycam on Twitter. I'll take a look at that in a second. And then Fit Fogey with the $5 says, it's not much, but just trying to help. Thanks for your hard work and trying your best to save lives. I really do appreciate that. And I really do, guys. All the support that you guys have been giving to my channel, I really do appreciate it. We're getting more reports of strong damaging winds here. This is near Minburn, and we have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here from amateur radio. And then this is all the way here, 3 miles southwest of Minburn, where there's a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust. So watch out for that as well. Now let's take a look and see, because someone sent me, they said they sent me a live camera for Des Moines. A suburb southwest of Kansas City. We're going to take a look at that here in a second. We're going to pull this up. And yeah, that is in Des Moines. So as soon as these storms will move into Des Moines, we'll take a look at that sky camera. We'll take a look at that sky camera when we can. Let's take a look at Kansas City, because that person has a good point. We haven't been talking about Kansas City a whole lot, but it's about to head in towards Olathe. And Olathe, there's definitely a storm here that could potentially be producing some rotation too. Supercell. That definitely looks like it could be producing some rotation. So watch out for this storm. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of Cape, so not really too much for that. But let's take a look. Here's Kansas City, and a lot of strong damaging winds here for the most part. I can see this massive line of storm here that's going over 70, and then you got this other storm that's near 35. So this is basically going to pinch together and create some severe weather on the southern side and then severe weather on the northern side. Whether or not you can get some severe weather for downtown Kansas City is kind of the real question here at the moment. But I would still prepare as if you're going to get it anyways. That's me, though. Judith with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Olathe, I appreciate it. So it's pronounced Olathe. Appreciate it. I appreciate you correcting me. Thank you so much. And that's the thing too. I appreciate when people actually correct me. All right, because then I can remember in the future and not mess that up. So that when people live there, they'll hear Olathe and they'll think, well, what the heck is that? But when they'll say, yeah, that's my town. But when I say Olathe, then they'll think, well, what the heck is that? So I appreciate when people actually correct me. That's something that I want to see on my channel, and I really do appreciate that. But yeah, this cell down here, this supercell, is something to watch. I'll watch it a little bit closer as this continues to move on through. But yeah, Olathe. Need to emphasize the don't I? Des Moines sky cams found. Keep searching for more. So yeah, Olathe has a bit of a supercell that's right over there, and I'd want to watch out for that if I were you. Let's go back over to Des Moines. Let's actually play the loop here to show you how fast these storms are moving on. And we actually have a sky cam here in Des Moines. So people actually have found sky cameras in Des Moines. That is amazing. So thank you guys for that. And it looks like, yeah, we do have a little bit of, we might have a bit of a vantage point here. So let's show you guys here what's happening live in Des Moines. Move over here. And this is in, oh, this is actually in Adventureland, Altoona. So where's Altoona compared to that? Altoona, Iowa. And that is on the eastern side of Des Moines. So you can still see the storm structure there as it pushes on through. But this is also in Principal Park, Des Moines here. And you can see the clouds there as well. But this probably has the best shot. And then Des Moines is over on the side as well. So let's take a look at this live view here from Altoona looking towards the storms. And these storms are moving highway speed, guys. They are moving highway speed. Yep, Felicity always does a really good job. Felicity always does a really good job, and I do appreciate her. I really do. But yeah, these, you can see a bit of the shelf cloud right within here. You can see a bit of the shelf cloud right within that general area, so that's something to watch out for. Let's actually zoom out a bit, and then let's see. Is there anything over towards portions of... Can we see anything in Lawrence? Lawrence might be a little bit too for... Altoona? Well, in Pennsylvania, they pronounce Altoona because we have Altoona up there in central Pennsylvania. So I'm not sure if it's pronounced Altoona. But yeah, that's a, look at this massive line. I mean, just look at that. Look at how fast this is moving. And this is, by the way, all within a span of an hour. All within a span of an hour right here. What you're seeing is about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. That is very strong across the board. Check Odo. Odo probably along the line somewhere up here to the top. We've mentioned, yep, that storm. That's the one that we've been telling everyone to watch out for because this one's probably going to produce a tornado. It's now moving towards Duncombe and Fort Dodge and Vincent and Woolstock, Eagle Grove. So if you live in that general area, this storm is now moving into your general vicinity. Pretty strong storm, and we have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Pocahontas County in northwestern Iowa, southern Kossuth County in north central Iowa, southwestern Hancock County in north central Iowa, western Humboldt County in north central Iowa, southeastern Palo Alto County in northwestern Iowa.
What's the closest radar to this? It's about the same, but we still have some rotation here. This is near Bradgate, heading towards Bode, Ottoson, Livermore, and Irvington. So if you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because these storms could easily produce a tornado very quickly. It could be very rapid as to how these things produce a tornado. So we need to watch out for that as this continues to progress further towards the north and east. But watch out. Really need to watch out for this storm because there definitely is a bit of rotation here. I mean, look at this. We got, if I can go to storm relative velocities, this isn't really helping. So let's go over here. There it is. So we got a lot of reds moving away. We got greens moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation would be. And these are bright greens and bright reds too. All right. So this is, sorry for blinding you all. That's what my pen does every now and then, which is unfortunate. But that's what this storm is going to be doing. It's going to rotate a lot. We got two areas of rotation here. We have one here near Bradgate, and then we have one along State Highway 3 towards Rutland. And these are two areas of rotation that I would really watch out for. But the one near Bradgate has a lot more turbulence centralized. So there probably could be a tornado that could happen within that one. That one would probably be more likely than the one near Rutland. But both of them have a pretty good chance of producing a tornado, in my honest opinion. So regardless, if you're in Livermore, if you're in Luverne and Bode here in northwestern Iowa, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. And I say rotations as plural because there were multiple rotations. Otho here has still a little bit of rotation here. There's other areas of rotation along the line too. So you have Stratford and you have Lehigh. And then you also have Otho and then a little bit of Fort Dodge. But Fort Dodge is not really a significant area of rotation. Or at least it may have been previously, and it was, but not anymore. So that's the good news. But you still have rotations here in Stratford and Lehigh as well as into Otho. So if you live over there, need to get into your safe space. As I said, take your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. I just got a report here from Dallas, Iowa. This is Dallas County in Iowa, 3 miles west of Dallas Center. We have 80-mile-per-hour winds from emergency management. So that is very significant there. Very significant damaging winds from the storm. And this is going to continue to stay that way. This is going to continue to press about further and further east and even northeast. So need to watch out for how the storm continues to propagate. This is a massive Boeing segment too. Massive line of storms. Yeah, this is nothing like December 10th and 11th though, so it's not really comparable. But this right here, I mean, this is December 15th, and I didn't expect to see wildfires, snow, sleet, freezing rain, hail, a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust, and tornadoes. And did I say wildfires? Which that is still going. There is still a plethora of wildfires over here in Kansas still. So that's kind of concerning still. If that continues to spread, that is something to really watch out for. But my goodness, very significant storm that is plowing on through. And now here's Kansas City. You can see this this storm really starting to impact southern portions of Kansas City. A little bit of rotation here, maybe a little bit. That's near Olathe. But not really too strong at the moment. Not really too strong at the moment. Is that really a wildfire? Yes, that's really a wildfire right there. All these black spots here, all these little black dots are wildfires. On my other radar, it was the light green and what? On the furthest outside of the main storm, is that still considered significant? So this stuff, if you're back here and towards the back portion of the storm, so like back here, then it's not as significant as what it was here in the line. So I would say probably not. I would say probably not. But my goodness, I mean, this is pretty crazy. Rockford, Illinois, you guys are just expected to get some scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. But the big thing here is that for the people who are new, all right, if you're in the yellow, that's not how you draw. If you're in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you need to stay tuned to the channel, all right? You need to stay tuned to the channel unless if this massive line of storms has already passed through you, all right? So places like Omaha, you guys are done. You guys are okay. You guys can go about your business and try to go around being safe. But if you're in northern Iowa, northeastern Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin, or even just northern Missouri and southern Iowa as well, you need to watch and stay tuned to this channel. You need to definitely stay tuned to the channel. Yeah, this light green section is general thunderstorm. So this is a 0 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Dark green is 1 out of 5. Yellow is 2. Orange is 3. And red is 4. So watch out for that if you are in these areas. And look at how far these thunderstorm warnings expand. Look at this. There's severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Minnesota. And then there's severe thunderstorm warnings here in southern Kansas. Look at how far this expands. This right here is very widespread. Very widespread. Springfield, Missouri, you guys are kind of near the 2 out of 5. So I think you guys are going to get more of some strong damaging winds. Maybe some spotty hail. But other than that, let's go in and take a look at Kansas City's radar real quickly. I want to take a look at that one more time. And yeah, there's some very strong damaging winds that are surging with this line. I think the line is caught up to the supercell. So here's the line here, and you got some very strong damaging winds that are moving towards Lee Summit. So Lee Summit, Raytown, Grandview, Unity Village, towards Blue Springs, and maybe even Independence in Missouri. They could be getting some strong damaging winds here. And specifically southern Kansas City, you guys could be getting that. So watch out for that. What is going to happen over Des Moines? Very strong damaging winds. And as a matter of fact, we have this massive storm that's moving into your general area right now. So let's see if the cameras are caught up with everything. Do we have a sky camera still? We do. Might not be super active right now, but that is a massive shelf cloud that is over there. Let's see if there's anything else that we can use here. We have a sky cam in Ames. That's a lot of rain over there. Look at that. Lot of rain. Woo! Look at all this lightning. Hold up. Let's take a look at this. If it continues to load. If it loads. Look at how much lightning there is with this. Sheesh. Watch this a little bit as I get another can of lemonade. Because I am a little bit parched. I've been talking a lot. Kyle with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thank you for all you do. I live around Lincoln, Nebraska, and your video earlier this week had me well prepared for today. Thankfully, no significant damage was in your area. I really do appreciate the $20 super chat. Thank you so much. And then Judith with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. So this camera in Ames is not really working all too well. So as the storm approaches Des Moines, we'll probably get a better view as to what's happening. But yeah, there is a lot of activity there. Let's go back up and take a look a little bit further north. And Vincent and Woolstock seems to be the area to watch. Probably Woolstock, honestly. Woolstock, as well as Bode and Irvington. That continues to be the areas to watch for tornadic development. There's a report of a tornado that was near Bradgate and Gilmore City. The public reported a tornado on the ground. No additional information at that time. So that was in Humboldt County, Iowa. So watch out for that if you guys are over there. It looks like this tornado warning right here, that's for Otho, Lehigh, and Dayton, is now out of date. The storm has officially moved out of the area, so that is the good news. But this area over here in Vincent, I'm not entirely sold of being completely out of the risk. I think this area right here could potentially have some strong damaging winds and maybe some tornadic rotation too. So this is definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move off towards the north and east. And I would not be surprised if we had more of this activity here soon. So just an overview here real quickly. If you live in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you need to stay tuned to the channel because there could be some severe weather within your area. But if you weren't in that area, then you don't need to. Look at this line. Look at how far it extends down south. It goes all the way into Oklahoma, too. Massive line that goes all the way into Kansas City and all the way up and about. So we got some pretty high cape within this area. Decent shear, too. Have there been fire nados by that wildfire? I cannot confirm. I have not heard anything about fire nados in that wildfire in Kansas, or even any of the wildfires here today. But I definitely have heard that there was some wildfires there. Let's actually check up and see how that is doing. And the wildfires still seem pretty significant at this time. Right within there is where some of the wildfires are actually at. And they're still traveling across a wide, expansive area. You know, let's actually, real quickly before we go back into, you know, all the coverage here. This is what it was from the beginning of the day to the middle of the day. And now we're getting towards the end of the day. And look at how that just completely erupted over Kansas. Still a lot of wildfires in progress in like northern panhandle of Texas, as well as western Kansas too. But I mean, just look at how that continued to progress within that time period. I mean, you would not expect this to happen in December of all times. This is December. You know, Mother Nature probably woke up and thought this was still spring or something like that. But my, oh my. So, there's just one rotation here that I see. Irvington, Iowa. That's what I'm kind of anticipating here. A lot of reports here still. Emergency manager relayed building debris blown onto Highway 175, which is in Harcourt, Iowa. That's actually west-northwest of Harcourt. And then we're starting to get more and more wind reports of 60, 70, even 80 mile per hour winds heading towards Des Moines. Let's take a look at that sky cam over there. That's looking at the storm here. Yeah, so that's a lot of rain. Let's see. Let's take a look at Altoona, actually. And we might be able to see what's going on as this continues to move about. What about Ames? Yeah, camera's gone. Osceola, the storm just passed on through. So, the stuff to look at. Ooh, this camera right here actually is not bad. So this is Des Moines in Iowa. Right, it's a live look at Des Moines as the storm approaches the city. So watch out with that. La Crosse, Wisconsin, threats arrival, chance for a tornado. Yes, yes, and yes. And that'll be later on this evening. Probably at around 9 to 10. 9 to 10 is what I'm thinking for you all. So watch out for that. Definitely watch out for that if you haven't already. Very strong damaging winds is possible with that storm. So do not be surprised if you guys got that activity. Do not be surprised at all. But yeah, thank you so much for the generous $2 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so wind and tornadoes. But my goodness. Yeah, I mean, this is just... You'll see here as the lightning illuminates, there's a big cloud that just goes right along here. And that's the shelf cloud that's creating all the strong damaging winds. So we're on the eastern side of Des Moines. We were on the eastern side, I should say. And we're looking west. And look at that. There's a shelf cloud right there, too. Look at that. You can see the line. Oh, they're zooming in. I don't know what they're zooming into. I think that's Des Moines over there. So that gives you a grasp as to how far away we are from the city. So let's go back here. And the city is about to get hit by this massive line now. So if you're not in your safe space at this point, then you're not in a sturdy structure. I don't know what to tell you. Because I've been telling Des Moines to get into a sturdy structure for quite some time now. And that'll continue to be the case here because I don't anticipate this storm to weaken as it gets to Des Moines. I mean, you're a couple miles away and it's moving very fast. It's moving to the north and east at, what is this? 80 miles per hour. That's highway speed. That's someone stole something and running away from the cops' speed. You know? So 80 mile per hour winds is possible within the city of Des Moines. And if you're in a mobile home, now I told you mobile homes will not do it. They will not protect you. You need to get into a sturdy structure. Some sort of house. Not a mobile home. So I'm just hoping that the people who are along this area here of I-35 and down south, I'm hoping that they are in some form of shelter. Just had a report of a 58 mile per hour wind gust south of Ames. That actually is a severe worthy warning right there. So 58 mile per hour winds or above is severe thunderstorm warning worthy. So they had a wind gust over there. And luckily they didn't get as significant as some of these other areas, but still. Earl West with the 2 says, what's the current outlook for Stevens Point, Wisconsin? Stevens Point, Wisconsin. There you go. That is central Wisconsin. So you guys are kind of in the yellow, so it's more or less where you guys get some showers and thunderstorms. But the thing of it is as it passes further and further, so once it goes from the red and starts to move on towards the orange and yellow, that's when it starts to deteriorate. And that's the reason why I'm saying, hey, if you're in the yellow and the orange and the red, need to watch out. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for eastern Kossuth County in north-central Iowa, northwestern Hancock County in north-central Iowa, western Winnebago County in north-central Iowa.
So we have a new tornado warning here. New tornado warning. And this is for Algona, Titonka, as well as Wesley, Buffalo Center, that general area. So let's go up here. And what's the closest radar? I mean, this is super far away on both sides. I mean, we're going to be looking up 10,000 feet up in the sky in both areas. Let's see. Looking up 16,000 feet. Yeah, that's not going to work. We're going to use Des Moines. Yeah, as I said, mods, unless if, you know, they can still do stuff, but don't go too overboard on stopping people, you know? Because if they're not, like, harming the chat in any way, you don't need to moderate. But if they're, like, clearly being trolls, if they're pushing agendas, put it down. But I appreciate what all the mods are doing so far for me. Thank you. I really do. But my goodness. So there's your tornado warning. And there is a little bit of rotation here. There is a little bit of rotation. Very hard to tell. Very hard to tell. So let's do storm motion. And there you go. You have your reds that are moving away. You have your greens that are moving towards. So right here near Wesley is where the tornadic rotation is. And that's the reason why they have issued a tornado warning here for portions of northern Iowa. So if you're near Wesley, Tatanka, Woodin, Crystal Lake, Buffalo Center, and Thompson, guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Does anyone know what kind of shape Nebraska is after all the weather that blew through? In some places, it's got a lot of damage with some strong damaging winds across the board, so it's in not exactly the best shape, but it's not exactly the worst shape either. But it's still some very strong damaging winds with a lot of tree damage and house damage as well. So there was a possible tornado that went near Jefferson, Iowa, and Greene County. Large portion of a garage damaged and or missing. So there could have been a tornado that was previously over in Jefferson, which we did mention Jefferson, Scranton, Grand Junction, that general area. We did mention that there could have potentially have been a tornado over there. So, you know, as I said, there's going to be some instances where the National Weather Service is not going to be able to see it in time. And it's going to be very difficult to at least fully register what could be happening until it may be too late. So we're going to have to continue to watch out for this. But yeah, my goodness. And then there's another area of rotation here that I want to mention that's not warned right now. Not warned right now, but this one could potentially be warned right here. This is north of Clarion in Iowa. This is heading towards Cornelia, Goodell, Belmond, Kanawha, and or Kanawha. Might be Kanawha or Kanawha. And then Clem, or Clemmy. I think it's Clem. Or Clem. Could be Clem. For someone who lives over there, if they were to tell me how that's pronounced or how these couple of these cities are pronounced, that would be greatly appreciated. But yeah, there is a bit of rotation over there. And if you're over there near Garner, Goodell, as well as Belmont, near Highway 69, need to get in your safe space. Because I would highly recommend it. This thing could potentially wrap up. You have a friend in Iowa City. Is he fine? He could get some strong severe weather later on today. So I would monitor it. And it would probably be at around, like, say, 9 to 10. So watch out. So I won't say he's out of the risk, because he's certainly, definitely in the risk. Clemmy. That's how it's pronounced. Clemmy. Appreciate it, guys. I really do. I really do. Thank you so much. This is why we are a team. So yeah, Clemmy, Belmont, Goodell, and Garner, I'd say get in your safe space. Are you able to predict how far Derecho may travel? Probably not. Once Derechos start going, they just don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. It's keeps going. It just keeps going. And it's just pretty crazy. What about Mankato, Minnesota? You guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds from the storm. Strong damaging winds. But you guys might be a little bit too far north and west to really get like the main brunt of this thing. But you guys are in the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, and the storms are approaching you very closely, so I'd watch out for that. I'd definitely watch out for that. Kanawha. I appreciate that. Will Tulsa, Oklahoma get bad tonight? You could get some showers and thunderstorms, but it won't be as bad as what's happening up north. It really will not be. Emmetsburg, hog billing completely destroyed. That's very unfortunate. Ruthven along US Highway 18. So this storm is still doing damage even if it's not producing tornadoes. Because before it was producing tornadoes, now it's producing very strong damaging winds. So guys, we need to share this information with as many people as possible. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by actually liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. How's Grand Rapids, Minnesota looking? I believe they're too far north. So they're not going to get a whole lot of stuff from the severe weather risk. Kristen, thank you so much for becoming a member of the YouTube channel. You're basically a sponsor, and I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the YouTube channel. Yeah, there's a lot of strong damaging winds at this point. There's been a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report near Gilbert, north of Ames. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report. And then there is a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust report from a National Weather Service employee that was near Johnston. So, big line of showers and thunderstorms that have really moved on through. This is a massive complex, and this is a massive bow echo up here. I wouldn't be surprised if Waterloo actually got impacted pretty heavily. I'm not sure if there's a sky camera over in Waterloo. I checked last night, and I couldn't find anything. So if there is, then that would be pretty nice, but otherwise, Waterloo, pretty populous area, and they're getting some very strong severe storms that are going to move on through here in a bit. Let's see if we can get a storm track here. I'd say in about a half an hour, honestly. In about a half an hour, that's when these things are going to really start to move across your area. Let's go down towards Kansas City and see what's happening down there. And the storms have passed through Kansas City, so that's the good news. Blue Springs, though, watch out for that. There could be a little bit of rotation with that storm. And then areas near Hamilton, there might be a little bit of rotation, but that seems to be a bit more of a damaging wind risk more than anything. Parker, Goodridge, Boycourt. Definitely some rotation right there that I can already see. Maybe a bookend vortex that could happen. On the northern end, you can see this kind of backwards curlicue right here. So I'd watch out for something that could potentially develop on that side there. And then whatever happens further along the line down south, that'll be more of a strong damaging wind and hail threat. You could potentially get away with some tornadic development, but I don't really foresee it all too much. Excuse me. Are interested St. Louis, Missouri weather storms? I couldn't understand that completely. If you can word that out a little bit better, that'd probably be greatly appreciated. Let's take a look at this again in Altoona. And yeah, look at this. Oh, power flash! Power flash! Did you see that flash right there? That was a power flash. Let's take my camera out of the way. I just saw a power flash. Power flashes have been reported, just been seen here in Des Moines. Big power flash. Whew. Yeah, these strong damaging winds are really screaming across the sky. They're screaming. This is shaking the camera all over the place. But yeah, we saw power flashes over here. And that went off. But my goodness, that right there, that was pretty insane. Big time power flash within that area. And this is expected to move on through into Waterloo. So Waterloo, once again, you know, could potentially be impacted by a severe storm. And look north of Iowa Falls. There could potentially be some rotation there as well. I would not be surprised if that was possible. Would not be surprised if that was possible at all. But we got some very strong damaging winds for the most part out in front of this. And watch out for Colo. Watch out for Colo here. There could potentially be something. If the southern end here juts out a bit more, we could be talking about a tornado that goes into Marshalltown, Toledo, Gladbrook, and Traer. So watch out for this southern edge here. If this starts to jut out a bit more, then know that that could start to become tornadic a little bit. So I'll definitely keep that very close. I'll watch that very closely. Let's see. KWWL, that's what people are saying. KWWL sky cameras. Weather cameras. All these are just pictures here. I don't see anything in Waterloo. So maybe not anything there. Maybe not. Just had a 67 mile per hour wind gust in Algona in northern Iowa. So these storms are still trucking along, and they're still producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. So watch out very closely. These things are really screaming across. Now, for most of the warnings, they are saying 70 mile per hour winds now. So it's not as intense as it once were, or once was, I should say, which is the good news with that. And that's probably the reason why the amount of tornadoes has actually dropped. So that's good news. That's really good news. This is probably the only time I can actually say this before we start to get a lot more activity. But if you guys are enjoying the live stream here and you want to see more content like this, please be sure to subscribe, all right? Because I do live analysis for severe weather whenever stuff does get impactful to life and property. And then I make videos before the events happen to warn you guys when stuff could potentially become impactful. So if you do enjoy content like this, please be sure to subscribe. You know, we have over 22,000 subscribers. Actually, we have 22,600 subscribers right now. So we're 400 away from 23,000, and that's pretty insane. So if you guys like the type of content that you see, please be sure to stay tuned. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications by hitting that bell. I think that's the only time I've actually said that this entire stream, besides the beginning of last stream that we did. So can't say that I've been self-promoting all too much. But back to the weather. Back to the weather here. So let's take a look back at Altoona, see if we can find anything else again. Visibility is gone, by the way. Visibility is completely gone. I mean, look at that. That is gone. So now I want to show you guys what's happening in actual Des Moines here. So this is from the EECO-IPS channel. This is in Court Avenue, Des Moines, Iowa. And you can see how strong the damaging winds here in downtown. Look at that. A lot of activity that you can see there. Yeah, you can see the rain moving from left to right there. It's pretty crazy on that. I should totally make a shirt on that, Robin, shouldn't I? Yeah, a person just walked across, but they're leaning into the storms itself. They're leaning into all of that. But yeah, definitely some strong damaging winds there. Maybe not super strong. This is probably like 40 to 50 miles per hour here. Probably like 40 to 50. But yeah, definitely something that's really interesting to consider. So now let's take a look at Twitter a little bit. This right here, Taylor sent in, but this is not Taylor's actual photos. But this takes a look at power lines near Lawton, Iowa. You can see all of that's collapsed. So we got, a shed, or yeah, it looks like a shed that collapsed, and some debris that got spewed everywhere. And a new tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Eastern Franklin County in north-central Iowa, Northwestern Butler County in north-central Iowa, Southeastern Cerro Gordo County in north-central Iowa.
Jeez. So we'll be taking a look at that there in a second. But look at this here from Michael Gorton. And this is from State Highway 10 south of Sutherland. Large building exploded and is across the road. Look at that. Look at that. Jeez. Big tree uprooted. This was in Sioux City. Thank you, Taylor, for helping me out again. Yeah, big tree there. Got uprooted. Yeah, it's new severe thunderstorm watch that extends from Missouri down into Oklahoma. The tornado sirens. And you can still see there's snow that's down on the ground, too. This is all in Iowa, so that's kind of crazy to think as to how there was still snow, and that was where it was. This right here, it's near Salix, and this looks like there could have been a funnel cloud right here. Yeah, it looks like a funnel. Maybe even a debris cloud down there at the bottom. Hold up. Yeah, right there. Maybe even a little bit of a debris cloud there from the funnel cloud right within that general vicinity. So that definitely could have been a tornado. And that can take some strong damaging winds that could just surge into the area. So I would not be surprised if that was the case. And you can see the clear condensation that rises up. So yeah, that's a tornado. That is indeed a tornado that is in progress. Or not in progress, but in that video it was in progress. This right here is the tornado that passed through Atlantic. So this is the one that we were actually covering live. And look at that. Tornado right there. And it's heading straight for him. I don't know why he's not moving. Because this thing is moving at highway speeds right towards him. Air traffic control 0. Tower is evacuated. And that would be in Kansas City International Airport. And that's pretty crazy right there. When the international airport's traffic controllers evacuate, that's pretty crazy. This is a video that's attempted to send Wi-Fi out, yada yada. Derecho's flying through the air. Torn all over. I don't know where this is at, so... Oh, that's in Junction City. So this is outside of Junction City here. This is Junction City, Kansas earlier.
Never mind, it rolled over.
And you can see here, a lot of strong damaging winds outside of that. Look at that. A lot of stuff that's happening out there too, but pretty crazy to see the strong damaging winds that occurred outside there. So thank you, No. Appreciate it. YouTube, I can't look all too much, and there we go. All right, so that's pretty much all that I've recovered from, oh, never mind, Theo sent this to me, so let's watch this here, real quickly. Now, this is from Theo, who sent me this from Lauren, and this is at Des Moines Airport, or Des Moines Airport. And some very strong damaging winds across the board here. It doesn't look super significant right now, of course, in this video. You can see how fast the rain is moving from left to right here. Look at that. So, strong storms that are continuing to move about. And I appreciate everyone who's been sharing this with me on Twitter, as I said, at Nate_Snyder, just like what Theo did. And that would be greatly appreciated, so that we may be able to get the information out to people who may not believe us. You know, because seeing is believing. Seeing is indeed believing. Alright, let's take a look at the radar. Actually, let's not take a look at the radar. Let's go over to... There's a lot of people walking around. That's kind of funny. Let's take a look around, see if Altoona is up to date. Might be 0 visibility, and there's still no visibility. A lot of precipitation in general. So the camera's probably not going to be used all too much. We can take all this stuff out. I can save this to my live camera collection for future reference. All this stuff I'm going to save. Bookmarks. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no clue how to use that. I've already saved that. So yeah, there we go. We got our cameras for the most part. That is saved for future reference. This is just a bunch of pictures here for the most part, so we can't exactly say that they're live cameras. They're just, you know, live sky cameras, more or less. They're cameras, so. Let's take a look at Des Moines. And there is a, obviously the long storm has pushed off past you. So if you're in Des Moines, from a severe weather standpoint, it may look like you're fine, but you have another line of storms that's behind you. Now, this isn't severe, all right? But I would still watch out, because these storms could potentially produce some strong damaging winds within your area. Maybe some localized flooding, too. So, watch out, watch out. But you're past the main line now, Des Moines. That's the main thing to mention. Further up north, there's the new tornado warning that is for Hampton, Geneva, and Arundel. And this thing actually does have some pretty strong rotation with it, or at least somewhat strong rotation with this general area. I don't see a debris signature at the moment, so that is the good news. And there's only 2 tornado warnings at the moment, and one is expected to expire within, I believe, the next minute. No, it's until the top of the hour, so... we do have a new tornado warning, however, so let's listen in.
Tornado warning for Floyd County in north-central Iowa.
Floyd County in north-central Iowa. That's an extension, so this is including Charles City now. So if you live in Charles City, alright, you are now under a tornado warning. And this storm here near Hansel and Arundel actually is starting to rotate a bit. You can see the reds are moving away, the greens are moving towards, and right in the middle, right here, pixel to pixel, these bright reds and bright greens are touching right next to each other. That is where the tornadic rotation is actually at. So do not be surprised if there could potentially be a tornado that continues to surge on through. And actually, I'm not really going to be surprised if that's the case either. So watch out for that, especially as this continues to move off towards the north and east, towards Green, Marble Rock, Charles City. If you live in those areas that I just called out, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we need to spread this information out with as many people. This event is still not done and over with, believe it or not. And you can also see, though, as we continue to progress towards the north and east, we're starting to get there, though. All right, the line is about like right here. Maybe the line is more like more or less kind of like right here. Let's actually see if we can get the radar up. There it is. So there's the line right now, and we're about halfway through the main red line here from this outlook. Before the red line went like down here, so we're actually more than halfway done. But these storms are going to continue to race off towards the north and even the north and east. So still a lot of ways to go at the same time, in all seriousness. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people typically kind of just watch this stuff just for, just to be, just to study up on stuff. And I would too, honestly. I would too. So yeah, Arendelle actually is dealing with some pixels that are kind of incorrect at the moment. But there is some rotation here. There is some rotation here. So that's the reason why there's a tornado warning, and that's heading towards Rockford, Marble Rock, Charles City, and Greene here in Iowa. So if you live over there, please get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, this tornado warning over here that's near Buffalo Center is probably going to get canceled here soon. Do I think it will dissipate before Michigan? Any chance of it intensifying over the Great Lakes? Probably not. You guys might get some significant damaging winds, though. I will say that much. Significant damaging winds is more than likely if you're around the Michigan area. But severe weather in itself, probably not. Let's take a look over at Kansas City's radar real quickly. And we have a big line of storms that's pushing on through. Big line of storms that's pushing on through. And, believe it or not, that pretty much is it. You might get something near Amoret in Missouri, heading towards Butler and US Highway 71. So watch out for that if you're in that general area, because that could definitely be the case. Take a sip of water and lemonade. But yeah, very strong damaging winds here for the most part. We can see based off of velocities that they're pretty strong too. But yeah, there might be some rotation that's near Amoret. There might be something that starts to form. There could be something that starts to form near Fulton, maybe even Devon. But if that juts out a bit more, then that's when we can start to get really concerned. But right now, it does seem to be a bit more of a damaging wind risk the further south you go. And that seems to be, the main case here. Kentucky isn't going to be hit again. Not by this stuff, but they're going to get some residual showers and thunderstorms from another thing. Tomorrow is Thursday. So tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, heading into Sunday. Yeah, speaking of that fire, I am curious as to what's happened with it. So let's go 24 frames. Yeah, so it still has that fire over there in Kansas. Look at that. That big black spot right there. That tells you that there is still a wildfire ongoing in north central Kansas. So that's something to watch out for there. And it looks like Des Moines is kind of pretty calm, cool, and collected according to this camera. So there you go. A double-double from Tim Hortons. See, I've never been to a Tim Hortons, but surprisingly, I've been to Canada. I don't know how that works. Yeah, I'll keep that there for right now. Yeah, this is, definitely more of a strong damaging wind risk. I will say, though, alright, look down here towards the south. You see this massive bow echo right here? It extends from I-80 all the way down to US Highway 34. From Des Moines all the way down to Humiston. See that line right there? That right there is some very significant damaging winds. Alright, it may say 70 mile per hour winds as the warning. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 80. And there might even be a future tornado warning here for Melcher, Dallas, heading into Knoxville. So watch out for that. I definitely think that could potentially be one of them right there. I would not be surprised if that was the case either. But yeah, they're right here. Melcher, Dallas into Knoxville, Columbia, Attica. Yeah. This could potentially be tornadic. There's definitely some rotation there. Definitely some rotation there. It looks like it's starting to amplify as it continues to move on through. So watch out for this. That's not how storm motion's supposed to work. Cody with the 2 says La Crosse, Wisconsin's in the path of most recent tornado warning. I wouldn't really trust this as much because, as I said, tornadoes will form and then they'll dissipate and then they'll form in another spot and then they'll dissipate and they'll form in another spot and dissipate. So I wouldn't like draw a line from here to like, up along just to try and see if it lines up. I think personally that there could be some stuff that just forms along the line in general. That is what I'm thinking at the moment. But thank you, Cody, with the 2. I really do appreciate that. And by the way, guys, I really do appreciate all your guys' support to the channel. Like, all the financial support, all the analytical support. What I mean by that is, by showing up to the live stream, being here, watching it, by even liking the live stream. Usually we use that just, to try and get our information out to as many people as possible, but liking the live stream also helps me out on my videos too. So thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, here's the categorical outlook here for today. Turn off the radar. You can see 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in red. And so if you guys live in those areas, you guys are expected to get severe weather. But if you don't, even if you live in this light green, you can get some general thunderstorms. So it's not expected to be too significant. So yeah, that's what the categorical outlook is. Someone just came into my room. And, yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with here today. What should Indiana expect? Well, depending upon where you live in Indiana. If you're in southern Indiana, you guys might get some flash flood risks from Thursday into Saturday. So like southern Illinois, southern Indiana, into portions of Kentucky and Tennessee could potentially see some flash flooding, and even into southeastern Missouri and northeastern Arkansas. They could see some of that. We looking at a potential December derecho? Or is this going to fall apart too early to be called that? Well, I mean, I think this thing has already traveled far enough to be considered a derecho, hasn't it? Let's see. It started south of Grand Island into Red Cloud and Superior. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for Western Freeborn County in south-central Minnesota, Southeastern Faribault County in south-central Minnesota.
Yep, so new tornado warning in Minnesota now. So now I can start using the radars from Minneapolis and La Crosse now. But there's the new outlook there. You can see we are almost there. We're almost to the end of the event. But the unfortunate thing is now we got to get to Rochester and La Crosse. These are pretty populous areas. Even Minneapolis, we got to watch out for this. So new tornado warning. We're going to take a look at that here in a second. But this is already considered a derecho at this point. It's already moved over 300 miles. You know, it's fine. This is probably a derecho. So let's go to Sioux Falls and let's move our radar over to Minneapolis because we do have that new tornado warning. And that is for Freeborn and Faribault County in Minnesota until 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So let's see what we got here. And hopefully the radar loads. I do believe it will, though. And there it is. So this is right over Keister, heading towards the Walters, Alden, Conger, and Albert Lea areas, heading towards the Manchester, Clarks Grove, Heartland, and Freeborn areas. So if you live in that general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. The velocities here aren't super significant, but it's good enough for rotation. You can see the greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the counterclockwise spin is. That is where the tornadic rotation would reside. So this is going to cross over I-90 heading towards Manchester and eventually towards State Highway 13 and even State Highway 109. So really need to watch out for the storm as this continues to move about. I don't see a debris signature at the moment. So this isn't on the ground according to the correlation coefficient. And I don't see a super high turbulence drop. We're looking up 8,000 feet. So it's not like we're looking up super high up in the sky, but we're still looking up pretty high up in the sky. So it's going to be one of those things where you're going to want to stay in some sort of sturdy structure. All right. You're not going to want to be in... You're not going to want to be in a mobile home, all right? That's the last thing you're going to want to be in. You're going to want to be in a sturdy structure, and you're going to want to be in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. It can be a basement, too. If it's in the basement, then yes, go in the basement. But otherwise, there you go. Lowest innermost part of your building. So yeah, it is Albert Lea, and Albert Lea is just outside of the tornado warning here. Just outside of it. Newbie 38 with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thanks for all your coverage, Nate. Appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you guys for staying in the stream and helping out with my channel. As I said, really do appreciate that. And then Darcy with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. And Minnesota just made history here, guys. Minnesota just made history here right now. There has never been a tornado warning in Minnesota in December until today. There has never been a tornado warning in Minnesota until today. This is December 15th, 2021 at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we finally have our first ever recorded tornado warning in Minnesota in December. Of course, we all knew it was bound to happen, whether it was 100 years in the future or now. But this is our first ever tornado warning. Not something to really celebrate about too much, but this is history. So, all the more reason why if you're in Alden, Manchester, Clarks Grove, Heartland, and Freeborn, you need to take your proper precautions and get to safety. Because this is December, and even though you're not expecting it and you have snow all around, you need to get in your safe space. Need to get in your safe space. Now, in regards to other weather, we're kind of a little far away in that regard. But let's see if I need another radar here. Do I need another radar? Yeah, I probably will need another radar. So let's get another radar here. And let's see if my radar can actually work. And we go to La Crosse's radar so we can see what's going on in northeastern Iowa. So yeah, 2,200 of you all just watched Weather History. First ever tornado warning ever in Minnesota in December. That's pretty crazy. There we go. So now let's take a look and see. Here's your showers and thunderstorms that are over near Charles City and Marble Rock. Pretty far away from the radar, but we do have a general idea as to what could potentially be happening here. Maybe a little bit of rotation approaching Charles City. So watch out for that. Definitely see those greens moving towards and those reds moving away. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be if I were to watch out for the storm. But yeah, Charles City, even after Charles City, I just realized that if this thing does continue, it'll move towards Floyd and Colwell. But then even after that, it'll continue further and further. It's not as populous, though, once it gets towards Elma and Alta Vista. I mean, it is still, like, somewhat populous over towards Elma. Alta Vista, yeah, it's kind of populous as well. But there's a lot of farmland in between, you know, road networks. So that's kind of the good news here in this portion of Iowa and even Minnesota. But still, severe weather and tornadic weather as this continues to move all further towards the north and east. And there might be another area of rotation here that I'd watch out for. Might be. Might be. And if that's what I think it is, right back in here, so you can see that there's a little bit of an arch that curls down like this. I'm watching here in Lake Mills. All right, there could potentially be some rotation in there. You can see the reds are moving away and the greens and grays are moving towards. So right over here near Joyce and I-35, almost up to the border of Minnesota and Iowa. So it's in the Iowa side of 35. But this thing could potentially be moving off towards the north and east. So I don't think it's going to impact Twin Lakes and Emmons. I think they're going to be fine. But areas near like Northwood and Myrtle and Glenville, that area, in my opinion, probably needs to watch out. Because this does have a little bit of rotation here. And if this thing does gain a bit of character, then this thing could definitely produce a tornado. Definitely could. Cape is not super high, but you know, as we said in our videos when we were talking about how this setup really transpires, you know, we've been showing you guys how this event has been working out, how it works. And we told you that there's not a whole lot of Caper energy in the atmosphere, and so therefore, these storms kind of look like this. All right, let's take a look at Twitter, see what you guys have sent me some more. This is an overtop semi here in Iowa. And this is near Anita. And look at this. I mean, that's just crazy. He's just examining to see if there's anybody else in there. I'd assume. And then this here, which thank you, Theo, for sending me this in. It's from Lauren Johnson. And this is from Caleb Courtney from Guthrie Center. And this right here is some sort of shed and or garage. And the roof definitely got some damage. Might even have caved in, honestly. Might have caved in. Let's see if I can change it to yellow. There you go. Might have caved in. I can't tell. If I was a little bit closer, I'd be able to see. But definitely some roof damage, to say the least. So appreciate it that with that. Let's actually hold up. Let's go back. Thank you and thank you. And as I said, if you have anything that you want to share with me on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. Oh wow, this is from Chicago Midwest Storm Chasers. This is the Atlantic tornado. There it is. Quality's not exactly the best, but you can clearly see there's a tornado right here. Clearly a tornado that just went right across, or is about to go right across. Look at that. So this is Chicago Midwest Storm Chaser stuff right here. Look at this. Power flashes. And then on the backside right there, clear tornado. Yeah, look at that. But sheesh. That's crazy. The fact that that tornado went right through. Yes, it is. All right. Let's go back to Minneapolis's radar. And let's see what's up with this storm that's over here near Albert Lee. And doesn't seem to be a whole lot. Some damage, though, near Conger. Reports of trees down in the Conger area by emergency management. So that's not honestly all too surprising. I kind of expected that. So if you're out in front of these storms, you can anticipate more activity just like that as well. Let's go back to Des Moines radar here. And Waterloo. All right, Waterloo, as I said before, is going to get impacted by these lines. All right, and here we are. You know, here's the city of Waterloo. And then we got this big line if I zoom out. Here you go. Extends all the way from Charles City all the way down towards, you know, I-80. Actually, it really does extend all the way down to I-80, doesn't it? So there's a lot of stuff here that's just being sent in. A lot of strong damaging winds across the board, too. Taking off, keeping up with the streams. Everyone stay peace. Yep. Appreciate everyone for sticking around, too. I'm going to continue to, of course, live stream all the way until the end of this event. There's been reports of an 83-mile-per-hour wind gust near Clear Lake along I-35. 83-mile-per-hour wind gust. There you go. Hampton also had a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust. And then Freeborn, Minnesota had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust within that area. So watch out for that if you're in those areas. What just happened with the radar? That just made everything worse. A lot of range folding. That's kind of stupid. All right, let's go over to let's go to La Crosse. Let's go to La Crosse's radar, and we'll take a look at this line that's surging on through. It's going to be really hard to see what's happening. But then again, it's even harder to see what's happening from the Des Moines radar, so not really that big of a difference. But yeah, big line of storms that are still moving on through. I'd watch out for some more tornadic rotation on the northern side of Charles City. You guys could potentially see a little bit of a curlicue action right here with inflow seeping in behind strong damaging winds. And this is what most people like to call a bookend vortex. A bookend vortex. And that just basically creates a lot of strong damaging winds that seeps on through. And then it creates a bit of a whirlpooling effect on both sides. And because low pressure systems love counterclockwise spin, this one dies, this one lives and gets stronger. And that ends up being the case here. So that's the reason why I'm saying you're near Floyd, Orchard, Colwell, north of Charles City, along near US 218. And then you live near New Haven, Riceville, Saratoga, Elma, as well as Alta Vista and State Highway 9. Guys, gotta get into your safe space. All right, honestly, need to get in your safe space now. Because would not be surprised if you guys got that activity. And it'll be strong activity too. It won't be, the weak run-of-the-mill stuff. It'll be strong activity that'll seep on through. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. What is a derecho? A derecho is a strong line of damaging winds that travel for 250 miles. And they can't, extend 250 miles. They can't be like, if you were to measure from north to south and the storm wasn't moving, they can't, be 250 miles. They need to go from east to west or southwest to northeast 250 miles. So yep. Lot of stuff with that. And this is definitely a derecho. Yep, I'm glad you all are watching here. We still have over 2,000 people watching. I'm not sure if people realized, I know I sure did, but we had 3,600 people watching at one time, which to me is pretty crazy. I mean, that's how many people we got out to, getting the word out to by becoming a team here. And that's what I like about this channel is that, we keep working as a team to get information out to as many people as possible. And the fact that we got to 3,600, that's the highest, by the way, for any of my live streams ever. That's just insane to me. So thank you so much for helping me on the channel. And I do remember when it was 300. Dude, I remember the days to which I only had 10 viewers. All right, I grew from the bottom and I worked my way up. There was a lot of these other YouTubers who just grew immediately. Because they had other social medias and stuff like that. But I grew from the bottom, worked my way up from YouTube and onward. And it was a struggle for the first year. But, we gathered more and more people to help out, to be part of the team, to help share the information. And now, look at us today. We got a bunch of members, we got a bunch of people watching, amazing people. It's just been, it's been fun so far. It's been very fun. Chris, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Channel members are probably the best way to support my channel because it's kind of like a sponsorship. It's only $5 a month. Because I don't believe in making it like super expensive if you want to sponsor. But you get like emotes, you get badges, you get exclusive content, you get even shout out. You see all these names down below? That's all my members. So if you want to become one of those names, please be sure to hit that join button next to the subscribe button that you hopefully clicked. When is the wall gonna die or calm down? Probably an hour and a half to 2 hours from now, honestly. An hour and a half to 2 hours from now. You've been here since 10 viewers. Yeah, I remember the days when we had 10 viewers, and it would be like a full 6 months to when we had 10 viewers. And that was just, you know, amazing. Can I check Marengo, Iowa? Yeah. And by the way, you know, every now and then I'll check in the chat and do like a forecast and stuff like that. So, but don't think that I'm gonna like ignore you on purpose. You know, that's not my intention at all. Yeah, you guys could potentially get some severe weather here pretty soon. Take a look at ahead of you. Storm motion from warning. And you guys are expected to get the severe weather probably within 20 to 25 minutes. 20 to 25 minutes, I'd say. You're watching all the way from Tasmania. Wow. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Chris, for becoming a channel member. As I said, I really do appreciate it. How about the Twin Cities? What's going on there? Nothing too much at the moment. You guys are getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are moving through. We'll take a look at the reflectivity, and you can see, yeah, some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through. They're not expected to be super significant. As a matter of fact, they're not really significant at all. So it's just, you know, big line of storms that pushed about. But then this line down here, this one here from US 212 all the way towards Olivia and into Gleno, I couldn't see because of the sign, but Glencoe. So from Olivia to Glencoe, and then all the way down towards portions of Mankato and into Owatonna, and then all the way down into Iowa, of course, and Albert Lee. That's where the main line is. And that'll continue to move off further towards the north and east. So that'll bring some conditions towards Minneapolis where you could see some severe winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. But that's practically it, in my honest opinion. Central Missouri, and we keep getting alerts on our TV, but there's no words written on there. Sound just beep silence and then beep again. Is there anything going on in Central Missouri? Yeah, you guys are getting some severe weather for the most part. Let's see, Kansas City. And yeah, depending upon where you are in Central Missouri, could be determining as to what type of severe weather you're getting. But like if you're along I-70, you know, give or take, you get, excuse me, you guys could be getting some, severe weather, but Columbia, Jefferson City, you guys are a little too far out to say that you guys are getting it right now. And this storm is moving very slowly to the east. Very slowly. Urich, though, or Urich here, or Urich here in Missouri, however way you pronounce it, this could potentially be something tornadic to watch. And it looks like this just started to form. So I'd watch out for the system here. Of course, we have our notifications for whenever a tornado warning does, you know, a tornado warning does get issued. So we will break to that if we need to. But otherwise, a lot of severe weather for the most part. 80 mile per hour winds here. Look at this. This is heading towards Macon, Jacksonville, Brookfield, Ethel, Browning. This apparently is a very dangerous storm warning of severe thunderstorms, or these are destructive storms for northern Missouri. And 80 mile per hour wind gusts are possible with this. So you still have some areas that have 80 mile per hour wind gusts. 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Join the Discord server. You don't know what you're doing. A lot of people don't know what they're doing in the Discord server. But hey, you know, if you're there, you verify yourself, and hopefully all will be great. And you also gotta, accept the terms of service. Go to the rules. Go to the rules and click the green check mark. Once you do that, then all should be fine, and you should be able to gain access to the server. Heather's chicken and shot. I can't pronounce. I don't think I've ever heard that. I don't think I've ever heard that word before. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna need help with people pronouncing that. But Heather, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate that. Ignore my inadequacy to pronounce whatever that last word is. Oh boy. It's just like, huh? What? What did she say? But thank you so much for becoming a weather enthusiast. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I'm not okay there. I'm not okay. I clearly had, a brain freeze of some sort. Morning sun in Iowa. Morning sun. Tchotchke. So it's tchotchke. Tchotchke. I saw the TCH and I'm like, bro, I know it's like ch, because that's typically what it is. But then I saw it twice and I was like, like froze me. It's as if I was like staring at a deer or something while I was driving, it's in the middle of the road and you stop and you're just like, oh, deer's in front, staring at it, and deer's like, deer in headlights. There is no tornado warnings at the moment right now, which is the good news. That is the good news. CC drop at Alta Vista. Let's see. First off, morning sun in Iowa is expected to get some severe weather, but not too much. You guys are kind of towards the edge of the risk. But I'll continue to live stream as this continues to move on through, so you'll see how it continues to progress from there. So someone asked about Alta Vista. That's right. Alta Vista. That's in Iowa, I believe, and that is indeed the case. That is well north of Waterloo. So we're here, and we're north of New Hampton, and there's Alta Vista right there. And I don't see... there could have been a debris signature, maybe. Maybe. How high are we looking up? 13,000 feet. This is a call for La Crosse's radar. We're starting to get into range. We are really starting to get into range, and we can start talking about this more in depth instead of just, rambling about. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely a tornado here. Definitely a weak tornado. And that went right over Bassett, like right over US Highway 18. So that was definitely a tornado that happened and occurred. And now it's towards Lourdes. Now, it's really weak right now. As I said, these tornadoes spawn so quickly that it's not even funny, but... High-end EF4. The thing of it is, alright, whether it gets rated EF4 or EF5, in my opinion, it doesn't matter, because it still impacted, injured, and or killed people. And that's one thing that, you can never take back. And that's more important than a rating. So... whether it gets rated EF4 or EF5 doesn't matter in my opinion. Really doesn't. But pretty significant storm nevertheless, I will say that. Where was the softball-sized hail? Near Emporia, Kansas. All right, yeah. Just a recap here for today for people who are curious as to what has happened in severe weather, all right? We've had wildfires. We've had snow squalls. We have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Howard County in northeastern Iowa.
This is a little bit too late, my friends, because there's already been a tornado that was ongoing. And they just issued this tornado warning here towards places like Shilley and Cresco. So if you live near Lourdes, Shilley, Cresco, I see Cresco is actually pretty populated. So if you live near Cresco, need to get in your safe space, as well as Lime Springs. So underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. So yeah, let's go over what's happened today. We've had hail and upwards of 4 inches. We've had, they just confirmed the tornado. Like that matters all too much. It's a little too late. But hey, you know, better late than never as well at the same time. You know, as I mentioned, it's very, you know, it was hard enough for me to spot that. And that was even before, you know, it took someone else to, you know, point me in the right direction. So that shows you. But, you know, we've had softball-sized hail. We've had wildfires across the board in Kansas. We've had snow squalls, bunch of snow and stuff like that. We've seen damaging wind gusts and upwards of 100 miles per hour. And we have seen tornadoes. And keep in mind, this is all in December. All in December. So, your mom is in Versailles, Missouri. Is the storm getting close to her? She's west of Jefferson City. Yeah, the storm's moving in their general direction here. Let me see if I can find... yeah, it's heading in their general direction, I'd say. Could be some strong damaging winds, but it's moving very slowly off in that general direction. So, it'll get there. But yeah, this is definitely a strong damaging windstorm here for most areas. But this here did indeed have a tornado that kind of went through near Lourdes and Shilley and headed off to Cresco. So, guys, we're not completely done yet, all right? We still need to get this information out, especially since there's people who live in Rochester and there's people who live in La Crosse and Winona. So if you know anyone who lives in Rochester, La Crosse, Winona, tell them to have a plan of action, please, because those are populous areas, all right? I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but Rochester, Minnesota has a larger populace than Duluth, Minnesota. Duluth has about 80,000 people. Rochester has 110,000 people, all right? To the people of Minnesota, that's not very surprising. But for the people who are outside of Minnesota, it's pretty surprising because I'm sure you probably haven't heard of Rochester, Minnesota. So we need to get this information out to as many people as possible because this stuff is not done. Rochester is now on a severe thunderstorm warning, and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible with this now. So need to get into your safe space, or you need to tell people to have a plan of action so that they can get into their safe space. Whether you share this information with friends and family and on social media, or by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream onto more and more people's recommended feeds on YouTube. You're essentially helping me spread the information to people who could potentially need it. And if you guys hit that like button, hit that thumbs up button down below, that does me a huge service so that I can get this out to more and more people. So we have a current tornado warning. This did have a brief tornado before, and it still is actually probably still on the ground. Look at this. Still have some rotation and spectrum width. Spectrum width is an amazing tool to use for weak tornadoes. All right, it's an amazing tool to use for weak tornadoes. And we have a bit of turbulence here. Look at this. Turbulence right within this area. Correlation coefficient still shows that there is debris being lofted into the air. So the same thing. Lourdes, Shilley, areas into Cresco here in Iowa, heading towards not Mississippi. This is Minnesota. Guys, got to get in your safe spaces. All right, this is a tornado that is for sure on the ground right now and could potentially be on the ground as this continues to move on through. So yeah, this is definitely a debris signature within this general area. Morgan with a $2 super chat says, proud of you for doing a one-man show today. Yeah, I've been kind of going all over the place here today, but yeah, thank you, Morgan. I really do appreciate you coming out and having fun. But yeah, this is pretty insane here for the most part. I'm gonna try and see, is this debris here? No, it is not. It does not look like it is debris here near Sarsboro. It looks like a bunch of inflow at the moment. I'm trying to see if there's any other rotation along the line. I do not see it, except for maybe Searsboro, I'm sorry, near New Sharon and Montezuma. So, watch out for that, but otherwise, the main area to watch here is this general vicinity here near Shilley, where there is still a tornado in progress, as this continues to move towards Cresco. And look at this. You have a bit of turbulence here according to spectrum width. You got a lot of these grays and blues indicating some low turbulence. And then once it goes from red to orange, that's when you start to get into the higher amounts of turbulence. And we do have that here according to the actual spectrum width product. So big identifier here from the radar that is helping us figure out why this tornado is still on the ground or whether or not it is on the ground. And usually when you have turbulence, that means you have tornadoes. And that's just the unfortunate circumstance, but that's also just how weather works. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas in Cresco and Shilley, as well as Lime Springs and Granger in Minnesota and Harmony, you need to tell them to go ahead and get into their safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, tornado as possible, because this thing is still on the ground. I mean, look at this. We still got debris here. All of this blue is debris. All the red and, for the red in the most part, that's rain. And we still have the debris that continues to move about. And might even be two rotations here. You got one up here to the north. You got one up here to the south. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. So this counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere in two spots might be signifying two tornadoes here. It could potentially be a possible circumstance. So watch out for that if you're in Cresco, because if there is two tornadoes, there's two low correlation coefficient spots here. So there could definitely be, two tornadoes, but it's something to really watch out for if you're like in Cresco or along State Highway 9 or State Highway. This seems to be 139. But yeah, this is a definitely something to watch out for. Yeah, that's kind of my habit. I kind of just zoom it in and out. I don't know why. But yeah, here you go. Velocities. Storm relative velocities. This is something to watch out for right in here. Got one rotation, two rotation. Cover Moberly, Missouri. Is it doing anything at the moment? It's north of Columbia. It might have something. Let's see. You guys are just in a severe thunderstorm warning for significant damaging winds, so you guys aren't expected to get a whole lot besides that. So keep that in mind. And maybe some hail. Maybe some localized hail. I really like that you have your robot ding and then you read the tornado warning. Doing a great job. Keep it up. Yeah, that's the one thing. So that's the one thing that's different from what I had in spring to what I have now. And it's that audio alert right there. It's the notification and then the actual, the robot saying it, the automated voice. And I didn't have GR Earth before. This is GR Earth here. It costs some money. Costs $180 per year, so it's not terrible. All the YouTube money that I make from streams, videos, and memberships and stuff like that all go into all these different weather products. But it's a good product to have. I mean, it gives me the Storm Prediction Center's Convective Outlook and all sorts of stuff. It gives me satellite. You can see the massive satellite here. Look at this giant comma head, by the way. Here, hold up. Let's take off the SPC. Let's take off the warnings. Look at this. Look at this massive low pressure system. Look at that. Big comma head, low pressure. And that's what's creating our severe weather, everyone. That's what's creating our severe weather. I mean, that's just pretty crazy. That is a well-defined low-pressure system. A well-defined low-pressure system. And you can see the line even extends further down into Texas, too. There might be some residual showers and thunderstorms down there. But it doesn't look like it. So it just seems to be going from Oklahoma all the way into Kansas, Missouri, into Iowa, and into Minnesota, and then curling back. But wow. Yeah, this is a massive low pressure system. Let's see if we can, the screen might like bug out a little bit until it starts to load. So give it a second. It'll get there. But we'll be able to watch how this thing progresses here with the satellite imagery. And I'm actually really curious about what this looks like. Let's turn off the live storm reports. I like the live storm reports and all, but there's a bunch of them. Look at that. I know that's very hard to tell as to what you're looking at here, but look at this curl. Look at this curl. That is a low pressure system. That is a strong one too. That is intensifying further and further as it moves towards the north and east. We just got a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Winneshiek County in northeastern Iowa, Northwestern Houston County in southeastern Minnesota, eastern Fillmore County in southeastern Minnesota.
So that is an extension of the warning here. Let's go over to La Crosse and a new tornado warning here. There it is. This is for portions of Winneshiek in Iowa, as well as Houston and Fillmore in Minnesota. And that will be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. These storms are still moving up to the north and east at 75 miles per hour. So a lot of activity here is still anticipated. And we even got some reports of damage from Cresco of power outages reported. So the potential tornado that was originally with the storm is still kind of lingering around. And if you guys live here in places like Harmony and Granger and I think this is Preston, Lanesboro, Highland, Rushford, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this is definitely something to be concerned about if you guys live over there. But the only way for you guys to stay safe is if you're in a sturdy structure, all right? Sturdy structure. Because if you're in a mobile home, all right, these strong damaging winds around the tornado is about 70 to 80 miles per hour. And that will already do a lot of damage to mobile homes. So you need to be in a sturdy structure. And you need to stay away from windows if you can. Preferably the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. All right? That is the classic saying that I say all the time. More or less. So You guys need to really watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. And if you're not in a sturdy structure, then I can't guarantee your safety. I really can't. Just for a refresher as to what has happened here today. All right, first off, I just want to remind everyone, this is December 15th, okay? So we're anticipating, this is the usual time to where you would anticipate, what, snow, ice, freezing rain, stuff like that. And there's already been snow that's been on the ground in Minnesota from residual snow events. All right, but we've had, all right, snow squalls. That's normal for December. Okay. We've had severe weather. Okay, depending upon where the severe weather is at, then, you know, could be better, could be worse. We've had our first ever, the first ever recorded tornado warning in Minnesota history in December, which is pretty crazy. We also have damaging wind gusts and upwards of 100 miles per hour in some of these storms, which is pretty crazy. We've had wildfires, which is even more crazy. And this is all happening in Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, and Kansas. Did I say it was December already? Did I say it was December? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Let's take a look at what you guys have sent in here. Machine shed completely destroyed in Sutherland, Iowa. So that kind of makes sense. This is a tree collapsed here in Knoxville, Iowa. I can't see. Yeah, there it is. Oh, pics are not his. It's from family members. So I will retweet that so that people can see. Appreciate that. And I'll retweet that just in case people don't know that I'm on. Fire along I-45. Gotta watch this. This is from Facebook here. This is from, oh, look at that. Can we go full screen here? Yeah, look at that. Look at that fire. Look at that fire, guys. That's the reason why this is the reason why I said we have wildfires before. Yeah, this is an example of it. We had wildfires in Kansas. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh is right, because this is not supposed to happen in December. I mean, just look at that. That is crazy. So yeah, this is from NBC 41 KSHB. That's where you can find it if you go on to Facebook. Here, I will retweet this. Here, I'll actually... yeah, I'll retweet this. I'll retweet this. There you go. So if you want to watch it, I just retweeted it on my Twitter channel. It's at Nate_Snyder if you want to follow. And if you want to send me stuff that has happened around you, or if you've seen stuff on Twitter that you want me to see so that I can get it out to more people so that people can get a perspective as to what all is happening, then please be sure to do so at me, at Nate_Snyder. That would definitely help. This right here is from Devin Shondraven. And you can see potential tornado right there. Maybe. Might be a tornado. Might be some, yeah, it could be a tornado. Definitely some power flashes over here, but I mean, you got a little bit of an appendage right here. Camera's pretty jittery. Yeah, right there. Bit of a funnel cloud right there. So that's some pretty crazy footage from Devin Shondraven. Sheesh. So I'll retweet that. And yeah, I mean, that's Been pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. And then look at Reed Timmer, all right? Reed was chasing earlier in Nebraska. Now he's in Norfolk, Nebraska. And look at all the snow. All right? Look at how it's transitioned from rain and severe weather to snow. This is what you expect in December. All right? This is what you expect in December. Need to update your Twitter bio? I know. A lot of stuff has been happening over the past week that I haven't really been able to. But my goodness. That is a heck of a change. That is a heck of a change. So I'll retweet that from Reed Timmer. And that's pretty crazy. That's definitely really crazy. So if you guys, as I said, want to keep sending me stuff, that'd help out. So that way we may be able to get some information out to people who may need it. Let's go and take a look at the La Crosse radar here. See what we got. Funnel cloud reported. Just came in. Harmony, Minnesota. There's a funnel cloud reported by a trained spotter. So there could potentially be something tornadic here. And I'd have to agree. I would have to agree. Something tornadic is starting. Something tornadic is starting. And you can see there's a little bit of turbulence here that correlates with that. So, you know, that's the kind of verification that spectrum width can play on a radar. Spectrum width can indicate lowerings and turbulence, and we just got a report of a funnel cloud out of Harmony out of it. So that's, you know, very comparable here. So there we go. A funnel cloud in Harmony, Minnesota, and this is going to be heading towards the Highland areas as well as the Rushford areas. And this looks like it probably could potentially do something a little bit later on if it had a little bit more juice to it. Just a little bit more juice to it. I would not be surprised if that was the case. Vasily with the 10 says, watch your live streams for over a year. Keep up the great work. This year might be one of those rare years in history of extreme weather. At least these rare months. I mean, December just kind of did stuff out of nowhere. So, I mean, it's been pretty crazy to say the least. So I can't say that this is debris in Harmony at the moment. I can't say that this is debris. But I mean, my goodness, this thing is still going, isn't it? Let's see. I want to take a look here real quickly. I was looking at chat, and someone made a good point. Someone made a really good point. I want to take a look at how many power outages there are. And there's going to be a lot of them. All right. Kansas has 124,500 people without power. That's just Kansas alone. In Iowa, there's over 100,000 people without power. In Colorado, 72,000. In Nebraska, 20,000. But that's a lot of people without power. Traveling Soybean, you're chatting. I can see you. You're there. Yeah, with stuff, the thing of it is oh, there's a tornado warning, and I'll tell you what Jackson's talking
Tornado
about.
Warning for Central Olmsted County in Southeastern Minnesota.
La Crosse is closer. So what Jackson is talking about is, you guys, you know, we can all pray, all right? Because I am religious myself, all right? We can all pray, but in this chat, we talk about weather, all right? You know, we can say, I pray that they don't get impacted, but we talk about weather. When people start to push their agenda of their religion to each other, that's when there can be confrontation, and we don't need that right now. We need, we need to be on the same page. We want to try and save lives and stuff like that. And if, we have constant bickering over whether religion is real or whether it's not, which, for the believers, they know that it's real, and for the non-believers, they don't know that it's real. They're entitled to their opinion, and they'll see through it however they want, with whatever aspect you are. So my point being is that, you can pray and chat, but you can't push your agenda onto other people, That's basically what Jackson's trying to say. Are the tornadoes over? No, we just had a tornado warning here, and this is for the city of Rochester. And yeah, this right here, I said that Rochester could potentially be impacted. I said that Rochester could potentially be impacted, and here we go. Here we go, right here. This is the reason why, I told you guys that there could potentially be some significant severe weather in your general area. And now we have a tornado warning for Simpson, right over Simpson in Minnesota, right over I-90. So just to clarify, this is in Olmsted County, and this will be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live over there, need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because there definitely could be something tornadic right within this area. So Viola, Elgin, Iota, Rochester, I'd say included, need to get in your safe space, because there could potentially be something tornadic right there. Spectrum width doesn't say too much. You got some reds, but not really into like the oranges. There's a little bit right here, but that's not really all too organized into the actual tornadic rotation. You might get something there from that though. So we'll watch that very closely, but on the hand of it being very turbulent, that's not exactly the case here. So, yeah, if you guys live in these areas, need to get in your safe space. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, need to tell them to get indoors and into a sturdy structure. As I said, don't go into a mobile home, because that will not do it. All right. So, share this information with as many people as possible. As I said, share the live stream, social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, effectively spreading information to as many people as possible. And this information might actually be helpful to those impacted. So please, 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 please stay safe from this event. Please stay safe. Jesus loves everyone with the $20 super chat. Yes, he does. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. His story for the 5 says, thank you for the knowledge and the warning. Why did you get put in timeout? I don't know. I don't moderate the chat. My moderators do, so you'd probably have to ask them. But it was probably something along the lines of not staying on topic. You're all fine. You're fine. Yeah, moderators are kind of dealing with a lot of stuff tonight, so there's like no hard feelings. And believe me when I say that. Yeah, there's definitely could be something right near the intersection of US Highway 52 and I-90, just north of that. There could definitely be something there. Will this hit Ohio? Probably not. Probably not. There'll be some strong damaging winds that could move on through your area, but probably not. One thing I do want to get clear here, though, there's probably a tornado that's going to be on the ground here soon near Lanesboro. All right, Lanesboro. Probably something in progress here soon, because there's a high amount of spectrum width here, high amount of turbulence here. Very high turbulence indicated on spectrum width. You can see all the oranges and even bright oranges in some spots. If we go back to the rotation, yeah, there it is. Clear as day right there. You have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. You even have some bright greens too. So that is clear as day in my honest opinion. Maybe some sort of brief tornado that went through. There's definitely some turbulence that was right within that area. And I would not be surprised if we saw a residual debris signature. So I'm heavily hoping that Preston did not just get impacted by a tornado. I'm actually hoping that Preston did not just get impacted by a tornado. But it possibly did. Possibly did. Hot Mess Express with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. And as I said, I appreciate everyone who supports the channel, even if you can't support it financially. By being here, all right, that helps me a lot. By being here, that helps me a lot. So, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, we have 2 tornado warnings here. One near Viola and just due east of Rochester. And this actual tornadic rotation isn't as significant, but it is still evident. You see the reds moving away and then the bright green moving towards. So right in here is where the tornadic rotation would be, in my honest opinion. Specifically because you have a lot of high greens and a lot of high reds. And whenever you see that, that tells me that you have a lot of flow moving into the storm this way in a counterclockwise fashion. So that tells me that there could definitely be some strong damaging winds associated with this. But if there was a tornado, then that would probably be the reason why. But yeah, this is a tornado warning here. We have 2 tornado warnings for these areas here. One just to the east of Rochester, Minnesota, and another which is near Lanesboro, Iowa, about to cross into Minnesota too. There's a couple areas along this line that I am still pretty concerned about. There's a couple area along these lines that I'm still pretty concerned about. The Whalen, or the Wallen area near Lanesboro, as well as Preston. I'm still watching out for that. All right, this is still, there's still something near Wallen, or Whalen, if that's how you pronounce it, in northeastern Iowa. And that's going to cross, or actually that's not even in Iowa, that's in southeastern Minnesota here. So Lanesboro and Whalen, or Wallen, here in Minnesota, southeastern Minnesota, is going to be heading off potentially towards the Winona areas, all right? Winona. So, definitely something to monitor with that. Someone came into my room, wanted to tell me something. And a new tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for Winona County in southeastern Minnesota, southeastern Buffalo County in west central Wisconsin, Trempealeau County in west central Wisconsin.
So we basically warned you all before the National Weather Service did. That's something quite rare on the channel. There you go. So, but we're thinking on the same page here. The National Weather Service and me have the same thought process that there could potentially be a tornado here that was north of Wallen or Whalen and near Peterson. And yeah, that thing definitely looks like it's starting to kind of ramp up a bit with some of the bright oranges here in the middle. If I ever see yellows on this, that's going to probably indicate that this thing is on the ground. But yeah, this thing is heading straight for Winona. No doubt about it. This thing definitely is starting to kind of rotate more and more and more. And this thing is definitely going to probably become tornadic. Would not be surprised if that was the case either. But yeah, this is a situation to where a tornado could potentially cross on through, and I'm hoping that that's not the case. But State Highway 30, State Highway 43, and then Interstate 90. Interstate 90 near Wyattsville, Wilson, and Watoka. All right? You guys are probably going to get impacted by this tornado. You guys are probably going to get impacted by this tornado. And on the current trajectory here from this storm, this is expected to move towards Winona. All right. So if you're over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them to get into their safe space. All right. Now they're in the tornado warning. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this thing is definitely starting to kind of ramp up a bit. That's what it's looking like to me, at least. Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like to me, at least. And the thing of it is that Winona is quite populous here. Let's actually take a look at the population of Winona. New tornado warning while we're at it.
Tornado warning for Central Wabasha County in southeastern Minnesota, northern Buffalo County in west central Wisconsin.
That might be an extension for this here near Viola, honestly. Winona has a population of 26,800 people. And that was according to 2019. Not as many as La Crosse, of course, but La Crosse is going to be hit by something else more than likely. Probably by these strong damaging winds. There might even be something tornadic on the southern end of this line here, heading towards Houston and Money Creek, so we'll watch out for that too. But yeah, there's the extension for Viola, the storm here near Elgin. This thing might actually be close to producing a tornado too, so this is a lot of storms that's really starting to kind of fire off here, and congealing right towards the end of the risk. And this is still, you know, if we take a look here, they're still in this red. This is the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. We're not done yet. This is exactly what we were expecting here to see. And we're just going to have to see how this continues to progress as this continues to moves off towards the north and east. But then once it goes towards Eau Claire and areas near La Crosse, well, not La Crosse. La Crosse is still in the 4 out of 5, but Eau Claire, Marshfield, Medford, Cornell, that's when storms are expected to fan out and not be as significant. So that's the good news for those general areas. But otherwise, still in the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And that's the concern here for right now, is that whether or not these things, these things could be significant enough. Skywatcher777 with the $7.77 super chat. I see what you did there with your username. Make sure you like and subscribe and brighten Nate's day. Thank you, Nate. Hey, you guys brighten my day anytime you guys come to my stream. So thank you guys so much for coming to the channel. And Skywatcher, thank you so much for the gracious donation. And then Ben with the 5 says, can you let me know what will happen in far northwestern Arkansas? Thanks, Nate. Yeah, you guys are expected to get some flash flooding from overnight tonight all the way until Saturday. All right, there could consistently be some showers and thunderstorms within your area, so watch out for that. I'll make a video tomorrow afternoon describing that a little bit better, but otherwise, that's kind of what we got there. Cherry Pie with the 5 says, I know I asked this before, but is this thing heading towards Sparta? I have my stuff prepared and I'm watching the stream. Yeah, I'll check to see what's happening with Sparta. I believe you asked Sparta, Wisconsin. And, yeah, I have Mr. Wonderful who turned on the light in the background. Sparta, yeah, I think you guys could potentially get some strong damaging winds from this, so watch out. I'm glad that you stayed with the channel and stayed with the live stream for as long as you did. And I'll continue to actually cover this all the way until it passes I-94, and maybe even a little bit further out from that. So that'll be the good news for you all. But thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, this is the current situation here right now, guys. All right, current situation. We have 2 storms that are tornadic, one of which is pushing through Rushford and could potentially be producing a tornado within one of these spots. Anywhere along this line. And then we have another storm that's up here near Elgin and Plainview. All right. This has some broad rotation, but it has some rotation. All right. So watch out for that as this continues to move on through. Definitely watch out for that, I should say, as it moves on through. What's happening down here? I don't see all too much. We're starting to get closer and closer towards Davenport's radar. So from Des Moines, I'm I might want to move my radar over there pretty soon. Maybe. Let's see if there's anything else here along the line. I don't see any more rotation along the line. I'm going to see some general rotation, but I don't see all too much. Let's see the updated power outage map. I think this could start to go up a little bit more here. Kansas, once again, 121,000 people without power, and then Iowa now 105,000 people without power. So sheesh. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Buchanan
That's
County
confirmed.
in northeastern Iowa, northeastern Benton County in east central Iowa.
This is a confirmed tornado warning now here in Plainview, apparently. This is confirmed tornado. Let's see. Yeah, here's Minneapolis, and it says, confirmed, emergency management confirmed tornado in Iota at 7:59 p.m. So this is a confirmed tornado that was located over Plainview here. Confirmed tornado. Jackson, he or she can still pray for other families. They can talk about, they can pray. As I said, they can pray. Can't push their agenda. And they weren't pushing their agenda, apparently, if they were praying for other people. Not that big of a deal. Live and learn. Live and learn. But yeah, apparently this is a confirmed tornado here for Plainview. And if you live near Kellogg, Thielman, Wabasha, gotta watch out for that. All right, this storm has apparently had a confirmed tornado and is moving off towards the north and east. So you really gotta watch out for this. And then, of course, we got the other tornado warnings here, too. And then this other tornado warning here, which is north of Cedar Rapids. So we'll talk about this here in a second. Spindales with the 15 says, hey, Nate, hello from Omaha. Just an FYI, the community of Norfolk is actually pronounced Norfolk. What? Due to it being on the North Fork of the Elkhorn River. So it's pronounced Norfolk. Huh. Yeah, as I said, I live over towards the East Coast, and, you know, it's that Norfolk, you know, so Norfolk. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much for letting me know. I really do appreciate that. So we do have a new tornado warning here, and this is for portions of I-380 towards the Brandon and Mount Auburn areas. Maybe a little bit of rotation there, maybe a little bit. I don't see all too much, but there is a reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for this. So if you live near Rowley, near Winthrop, as well as Independence and Masonville, as well as areas along State Highway 281 and US Highway 20, you guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building. That's just probably the best thing to do here. Bathroom or closet specifically. A Wabasha. All right, appreciate that. So Wabasha. Wabasha. There we go. I think I got that. So yeah. Watch out for that if you're in Wabasha. Because there could potentially be a tornado on the ground over there. And then over here along I-90 near Wyattville. This right here. Watching out very closely. Very closely. My cheek just pulsed. Has anyone ever had that feeling? It just go blump. It just hurt my cheek. Yeah, I don't see any significant rotation here right now with Plainview. But there definitely could be something over there. Gonna be a meteorologist someday? I'm trying to study to be one. Whether or not I survive college is the real question. Yeah, praying is fine 100%, you know? As I said. Money Creek could potentially have a tornado here soon. Money Creek, watch out. Maybe even Houston, watch out. Yeah, Money Creek and Houston. Those two storms right there. There is some really interesting rotation. I mean, look at this. Got some blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away, and then we got some general rotation here of bright greens and reds and grays moving away, broad rotation right there. We got some rotation. Yeah, we got a lot. But my goodness, yeah, that is a lot of activity there. And this tornado warning right here is... Why is... Yeah, the gap's weird. I wouldn't have updated the tornado warning quite yet. I think there is a potential tornado that was down here, or could potentially be down here near Money Creek. I would not be surprised if that was the case, actually. I'm not going to take a break until this stuff actually is over, because no point in stopping now. Need to eat or take a break, don't you? Well, I think they have my dinner downstairs, so after the stream, I'll go downstairs, I'll eat some food and stuff like that. I've drank some lemonade, though, so I'm fine on the liquids department, and I'll probably drink some water afterwards. Got a lot of family in Atlanta. Please talk about it for a little bit. Not expected to get a whole lot, honestly. Atlanta is supposed to be relatively warm and moist. Yeah, I-90, that's where this rotation's heading off towards. It's actually right over top of it on Wyatttville. And then there's this other storm here near Money Creek. This is State Highway 76. And that has a bit of rotation right there. I would not be surprised if there was something potentially tornadic right within that general vicinity. Would not be surprised. But sheesh. I wanted to see that. What is the crazy smoke around Kansas City? Good question. There's a brush fire that's in your area. Hold up. I'll show you guys the video. I'll show you the video again. Which, by the way, KJOD, thank you so much for sharing that with me. I really do appreciate that. I've already retweeted this on my YouTube channel. Or not my YouTube channel, my Twitter channel. My Twitter account. But watch this here, guys. This is a brush fire that's near I-435 in Kansas City. Look at this brush fire here. That's what happens when it gets really dry after some showers and thunderstorms. Get a huge dry line that pushes on through. And could potentially be, you know, some fires and stuff like that that could potentially occur. I mean, just look at that. Look at that. That is insane there. So that's the reason why there is some fire weather that was over there. Appreciate that, MK. Oh, look at this. This was at 2:30. And that was in National Weather Service Hastings. So that was way back when in Marquette, Nebraska. Pretty large tornado there, too. So this was really early in the day. Really early in the day. And I mean, look at that. Pretty strong tornado Pretty large one, too. And that was when we started covering on the other live stream before our stream crashed. So... sheesh. Minnesota becomes the second state, South Dakota, today to have its first tornado warning ever in the months of November, December, January, or February. So there you go. I said before that I said Minnesota had its first ever tornado warning that we saw, and then apparently South Dakota never had a tornado warning in December either. So there you go. We saw history for 2 states today. December 15th, 2021. Sheesh. Yeah, thank you, Theo. I appreciate it. I really do. So let's move this back over. And let's go back to the radar here. Let's go back to La Crosse. Are people in Rochester safe? Good question. For right now, I would say from the main severe weather, yes. But you guys could get some residual strong gusty winds even afterwards as well. I mean, you guys had 60 to 75 mile per hour winds across the board there, which is hurricane force winds. So watch out for that. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Pepin County in west central Wisconsin, southeastern Dunn County in west central Wisconsin.
So, down here probably. That would be here south of I-90, I would assume. No, that's an extension. That's an extension of the warning north of Wabasha. Tells you how much I know my geography. So yeah, the extension of the warning here continues all the way up to US Highway 10. So watch out for that if you're near Durand. I don't seem to find a whole lot of things that are tornadic here right now. Not with that storm, at least. But this storm over here, near Wyattville, Wilson, Watoka, Money Creek, I still think there could potentially be something to happen with that. Let's go over to the tornado warning back in Iowa. It's very hard to see what's happening here, but there is still something there. So we can't, discredit it. No tornado warning left behind. But we do have a tornado warning here. This is here just to the south and east of Independence here in Iowa. Heading towards the Winthrop areas. So this is a tornado warning for Buchanan. Yeah, just Buchanan County, and that's in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So another 25 minutes until this thing expires, but it does have a bit of rotation. You can see reds moving away, greens and grays moving towards right in the middle. The tornadic rotation is where the potential tornado could be, heading off towards the US Highway 20 area, towards the State Highway 939 areas, and almost paralleling State Highway 187. So if you live in that general vicinity, highly recommend getting in your safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, man, that sound bit there is so useful. That tells the tornado warning and stuff like that. So happy I got this radar product. It helps so much. Just updated, and a lot of stuff just moved on through. So everything's basically paralleling the Mississippi River now, except for this one near Trempolo, which is probably Trempolo. And this thing might actually have a bit of rotation with this. Look at this. You have a bit of a curly Q motion with this, so kind of a bookend vortex. If not, it's a really weird little mesovortice within the line. But still there, and still has rotation. Has rotation even in the upper levels, I believe. But it's one of those weird phases where it's now starting to like cross the general direction of where the wind is going compared to where the radar is. So it's going to be really interesting to see as to where the actual rotation is and how it ends up, you know, evolving from this point. But yeah, we do have a tornado warning here. Extension from the Wabasha warning that heads up towards Durand, Uglao, Meridian, Downsville, heading up towards the Ella areas. So if you guys live over there, definitely need to watch out for some severe weather, as that is definitely possible within your general vicinity. You're in Des Moines and we are still having very powerful winds. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying you guys are expected, like anyone behind the main line is expected to get still very significant damaging winds. But other than that, you know, the rain and the tornadoes, you know, that's not really a big threat after the line passes through. You get a lot of dry air too as well. Yeah, I'm watching here for Tremolo. This one right here probably could produce a brief tornado. And we'd be able to see it too. It's really close to the radar. Really close to the radar. We're looking about 1,000 feet above ground level. Winona in the clear? No, not yet. I know the rain is starting to deteriorate a little bit. But give it like literally an extra couple of minutes. And when the rain truly is just a lot of scattered, you know, just like a lot of scattered precipitation, you'll still have some strong damaging winds, but it'll still not be as significant. So just give it a couple extra minutes, like a minute or two. Yeah, this cell near Tremolo is really concerning to me. Funnel cloud report. So there you go. I've already told you. I said this thing potentially could do it, and this is a funnel cloud visual near the Mississippi River. Already got that. And this thing might be trying to consolidate a little bit more, but the velocity's going out. So the outbound velocities lost a lot of its strength. You see, it doesn't have as much bright red. Now you have some bright green coming back, but otherwise not too much. Power outages are now reported here in Winona County. So this is near the Tremolo areas, but it's in Minnesota, of course, so consider that. We also have these strong damaging winds that are moving off towards La Crosse and Onalaska. Now, I don't know if there is a live camera over in La Crosse. If there is a live camera, then please be sure to share it with me on Twitter. You know, at me at Nate_Snyder. Or if you're in my Discord server, actually it's a perfect time for me to let you guys know about my Discord server, because why not? My Discord server is where you guys could, you know, chill with me, also learn about weather. You know, you guys can lounge around, try not to be like super trolls and stuff like that. We are under our red mode, which is a no tolerance policy, so you can't really, you know, mess around here today because of how significant the severe weather event is. But if you would like to join the Discord server, learn some weather and stuff like that, even talk to me on days that there isn't severe weather, feel free to do so. Join the Discord server that I just posted in chat. Make sure to verify yourself as soon as you get in. A bot will send you a message. You'll have to go through a verification process and then go and accept the terms of service with the rules and stuff like that. And that tells me that you agree to the rules of the server. Yeah, a lot of damage here now. Semi-truck is blown over on I-90 now, near Wilson. Power pole's broken near Wilson. Power outage is reported in Lewiston. St. Charles had a 52 mile per hour wind gust. That's At least not as bad as some previous wind gusts. Winona unscathed. Yeah, I know, right? Storms kind of just, as quickly as they formed, quickly deteriorated, which is the good news here. So yeah, Winona, you guys are fine now. You guys waited the extra minute. You guys are good. All right, you guys are in the clear. I'll tell you an area that did not make it out of the clear. Look at Plainview. All right, Plainview here had a damaging wind gust of 85 miles per hour. 85. Now, there might have been a tornado that was near that area, so that probably is what caused the 85 mile per hour winds. But still, 85 miles per hour. Kind of crazy. Yeah, someone said send the Discord link one more time. Discord right there. So if you wanted to join the Discord, do that. So the areas to watch here now for me for tornadoes. The areas to watch for me for right now for tornadoes. It's pretty interesting. Arcadia and Wamandi, probably the areas that I see so far, but otherwise not really too much. Kit Bishop with the $1 super chat, thank you, my friend. Dave Meltzer with the $2 super chat says my friend lives in Cedar Falls. Are they good? You said this 15 minutes ago, so I apologize. I was probably talking about a lot of stuff. But Cedar Falls in itself, I think should be all right. They're getting a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part, but they should be okay now that the stuff is officially past them. There was a strong damaging wind gust of 62 miles per hour, but other than that, not really as much. I think they should be fine now. I think they should be fine. Let's go back to, where's the Des Moines radar? There it is. You can see that the thunderstorms are no longer in that area, so that's the good news. Rockhopper with the 10 says, you do a great service, young man, located near Evansville, and keep abreast of the last week's storms by watching you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for staying tuned to my channel. I really do appreciate that. Pickles with the 2 says, how many tornado warnings have happened so far? A lot. Too many. Too many in my honest opinion. Too many. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's been pretty crazy. I just got sent this here on Twitter. I'm going to go back over to Lacrosse's radar so that you guys can see the radar stuff whenever we go back onto it afterwards. But this is what I got sent here. And this is a large wildfire continues to burn across parts of Ellis, Russell, Osborne, Rooks counties, and Kansas. Some homes in Natome and Paradise are reportedly ablaze. So this is north of Hayes, north of Russell. And we were talking about this earlier, guys. We were talking about the wildfire on with the satellite imagery. And let's take a look at that satellite imagery. There it is. You still got the wildfire ongoing right within that area. So, you know, we mentioned this too. We mentioned that this would potentially be a wildfire risk. There is a wildfire over there right now. And that's all indicated in all the black area compared to all the bright grays and whites and stuff like that. So, something to consider. We've been, you know, watching that all day too. You know, there's even some fires over here in the northern panhandle of Texas as well. Northern panhandle. So, a lot of stuff here across the board to watch for. But yeah, thank you, Theo. Once again, appreciate it. And yeah, that's amazing brush fire right there. I mean, not amazing for the people who are impacted, but like, geez, it's pretty crazy. Let's go back to the radar. Go back to La Crosse. It was nerve-wracking to watch from North Carolina. Thankfully, I was able to sit calm down because your coverage was so concerned about your children and grandchildren near Lincoln and Omaha. Thanks. Yep, no problem. Glad to be of service. Glad to be of service. Tornado on the ground in Wabasha. It was on the ground, and now it doesn't seem to be on the ground anymore. And you can actually see if you click this, it still says, confirmed tornado. This was at 8:18 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it is 8:31, and it just got updated. Yep, so not a tornado on the ground. Severe squall capable of producing both tornadoes and excessive straight line winds. Now, so it's not a confirmed tornado right now. It just did get updated. Where's the fire at exactly, please? Good question, good question. So, the fire in itself is over here, and it's north of Hayes. So this is the general area of where it's at, near Natoma and Paradise. All right, right here. Now, in regards to whether or not we can see it, it's going to be pretty hard for us to, because the radars are actually super far away from the spot. So unless if there was actually like a closer radar, we wouldn't be able to see smoke and stuff like that, because we actually can see smoke from radar. But, unfortunately for the people who want to see it, can't see it. So, no sharp objects with the 5 says just stumbled across the stream. Subscribed instantly. Keep doing what you do, sir. It's appreciated. Much love from just east of Cedar Rapids. Well, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I probably should look a bit more at eastern Iowa, shouldn't I? Cedar Rapids, actually, by the way, is getting some strong storms. We got some reports of 70-mile-per-hour winds. And we also have some 60-mile-per-hour winds reported by the fire departments in Blairstown and Norway in Iowa. So watch out for that. And then there's trees down reported on Highway 150. So State Highway 150 near Urbana. So watch out with that as well. So if you're in Cedar Rapids and Iowa City, probably should watch out for the strong damaging winds that are going to surge on through, honestly. And I think if I were to see it as to where the strong damaging winds would be, it would probably have to be more towards the Shellsburg area and further east. So like Albernet, Central City, Springfield, Anamosa, that general area, maybe even towards the Monticello's area, or the Monticello. Monticello. I don't know how it's pronounced over there. So if someone could correct me again, please, so I can remember for a future reference. Wow. That is not from today, but that's still pretty cool. Yeah, that's not from today, but that's still kind of insane, Theo. And I think you realized that it wasn't from today either. I just looked at Twitter and stuff like that. Signing out. Yep, see ya, Mark. Thanks for coming out to the live stream. I really do appreciate it. We're starting to get towards the edge of the risk here. Take a look at GR Earth, and you can see a lot of these warnings are now heading into the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So look at this. Pull up radar, and you can see that this is starting to move into the edge of the 4 out of 5 and into the 3 out of 5. So Eau Claire, Sparta, as well as areas near Throp and Marshfield. We're probably going to actually stream this as it gets towards the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, honestly. I think that's probably better for us to do. So that'll be something. I want to see something. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, this is all the areas of rotation that has happened over the past hour. Look at this. Look up here in Winona. A lot of rotation in some of these spots, indicated in these reds and even blues in some areas. But there's also some areas, if you go down south here towards Oklahoma, Bartlesville. All right, there's a little bit of rotation over there too. So a lot of stuff that's kind of just happened. Is this a major outbreak? A major severe weather outbreak, more than likely. A big derecho that kind of went through. Let's see. Do derechos form because there's no terrain to stop them? No, it's just it depends upon what's happening in the upper levels. Depends upon what's happening in the upper levels, and that's pretty complex. Pretty complex to actually talk about. You know, you'd have to get into like soundings and what the temperature and dew points are at 850 millibars and 925 millibars and 700 millibars, and it's, you know, a lot of stuff to talk about up there. So, but yeah. Good thing I didn't show that on stream. Haha. Tried to get me, but you didn't. That was disturbing. Not gonna lie. Whoo! Yeah, if you want to learn about soundings and stuff like that, join the Discord server too. That's definitely something there as well. Let's go to lacrosse here. Um, yeah, I mean, my goodness. Did I get rickrolled? No, it was a something even more disturbing than that. It was gory. Pretty gory. But yeah, there's just a couple areas of rotation, but the thing is just kind of becoming a bit more of a damaging wind risk more than anything. I guess the one thing here to mention, more or less, is that this stuff here is heading off towards I-94. All right, I-94 is where it's all heading off towards now. And Eau Claire, Osseo, Price, Northfield, Hickston, Black River Falls. Yeah, there is a lot of strong damaging winds that is anticipated to move on through and towards your area. So watch out for that. There might be a little bit of rotation over here near Arcadia, Arcadia. Geez, Arcadia near Independence and Whitehall in Wisconsin. So watch out for that. Where is my Wichita, Kansas radar? There they are. The closest radar would have to be Tulsa. So let's move our thing over to Tulsa. Let's see what's happening over there. Storm relative velocity is pretty good, and the Cape is pretty good. This wind shear is pretty linear, so that'll be that with that. Do I do long-range snow predictions? You can't really do long-range snow predictions because the models are very inaccurate after a week. That's the reason why I kind of get upset when other people try and do snow predictions when they know full well it's going to be wrong. It's like a hype train. You know, you're saying, oh, this area could get snow. You could get like, you know, a foot of snow, and then they don't even get any snow. And I'm just like, you know, as a person who remembers what it likes to be a kid, because I'm 19, you know, as a person who remembers what it was like to, you know, look at the weather forecast and see what was anticipated to get snow and then not get as much snow as they were thinking, I was always pretty upset. Okay? So the fact that people can create a hype train for a snow event that might not even, you know, be accurate at all is kind of outrageous in my opinion. But the one thing I will say is that there is expected to be some snow this weekend on a Saturday into Sunday into portions of the Northeast, so watch out for that. How is Iowa City now? Let's go take a look. Yeah, the line kind of just broke up over them, not gonna lie. So they're getting some strong damaging winds, some occasional showers and thunderstorms, but other than that, not really too much. They're not anti-Jesus, they're just monitoring chat to where if you're pushing an agenda, then, you know, gotta moderate it, because this is a chat for weather, you know. We're not trying to discuss as to whether or not there is or not a God. I mean, I believe that Jesus is real, and I believe that God is real, all right? But the one thing that we need to do now, you know, we can pray, you can pray in chat, but, you know, during instances to where we need to come together and get information out and to work together as a team, you know, fighting over religion is not the place. Gonna be 20 in April, though. In April, I'm gonna be 20. There you go. It's Morning Sun, Iowa in the clear. Morning Sun, Morning Sun. Where is Morning Sun? Morning Sun, Iowa. Nope, they're still in the risk. Still in the risk. But it's going to be just some strong damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour. So watch out for that. Could even get some higher than that, maybe up to hurricane force. Hello from Minnesota. Well, hello to you too. Southeastern Minnesota got really impacted. So I'm hoping you're safe. I'm hoping that you are safe. Yeah, and then look at this over on the side here. Look at how much freezing rain and sleet is here in the portions of, you know, Fargo and down south along I-29. Look at that. Lot of freezing precipitation on the western side of this low pressure system. But let's play this loop here. Look at this low pressure. Look at that. Look at that. That is pretty significant right there. Look at that. Is there a chance for severe weather in the Milwaukee area? I don't know if you should prepare or not. It's probably not all too likely, honestly. Probably not all too likely. Cal Topo is a good site for fire heat directions. Cal Topo. Fire activity. Oh yeah, there you go. There is some stuff there. There definitely is. Pickles, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please delete messages with profanity and taking God's name in vain. The only time that I'm sure people won't was when people get in the heat of the moment and it gets really emotional. So, I mean, I know I curse. And I go to confession for it because it's a habit. Because I'm a Catholic, if you didn't know already. But, you know, just chill. I'd say if it's not excessive language, very excessive language, then, you know, they might be able to get away with it. But that's also at the discretion of the moderators. I'll leave that to them. Trista with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. You live on the top floor of an apartment with 2 babies. Wind sounds terrifying. Oh yeah, this is, you know, very strong system that's moving on through. And yeah, that's basically what's going to happen even after thunderstorms move past. I mean, that's just going to be really consistent. So yeah, Eau Claire is now about to get hit by the strong damaging winds. Yeah, Eau Claire is about to get hit by the strong damaging winds. So watch out for that. There you go. Yeah, Eau Claire. That's definitely going to get impacted. I just had to read that to see what could potentially be happening on Twitter. Because there's something that's going on over there, and I'm kind of curious. The one thing I am really curious about, though, is this Pigeon Falls storm, right? Pigeon Falls and Strum. Jeez, I cannot speak tonight. I'm losing my mind, chat. I am losing my mind. Is slow mode for everyone due to the numbers wanting to chat? Yeah. That's the reason why there's a slow mode. Because there's so many people. That's true, Jonathan. I do agree. I do agree. Even though you might have gotten... Wait, did you get timed out? I'm not sure if you got timed out. If you did get timed out, you are kind of true in that. You are true. Trista with the membership. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I think that actually puts me over a milestone here. I'm not sure. I cannot confirm. Strum, OCO, Foster, areas along I-94 and Pigeon Falls need to really watch out because this storm could potentially be pretty strong there. I think that puts me over a milestone for members. Memberships. And let's see. Yep, that now puts us at 100 total members on our channel. That's 100 people who said, hey, I'm going to, support $5 a month to sponsor my channel. And that's amazing. All right. That's amazing right there. So, thank you so much to every single person who became a member. Trista, thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a member on the channel. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Give me your perspective on Baxter, Minnesota. Baxter, Minnesota. If I look that up, is over there. It's well north of Minneapolis, so you guys could potentially get some snow. Some snow in upwards of 6 inches, maybe a little bit less than that, because you might be a little bit far south. But you got quite a lot of activity from that storm there that is possible. So watch out for that. I would definitely do so from a winter weather perspective. But other than what I just said, you're not expected to get a whole lot besides strong damaging winds, as well as some general rain showers and some winter weather. You live in Carl Junction, and it's doing nothing here. It hasn't hit Neosho yet. Let's see. Carl Junction. That's north of Joplin. Give me a second. I want to see Tulsa's radar. And yeah, it hasn't hit you guys in Carl Junction yet. It hasn't hit you guys yet. It's moving really slow. That's the one thing that's pretty consistent, is that this line right here, down here in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri, it's moving really slow. So, someone's bluffing. Someone said there's a hurricane forming. Is this true? There's a typhoon forming, but that's over in like the Philippines and stuff like that. What's the outlook for Chicago? Chisago, Minnesota. I was about to say Chicago, but I think it's a good thing I corrected myself. Chisago, Minnesota. Yeah, strong damaging winds is more or less your main threat, honestly. You guys are just went through, or they're going through the main line right now. And then after that, you guys could potentially be getting some snow afterwards. So, interesting thing with that. Go to La Crosse's radar. Yeah, that Pigeon Falls storm is still telling me that there could be still something rotating there. Right within here. Right over US Highway 53, approaching the interstate I-94. Just south of Oseo, heading towards Fairchild, I believe is what that is, and it is. It was kind of blocked by the box, so it was really hard to say. But yeah, there's definitely something right there that's moving on through. And yeah, sheesh, a lot of activity there. For sure. Let me see how many power outages are there now. Let's refresh. Jeez, 131,000 people without power. 131,000 people without power. That's crazy. Wow. I just got sent this to me. This is in Cedar Rapids. This is in Cedar Rapids. So this is what you guys are experiencing right now. And look at that. Very strong damaging winds. Look at this flagpole that's whipping all over the place. Things kind of just go from 0 to 100. Look, it's pretty like, you know, got some strong winds. Then all of a sudden, things really start to pick up. Look at that. Probably a damaging wind gust of some sort. Is Kentucky safe? Yeah, more than likely. Brian Holleyall's nice too. I do agree. Spring Green, Wisconsin. Let's see. Spring Green, Wisconsin. Jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to that there in a second. Yeah, Spring Green, Wisconsin is just due west of Madison. You guys are barely in the risk of a well, I mean, not barely, but you guys are in the risk for a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So strong damaging winds with that is more anticipated more than anything. So watch out with that. It's raining hard in Eau Claire now. Sheesh. Yeah, hold up. Let me see what Eau Claire is doing again. Yep, there it is. There is a little bit of general rotation there that's just on the western side of Eau Claire. Maybe something that's trying to form. But it's not really all too consolidated at the moment. And if I go to Minnesota's Minneapolis radar here, probably won't say a whole lot either. I mean, it does have a little bit of rotation, but doesn't help that you have a lot of these purple pixels, which are range folding. So it doesn't really show us anything all too much. But yeah, big time thunderstorm that's moving on through in Eau Claire. Let's go back to La Crosse's radar. And yeah, we're just looking up 5,000 feet. So this is the better radar to look at. Yeah, Osseo right here I still think has a chance of becoming maybe tornadic, but otherwise, the window of opportunity is kind of slamming shut at the moment. Let's go to the Quad Cities radar in Davenport, and let's take a look at the line of storms that are approaching the general area of the Mississippi River here along the border of Iowa and Illinois. Iowa and Illinois here. And very strong damaging winds here for the most part, but it's not really like super significant. Although there is some showers and thunderstorms that went through Iowa City, creating some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that knocked over a tin shed, apparently. And then also 64-mile-per-hour wind gust. What radar do I use? This is GR2 Analyst, my friend. 21-day free trial, but then if you want to get the full version, you'd need to purchase a key, and that key costs $250, but it's only a one-time purchase. Only a one-time purchase. And this is the best radar out there that you can get, in my honest opinion. It's the best radar that you can get. Gibson Ridge 2 Analyst. EF5s are super rare, and this event was not exactly strong enough to cause it. I think that if it does go EF5, if it does go EF5, it'll be revealed a lot later. I think they'll do some studies and stuff like that. And stuff will naturally sort itself out. I want to show you guys something here real quickly. And this is something cool with the Storm Prediction Center that you can do. So go down to Storm Reports, and then go down to the first one. Look at how many storm reports. If I open the tab, look at how many storm reports are in this area. Look at this. 386 wind reports, with 53 of them being significant. You see these big black squares here. And then you see the orange dots there. Those are tornadoes. And then you see a little bit of greens in some spots. So we have 19 tornado reports and then 16 hail reports, with 3 of them being significant, for a total of a staggering 421 total reports. Now that's filtered, or not filtered, that's unfiltered. This is the filtered version, and it only has 338 reports. It cuts out a lot of the wind reports, so you can see here on the same hand, 339 total reports, with 309 of them being wind. And 19 of them, still 19 tornado reports there still. So yeah, this is a pretty significant day that we just had. What was the radar again, please? GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst. But my goodness. My goodness. Let's go back to Quad Cities radar here. And we'll play the loop as this approaches Mississippi River. All right, let's see. So it's coming to Oklahoma, but late. Yeah, you guys are expecting to get these lines of storms here, and it's not expected to do a whole lot. Maybe it'll be more of a flooding risk more than anything, but yeah, some passing showers and thunderstorms that definitely could do something there. Let's see what else is here. What about Schaumburg, Illinois? Let's see what's happening over there and whether or not there could be something. Now, from Illinois, you know, depending upon where you are in Illinois, you might not be even in the risk, all right? So that's the reason why I ask. You're in Chicago, so you guys aren't really expected to get a whole lot. You're in the 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, indicated in this dark green, but usually when it starts to get into the dark green, it doesn't really do that. Does your map show fires? Does it show fires? Well, if you're close enough to the radar, you can. If the fires are close enough to the radar, but otherwise, you know, not really. But there is a way on satellite that you can. And there you go. There still is fires ongoing here into portions of Kansas. Look at that. Still have some wildfires ongoing. What's going on in Indiana later? You guys are expected to get a flash flooding setup from Thursday into Saturday. I'll make a video. By the way, guys, I'm going to be making a video, all right, tomorrow afternoon. Sometime around, you know, 5 Eastern, 6 Eastern, 5, 6 Eastern, 4 or 5 Central, sometime around then. Updating you guys on future weather. And that's when I make my videos. Usually it's in the afternoon now. I can't really do it in the mornings anymore. Because I don't have the mental capacity to do it. Like, I only do it before events. So, like, just like this morning. I can do it during them, but I can't do it every single day. I need to do it in the afternoons. Ugh, I just popped my shoulder. That's amazing. Viroqua, Wisconsin. We'll see here in a second. Is Rockford, Illinois safe? You guys are just barely on the 2 out of 5 and the 1 out of 5. So I'd have to say you guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds, but it's not expected to be like super impactful. So I'd say you guys are fine for the most part. I want to turn on the tornado watch thing. Where did it actually ascend towards? So it's all the way towards Wausau, Baraboo, and Madison. So I think we're probably going to live stream all the way until towards the end of the tornado watch, which is in effect until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, which is midnight my time. So that's another 2 hours. And that's not that bad, honestly. That's not that bad. So yeah, Rockford is pretty safe. And then Viroqua, Wisconsin is near La Crosse. So you guys are about to get some storms. You're about to get some storms. Let's take a look. Yeah, you're getting storms right now. Look at that. Strong damaging winds. Doesn't look anything tornadic. So I think you guys are good on that department if you guys can just hold on and stay away from windows. Your son on fire? What? Let's see. Oh, your son's Kansas town is on fire. So I didn't know if you can see the fires on your map. I could see it on, actually, I wonder if I could see it in another thing. I'll take a look at that in a second. Platteville, Wisconsin. Let's take a look at there. Western St. Louis area, you guys are expected to just get some showers and thunderstorms overnight, honestly. Not expected to be super significant. So Platteville, that's super far south. Are you guys even in the tornado watch? Yeah, you guys are. So yeah, you guys might get some severe weather here pretty soon. It's possible. What's the timing on this? In about a half an hour. Do I think this is natural or HAARP? I think this is natural mainly because usually in December, the wind patterns are enhanced. And that's more or less because of the difference in the atmosphere between warm air and cool air. And pressure changes. pressure changes. That typically is what happened with cold air. When it gets cold, pressure tends to drop. And because the pressure tends to drop, you can get enhanced wind shear. And that's kind of what we got here for today. Nice to see you back, Iota. Nice to see you back. Is it possible for Freeport, Illinois to get a tornado? Good question. Give me a second. As I said, I'll look for it. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I don't see it all too likely. Although you guys are at the end of the tornado watch, so I probably will be live streaming still by the time the storms get to Freeport. I've got a live stream for another, hour and a half, 2 hours still. Is it going to track into Michigan? Yes, but it's not going to really be severe. Yep, I bet I am in good hands with Felicity. No, I'm just joking. Felicity is a great moderator. Great moderator. Let's see. 94 already has overturned semi close to Osseo. Wow. So 94 already has an overturned semi. Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's what these strong damaging winds are going to do. That's what it's going to do there. So yeah, this is it where we're at right here. These are where these strong showers and thunderstorms are moving off towards. Here's the border of Minnesota. Here's Lake Michigan. For you Packers fans, here's Green Bay. Which, by the way, I'm going to the Ravens-Packers game this weekend, so that's going to be interesting. And yeah, we got this massive line that's surging on through, so that's kind of what we're watching for with the strong damaging winds and potentially even a tornado threat. But other than that, you know, pretty widespread for the most part. New tornado warning just got issued. Watch it be Humbird.
Tornado warning for central Clark County in central Wisconsin.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I said, watch it be Humbird, and there you go. It's Humbird. We got a new tornado warning here for, this is Clark County here in Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So Nelliesville, Christie, Longwood, and Loyal, as well as areas along Highway 10, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And if we take a look here at the reflectivity, the radar here for the most part, you can see you have a lot of strong surging winds creating this kind of bow in the line. And that's kind of like, it's that bend but not break type thing, if you guys know what I mean. And so the line is bending because you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind this and are channeling right within that corner right there. And so when you have that, then you could potentially get a little bit of this whirlpooling effect on both sides. You can have a little bit of curl like this and then a little bit curl like that. And because the whirlpooling with low pressure systems favors these counterclockwise spins, then this usually leads to more and more tornadic activity from that perspective right there. And that's the reason why they've issued the tornado warnings, because you have this whirlpooling effect here with this hook, the inflow coming in behind this, and right there, just to the north of Marillion and just to the due east of Humbird is where the tornadic rotation actually is. So watch out for that if you live in that general vicinity. And there is a little bit of velocity signature there. And yeah, look at that. And that might be a debris signature, maybe. That could potentially be a debris signature right within there. Let's circle that and see if it lines up. It kind of matches up, but at the same time, it doesn't. So we'll wait for the next scan to see if this actually is tornadic, if this is actually in progress right now. But this is a clear, well-defined bookend vortex with the clear hook right in here, and then actually wraps back into this. So yeah, that's a clear tornadic signature. And we're just kind of hoping that this thing doesn't produce a tornado at the moment. We're hoping that I don't see a big blue ball that's on this correlation coefficient, because that would be the drop here. That would be a correlation coefficient drop. And unfortunately, it does seem as if there might have been a little bit of activity here. Not exactly sure if this is debris. Doesn't look like it is debris, but it still is some good rotation here within this storm, so watch out for that. And specifically right now, all right, we're gonna go into specifics so that people can have an idea as to where this is at. All right, this is a tornado warning in kind of west central Wisconsin. This is north of La Crosse, north of I-90. And this is kind of in between Minneapolis and Green Bay. This is due south and east of Eau Claire. And this is right near the town of Humbird, Nelliesville, as well as Christie. And this does have a little bit of rotation here. You can see a little bit of this curling spin towards the rear here. And that's basically what's creating your tornadic development right within this storm. So, yeah, it does look like the velocities are starting to amplify a little bit more, and that's kind of concerning in my honest opinion, but we're going to have to see as to whether or not this thing continues to move on through. The Weather Channel just said there will be overnight tornadoes. I mean, this is technically the night, and it is over the night, so therefore, I'd say this qualifies. But yeah, there is definitely a lot of activity here. Right along US Highway 10. US Highway 10 is the area that seems to be where this tornadic rotation is at the moment. So guys, we need to share this with as many people as possible. I mean, there's still tornadic activity here. And we've been live streaming. Well, even though this live stream says about 5 hours, this says 5.5. We also had our other live stream, which was an hour and a half. So we've been live streaming for about 7 hours now. Maybe even 7.5 hours, I believe. So we've been on this system for quite some time, and it hasn't quit. It hasn't quit at all, and we need to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. So share this information with friends and family and on social media, as well as by liking the live stream. You actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread this information to as many people as possible. But yeah, Christie, Nelliesville, Willard, Greenwood, Loyal, that general vicinity. This is where the tornadic rotation actually is. And it's getting close to Spencer. But it's not too close. So Loyal, Christie, Nelliesville, and then maybe even Longwood if this thing continues to move further off towards the north. Velocities aren't really too significant. Might have been something with a little bit of debris right there. Maybe. And it might have been a brief debris signature. So yeah, I do think I'm starting to lean towards the potential of there being a tornado when we were looking at it live. And that's the reason why they issue tornado warnings, guys, is because the tornado warnings could potentially, you know, be one of those situations to where when a tornado warning is issued, a potential tornado could actually, you know, start to register. And, you know, potential for tornado is there. Where again just came back, this is west central Wisconsin. This is to the south and east of Eau Claire. And this is along Highway 10 near Nelliesville in Wisconsin. So they have a tornado warning here. This is for Clark County, and that'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So watch out for this, because this definitely does look like it has a little bit of rotation here. I love GR2. GR2 here is so useful for me right now because, you know, with most other radar products like Radar Scope and Radar Omega, they don't have storm relative velocity as good as this. And this makes it really easy to identify as to where tornadoes could potentially be. And I still see it right here. Still a little bit of rotation, a lot of reds moving away, some greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where that rotation would be. So yeah. There's also some other areas of strong damaging winds further south, and they could lead to some QLCS type tornadoes where some areas just jut out and then they have the whirlpooling effect once again. So watch out there. There is the potential for some areas with that. And it does look like there was a brief tornado that occurred. Does look like there was a brief tornado that occurred. But yeah, some strong damaging winds, I would say, is still likely. But along the line here, specifically in Wisconsin, just to the east of Sparta. So Sparta is out of the risk now. Sparta is out of the risk. They're still getting strong damaging winds, but Sparta is definitely out of the risk. And they... over here in Toma, in Tunnel City, so near the intersection of 95 and 90, I-94, well, not I-95, I-94 and I-90. There could potentially be something, maybe something tornadic right there. Maybe a little bit of rotation. I kind of start seeing that. I would not be surprised if that continued on through, so I'm watching that very closely. But I also got this other cell that's near Christie. Still has good rotation. I mean, red's away, green's towards, right in the middle, still decent rotation. Still has a chance to potentially produce a tornado. Sheesh. I wanted to see that real quickly. Just wanted to see something on the side here. And it didn't really tell me a whole lot. We are clear in Eau Claire. Yep, you guys are indeed clear in Eau Claire. You guys got some still showers and thunderstorms that are moving across your area, but that shouldn't be all too surprising for you all. And you guys will continue to get some damaging winds, more or less. Hey, everyone always has a purpose, whether it's small or big. A purpose is a purpose, my friend. Live life to the fullest if you don't. Have fun. Do I think Duluth will cop much? Probably not, honestly. I think they're too far north. I think the temperatures and the thermodynamics are not very favorable. So, what is the white on CC? That stuff is what, 105? Yeah, it's 100 some odd percent. So that's kind of weird. I don't know why that's white. So I might have to change that, because that looks weird. Devin Wells, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That's the best way to support my channel. I mean, sheesh. We just got over 100 members, all right? You know, so it's pretty mind-blowing to see that there's still people who are willing to support the channel and become a sponsor. So, you know, especially $5, you know, $5 a month. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for becoming a member. You get exclusive emotes, badges, exclusive content. You also get, you know, your name shouted out there on the big text stuff. So yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And if you want to become a member, you gotta click that join button down below, which is right next to the subscribe button that I'm sure you've already clicked. But if you haven't, please be sure to do so. Which, by the way, all right, speaking of people who've clicked that subscribe button, we're at 22,900 subscribers at the moment, which is pretty insane. We've gained about 1,000 subscribers this live stream. And that's amazing. That's amazing. You know, so to all the new subscribers who tuned into my channel, you know, you guys are absolutely amazing. And yeah, yeah, if you are willing to stay tuned, please be sure to turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the stuff that I will provide, which I'll be providing a video tomorrow afternoon. There's potentially a snowstorm that could impact the Northeast. So I do want to talk about that. These storms are moving northeast at 70 miles per hour for someone who is curious. But yeah, this storm here that has the tornado warning. This was, I believe, what county again? Clark County. They still have that tornado warning until 9:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. I see a couple areas of rotation, but not all too much. But it's still there, all right? It's still there. There's still some rotation here that's approaching Greenwood. There's a little bit of rotation near Willard, and there's a little bit of rotation near, I believe that is Christie. So we're just going to have to continue to watch how this continues to progress further towards the north, but there's not really anything super organized at the moment, besides maybe Christie. Adam Wilkinson, thank you for becoming a member. I really do appreciate that. And then Don Clayton, thank you so much for becoming a member as well. I really do appreciate that as well. So thank you so much. By the way, all right, I do want to say this for the new people who are, new to my channel, all right? I cover weather that could be significant to life and or property. That does include Canada, by the way. So I'm not going to be, like, if there is, a span to where there is, just general thunderstorms and there's not even expected to be snow, I'll upload a video with, like, twice a week or something like that to try and keep you guys up to date with what all is happening. But the times into which I really start to upload is when stuff like this happens, or even when there's like a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, or a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Specifically a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. That's when I start really uploading. So that type of stuff, I upload videos to try and cover for. And then there's even some instances where I even do live streams for whenever there's a 2 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5. But, that's based off of my interpretation as to whether or not I think it could be impactful to, as I said, life and property. Now, the only, thing that's wrong with that is that it's up to my interpretation and not other people. So, some people may be disappointed that I do live stream or don't live stream. And, whether or not there could be activity within those lower end events, that's something to be determined still. So, yeah, that's the thing there. That's kind of what's happening there. Please zoom out to show the Wisconsin southern border. Yep, will do. We'll turn it to reflectivity here. See this massive line that really is pushed off and across. Let's go up to Davenport real quickly. Let's see what's happening with this line. What are the expected winds in New Lisbon and Mauston, Wisconsin area? Can we see the velocity map? Yeah, I can definitely pull that up here in a bit. Jeez. But I want to see this line here that's approaching Davenport. Iowa City had a lot of strong damaging winds here. Look at this, 70 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour. Thanks, Felicity. Can you see a 3D of the storm? As much as I would love to take a 3D, you guys aren't really going to see a whole lot. But I mean, we can. We can take a 3D of the storm. Yeah, you guys remember? Yeah, you see, you guys in chat are starting to get it. Once the storm continues to move further east across the Mississippi River, then the line's starting to kind of deteriorate. See what I mean? Has anyone confirmed tornadoes? Yep, there's been a bunch of confirmed tornadoes today. But yeah, you guys get what I kind of mean here, I'm not completely out of my mind. All right, so you asked for Mauston, Wisconsin. Can't find the icon to become a member of the channel. Is there any way a moderator can send me the link? Hold up. Is there a way? I might have to send it myself because I'll have to go into like the actual stuff. Yeah, you guys could definitely get some severe weather over in Mauston, Wisconsin. Would not be surprised. That's like what, up towards, yeah, right there. Jeez, it was already labeled. So yeah, there could definitely be some severe weather heading off towards your vicinity. Let's see your timing here, however. Yeah, about a little less than an hour and a half, so probably 20 to 25 minutes. 20 to 25 minutes for your area. What is Discord? It is a social media platform that is basically like a giant group chat for people 13 years of age and older. And, you know, for us, for my channel specifically, I have that Discord server to where if you want to just, you know, sit around, chill out, talk with me and stuff like that, and even learn about weather, especially if you want to enhance your weather skills and stuff like that. You know, we have people who are studying to become meteorologists in college that are in there every now and then. We have our moderators and you know, staff members that are willing to help there too. We got classes and stuff like that in the server. So, you know, if you want to enhance your skills in the Discord server, the link is in the description down below. And that will definitely be helpful. Or at least, in my opinion, if you want to. All right, so if you want to become a member, it is a link in the chat. All right, so link in the chat. If you want to become a member, there you go. Will Rochelle, Illinois get these storms? More than likely, yes, but it won't be super significant. So, took finals today. Well, I hope you did pretty well. Hope you passed. I hope you did more than pass. Finals is always, you know, an issue as you get closer and closer towards the end of the semester. Or trimester, wherever you are. Let's go back to that tornado warning up there that's in, just north and west of Marshfield. Let's see if there's any residual rotation. And I don't see all too much with it anymore. I do see a little bit over here near Granton, though. That's one thing that I did notice. But other than that, you know, I don't really start seeing rotation until you get further south along the line. So I'll continue to monitor that. Soul Inferno, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate that. We're getting a lot of members here. Getting a lot of supporters who want to sponsor the channel, and I really do appreciate that. As I said, it goes a long way for the channel. It goes a long way, so I really do appreciate it. Let's see, is there anything that is, let's go up to GR Earth, and let's see how far this extends. First off, look at this here. I'm going to take off the SPC thing, and I'm going to show you how long this thing extends, how far it extends, okay? And I'll take the watch off, too, so you guys can see, all right? Look at this. Look at this. Massive low-pressure system right here, indicated with this L. You got snow, sleet, and freezing rain behind this, and then you got your strong storms with your massive front here, massive dry line and or cold front that pushes on through. Big time stuff in that general area, but look at how expansive this is. There are so many wind reports here too. It's a lot of activity with this line, and this is easily a derecho, all right? Easily a derecho, okay? This right here, a derecho, for people who don't know, is a significant wind event that travels for 250 miles and consistently creates severe winds, so like winds above 60 miles per hour and stuff like that. And this thing started over here into like Grand Island and Red Cloud. And, you know, you can already see the distance here between, let's put a marker here just for reference. So here's the marker, And you can already see the distance between that red marker right there and eastern Iowa and into Wisconsin. All right, it actually traveled this way into Wisconsin. So that's even a further distance of how far it's traveled. And because it's traveled that far away, this is easily a derecho. David, that's pretty funny. Even though that was deleted by Felicity, that was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. Cherry Pie with the 2, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. It says, is Toma okay? Your boyfriend is at work there. Let me check. I'll make sure to see if he is alright, and this is in Wisconsin. I need to go there anyways with that radar, so lucky for me. Yeah, Toma here seems like they're getting the brunt of the line. It doesn't look like it's any thing significant right now, besides some very strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So I'd say from a tornado's perspective, you guys are fine, but from a strong damaging wind perspective, probably not. So watch out for that. But thank you for the 2, Cherry Pie. I really do appreciate it. Take a shot. There you go, David. There you go. I'm pretty sure someone would be pretty drunk if that actually were to happen. If someone would do a shot game with my channel. There's so much stuff that I say on repeat. It was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. There was a report of a funnel cloud here from a train spotter. This is south of Spencer in Wisconsin. So this is due east of Eau Claire, near the tornado warning. And the storm, by the way, with the tornado warning is starting to move out of the actual warning box. So we'll probably... Oh, no, wait, never mind. We have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Northeastern Clark County in central Wisconsin, Southeastern Taylor County in north-central Wisconsin.
So that's an extension of this warning here. So they extended the warning, I guess. Yeah, they did. So yeah, new tornado warning here that extends all the way up into Medford and Stetsonville, as well as Dorchester, Owen, Curtis, towards State Highway 64 and State Highway 29. So if you live in that area, highly recommend taking your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So just keep in mind with that, that has indeed been, identified by the National Weather Service for there to potentially be something tornadic right within this line. And I would not be surprised if that was the case either. Would not be surprised if that was the case either. So, if I were to say where the rotation was, if you were to look at me and say, hey, where's the rotation? This would be near Owen. This would be near Longwood. So right within here, once again, you see this kind of curl that comes back, and you have the inflow that's seeping in, creating this counterclockwise rotation. There it is right there. That would be where the tornadic rotation would be if you were to ask me. And that's going to be heading off towards the north and east towards Medford. So the area to watch more or less right now is Owen and Curtis and areas along State Highway 29. But if you're in places like Medford, you guys could potentially be impacted a little bit later. So timings of this here, if I can get the timings of this event from the storm motion from warning. And it looks like it actually could miss Medford to the west by about 5 to 10 miles, and it'll be passing over State Highway 64 within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So watch out for that. Look at the fire near Russell and Paradise, Kansas. Hard to find any information, looking very concerning. I mean, yeah, it is concerning. I'll take a look at the satellite imagery here again, and you can see all these black areas representing the fire still. It doesn't seem to be spreading all too much. Let's see if I can find out what the current winds are, the current wind speed is for that general vicinity. So let's take a look at METAR stations. And the winds luckily enough, are not very high at the moment over in that general area. So we have wind gusts, I should say, that are around 20 knots, which is around 25 miles per hour. But otherwise, the winds for the most part are kind of around the general area of, 10 to 15 miles per hour. So it's not expected to like grow in size exponentially. And that is because of how the excessive winds here within this area is not as strong as it once was. You can see a lot of these gray sticks with flags on the end, and that means that you have a lot of 10 knot winds, which is about 15 miles per hour, and maybe even lower than that. But, if there was the fire over here in like Iowa and stuff like that, you can see how strong the wind shear is over there with like 35 to 40 mile per hour winds. Independent Witch Tracy, thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate that. I really do. But yeah, that's the things that I can show here for the most part from a scientific perspective and what I know. Let's actually go a little bit closer here so that you guys can see fully what's happening here with those wildfires. So you can see there's the significant wildfires over there that's in Paradise, and then you have a little bit of some wildfires on the outside that are residual as well. It looks like that wildfire that was over in this one has like kind of resided a little bit just to the south of Salina, but it also looks like it's kind of weakening too. So that's the good news there. But that is the wildfire right there, according to satellite imagery. And I want to see. Oh, well, obviously, can't see that. Duh. I can't see any smoke from that, which is the good news, of course. Is there anything that I can see? Snow and ice. Oh, well, obviously, I can't see that either. Duh, I need to consider the following. That's what I need to do. Yeah, we can still see something there. What about clean? Long wave IR. Yeah, I can't see all too much. Simple water vapor. Yeah, I can't see all too much besides long wave IR. So that's probably not long wave IR. I'm sorry, short wave IR. So that's all we can really see. Yeah, I am using GR2 Analyst as my radar product. Can you share to my Twitter about the fires? Yeah, that would probably be best case scenario. It's Irish. Do you think I'm good in Chicago? You want to go to bed? Yep, Chicago, you guys aren't expected to get a whole lot. Yeah, you're not expected to get a whole lot from the system. So that's the good news. But thanks, Irish, for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Let's take a look over here into let's take a look at Twitter as because some people said that I could share it. That's pretty funny too. As I said, if you find anything on Twitter and you want to share it with me, please be sure to do so. As I said, at Nate_Snyder. Is my Twitter. Which, by the way, we have over 1,600 followers there too. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, have a good one, Irish. I really do appreciate you sticking around. I really do. Let's go back to lacrosse. See what's happening over here. Yep, to all the people who are leaving the live stream. Thank you for stopping by. I really do appreciate that. There's that purple circle anomaly. That just tells me what the environment is like. I probably should turn that off because I didn't really need that today. I might need that today. Storms finally reached us here in the Joplin, Missouri area. Well, watch out for some flash flooding, because those storms are going to be moving very slow. By the way, for the people who are leaving, please be sure to tune into my video tomorrow afternoon. All right, this is afternoon into the evening, so it's around 4 to 5 Eastern. Well, actually, probably 5 to 6 Eastern. 4 to 5 Central, sometime around that time frame. So, if you come back to the channel around that time frame, it'd be a whole lot easier if you actually turn on notifications, channel notifications. You hit that bell button, and I'll be able to give you guys an idea as to what my video is going to be about. Speaking of which, shall we take a look at a sneak peek? First off, let's take a look at the power outages, see how much. Iowa has 146,800 people without power, and Kansas has 100,000 people without power again. That's pretty crazy, in my honest opinion. That's really crazy. Let's take a look at a sneak peek and see what the models are saying for this weekend. I am curious about that. NAM. NAM. U.S. regions. Northeast. Let's take a look at how much snow is expected. Snow total Kuchera. Yeah, there is expected to be some snow up there. And even, look at that! Ontario and Quebec. So there you go. I get to make a video for my Canadian friends. There you go. Video for my Canadian friends and stuff like that. Let's take a look at the 500 millibar wind shear and the Euro model. And let's zoom it out a little bit into not Africa. Not Africa. I don't do coverage for Africa. And there's a low pressure system that digs real deep. Might be some severe weather for places like Texas and Louisiana on Monday. Could definitely be the case there. Yeah, would not be surprised with that. And then big bowling ball setup that continues to progress. Now let's have some fun here a little bit. Let's have some fun. All right, let's take a look at the total amounts of snow here in this entire thing. And that's a lot of snow for the northwest into the western portions of the United States. Like, sheesh. Up here in the northeast, you know, that's the event that is going to be happening this week. And I'll be talking about that in my video a little bit, as well as the potential for severe weather that'll come across portions of Texas and Louisiana on what appears to be Sunday into Monday. Your husband is out in a semi-truck in Pontiac, Wisconsin. Can you please let me know how it could possibly be there? Yes, I can. Let's see if I can, first off, find out where that is on Google Maps. Pontiac, or Poinet. Actually, it's Poinet, isn't it? Isn't it Poinet? It seems Poinet. I don't know why I say Ponnet. Jeez. Yeah, Poinet in Wisconsin. That's north of Madison. What's a closer radar? I'd have to say La Crosse. Yeah. So Poinet could definitely be impacted by these strong damaging winds, but these storms are starting to deteriorate. Jeez, I can't speak. Because it's moving further and further into an unfavorable environment. So these storms could potentially start to disintegrate on its approach towards I-3 or I-39, which is Poinet, stuff like that. So watch out for that. West Bend, Wisconsin, just got a severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, you guys are expected to get just severe thunderstorms, honestly, because it's just nothing really too tornadic. And yeah, there's West Bend. That is just to the north and west of Milwaukee. And yeah, this entire line's just going to move on through. I'm not going to be live streaming when it actually does get to that certain stage. Once it starts to pass the current tornado watch right now, that's when, I'll probably start to call it quits and stuff like that. But yeah, there's the tornado watch, falls along the boundary, and it got severe thunderstorm warnings all along that as well. Is Southwest Virginia getting bad weather this weekend? I don't believe so. Let's go back to that and see if there's any freezing rain or sleet. No, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it's gonna be like anything bad. And the Euro model is the model to use. This is a model that's really accurate with placements when it comes to days further than 3. So once you get from 3 to 5, maybe even 6 days, the Euro model is pretty good. But that's like placement of systems. When it comes to actual, precipitation, all of the models are cold bias, which that basically means that it makes the environment colder than it actually would be. So, it just means that in some areas of snow, you could not see snow. You can see rain instead. And that's basically what we got here in some spots. But to answer your question, Southwestern Virginia, no, there's not really expected to be a whole lot. Maybe some, flurries. But other than that, no. Scorebug92 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says anything for Missouri predictions? Good question. So for the prediction part for Missouri, all I gotta say is that areas along Columbia, along I-70 towards St. Louis and further north of that probably could get some strong damaging winds. But in regards to the longevity of that line, that comes into question. So, I'd say if that line gets over to you all, you guys could get some strong damaging winds that are severe enough for a severe thunderstorm warning. But, if the line continues to break down, like you see how you got a lot of this red and then some of the yellows and oranges within that, if you start to see that deteriorate more and more, then that's a telltale sign that the line's starting to break up. So thank you for the $2 super chat. I really do appreciate that, and I hope that answers your question. Benjamin with the $2 super chat says, anything going to happen in Springfield, Missouri? So this is on the other aspect of stuff in Missouri. So notice how I went towards St. Louis, and then I saw someone asked about Springfield, so I went down here. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for your general area. And in regards to whether or not how that could potentially be, super effective for you all. I mean, there are some strong damaging winds that could be moving on through. But, at this point, I think it's going to be kind of marginal for the most part. I think there could be some strong damaging winds. But nothing really too tornadic. You might get some spotty hail out of it. Let's see what the environment is like. Yeah, I'd say strong damaging winds takes priority over practically everything. I don't really think you guys are going to get a whole lot of hail and stuff like that. So, yeah, anywhere in Missouri that hasn't been hit by showers and thunderstorms yet, expect strong damaging winds, all right? Whether or not it's severe, that's another question. But, still, if you're going to get anything, that's probably your highest risk. I understand in terms, but it's very interesting watching radar. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And, I appreciate all the people, all the new subscribers as well. We're climbing there. We're getting up there. But we're also growing as a community, too. I mean, we have 22,900 subscribers still. It says up here on my screen, we have 22,959. We're getting closer to 23,000. So we might get to 23,000 by the end of the year. I think we probably will. 23,500 by the end of the year? Maybe not, but who knows? Yeah, St. Louis, as I said, probably could get some strong damaging winds, but I don't think it's going to be as excessive as some other areas. What would you recommend for an aspiring chaser? So, for chasing, get a, if you're going to record it, get some sort of handheld camera. And what I mean by that is, it doesn't have to be super expensive. I bought mine from a storm chaser, but there are some other ones that I got as well. Something as small as this works. I have a larger one. But something as small as this, a handheld camera right here with a big battery pack. Get a lot of batteries, okay? And, just something like this is simple. There's other stuff that I have. I have a larger camcorder that, actually, you know what, I'll show you just for, why not? See if I can find it first. Here it is. So I have this thing. Now, what this here is that this is the same camcorder, but it has like a shield here. It has a shield to prevent wind from getting into the lens. So if you can find one of these rain shields here to put on your camcorder, then your quality of your your video is going to be really good because there's not going to be any rain that's getting into the lens and stuff like that. So do that, and then get a lot of money for gas. Get a lot of money for gas, get a lot of money for food, and don't eat a lot of fast food. Try to eat out if you can, like in the restaurants. I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to like McDonald's and stuff like that, but otherwise, yeah. I also know some people use dash cams if you're speaking about being out in the field. Well, for me, all right, if you're going to also storm chase, you need, if you're going to live stream, then you're going to need some sort of hotspot, mobile hotspot. And you can't use your phone because it's garbage. You need an actual mobile hotspot that you need to purchase. Stuff like that. Gonna get gusty winds in southern Illinois and severe weather tonight. In southern Illinois, probably not. Southern Illinois, you guys probably getting a flooding risk more than anything. And that'll be in tomorrow morning. That shift. Let's go back to La Crosse's radar. Might be something that's starting to develop here with some of these storms. Maybe. Let's go storm motion for morning, see what we got here. I mean, there's a couple stuff that I'm looking at. Not all too much. Got some reports of several trees blown down here, just north of Elroy in Wisconsin, and south of Camp Douglas along I-90. So some strong damaging winds with this. And then power lines blown down in Toma, so expect power outages over there. And yeah, a lot of damage here from this line here still. So we're going to sit here until the tornado watch kind of is expired, which is in another hour here. Although I think they might expire it here sooner than that. Go warnings. And so, yeah, so this is the tornado watch and the severe thunderstorm watches. So the yellow box is a severe thunderstorm watch. The red box is a tornado watch. So you can see here if I outline this, this right here still is the tornado watch. And then it goes up like that. It doesn't really matter once you get to that point. But so you can see it's approaching the end of the tornado watch here. And once we start to get towards the end of the tornado watch, that's when we're going to start to end the live stream. So it's coming soon. People can start going to sleep and stuff like that. You know, I'm not doing this just to get subscribers and stuff like that. I promise. I just want to make sure that I get everything so that, you know, if I leave and something happens, I don't have to either A, come back on, or B, if I can't come back on, like say I'm getting food or something like that and it's happening live, I'm too late. So try and get this done. And let's go through some questions, do a bit of a Q&A and stuff like that. Which, by the way, that's going to be an idea for a video, all right? We're going to do a Q&A over winter when stuff is not happening. And just have fun. And then the other thing, too, is that I'm also thinking about making a YouTube channel for video games. But the thing of it is, okay? The thing of it is that there's this game that someone showed me, all right? Shout out to, you know, DOS, Rockies, Anthony, and Profit Beats for showing me this game. It's a forecasting simulator, and it takes a look at all the levels of the atmosphere, with it, whether it's moisture content, whether it's elevated mixing layer, which has to do with how much moisture is in a specific portion of the atmosphere and how high that actually goes, as well as wind shear, CAPE, you know, helicity, and all sorts of stuff like that. And I have to pick and choose as to where I think the most significant areas could potentially be, and storm chasing and stuff like that. So I might be playing that game over there. I also might be playing whenever Outbreak, the storm chasing game, comes out. I'll be playing that on there as well. And by the way, when that game comes out, you already know that I'm going to be live streaming on that channel. And we're going to have a server set up so that we can have people who are either on my channel can join, or people in my Discord server that can join. So there could be like as many people as possible, and we're all just like messing around and storm chasing. So that's going to be pretty cool. I'm not sure if Outbreak is free. And then forecasting simulator, I think you have to pay some money and stuff like that, but I'm not sure. Because DOS got it for me. Or DOS, Rockies, Anthony, and Profit got it for me. So shout out to them. They're pretty chill dudes. Am I Skywarn certified? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. This cell over here north of Dodgeville is giving me a funny look. I want to go take a look and see what's happening here with the storm. I don't know why it's showing stuff there. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's because it's not in Dodgeville. It's like in Richland Center, so it's not even Dodgeville. So yeah, that stuff is deteriorating. And look at this line. Notice how the line is like basically just kind of withered away. Look at this. The line is withering away. So it's exactly what we've been talking about for a bit. I appreciate that. And yeah, by the way, I appreciate all the new guys who are, you know, coming to the channel. You know, as a YouTuber here, all right, I'm going to be completely real with you all. At the beginning of this season, I had like 2,000 subscribers or something like that. Maybe even, you know, approaching 3,000 subscribers. I think I had like 2,900 subscribers. And now I'm at 22,900 subscribers. Like, it's just, I've gained 20,000 subscribers within a year. And I can't believe that's actually happened. Like, you know, me personally. Because, you know, the year prior, oh, my phone is going crazy. Where is this at? No, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. It's an alarm. All right, and stop. I thought I turned it off. Stop. Scared the crap out of me. I thought I got it, and I didn't, and I made a fool out of myself. That sounds about right. That sounds like something that I would do. Anyways, I completely forgot I was talking about. That's right, the channel and stuff like that. So the channel didn't really expect it to get this far, because the year prior I didn't really have a bunch of views and stuff like that. So, yeah. The fact that I'm this high where I am right now, the only person I have to thank, well, actually, thank two people, all right? One is a group, the other is a certain person and or being, but I thank all of you. I thank all of you. And then I thank the man above for giving me the will to want to do this and to continue to try and get better. So, thank you. Thank you, thank you. As I clean my glasses because I just got them dirty since I just panicked. Oh, there we go. All right, back on there. So let's see. Analyze Wisconsin Rapids. Yep, we shall. Go ahead if you guys are really curious about, some areas that are inside the risk. Feel free to put some in the chat. Wisconsin Rapids seems to be, they might be in the risk here. Let's take a look and see what La Crosse is telling us. And yeah, they're about to get some strong damaging winds here. So watch out for that. There could potentially be some strong damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour in some spots. And I definitely think that is possible. So watch out. Watch out. Add that to the blooper reel. Nate's phone going off and scaring the crap out of him. Yeah, I probably will add that to the blooper reel. I'll do like a best of Nate Snyder 2021. And it'll have just a bunch of bloopers and stuff like that, which is that'll be pretty funny. You're in West Bend. Can you go to bed? West Bend, I'm assuming, is in Wisconsin. And it is. And, yeah, you can go to bed. You guys are not expected to do a whole lot. You guys are, in a severe thunderstorm watch, but it's just for severe thunderstorms and not tornadoes. So, you guys are good. Baraboo, what about you? Let's see. Northern Georgia weather forecast for Saturday. I know it's not as important right now. Well, I'll get to Georgia in a bit then. I'll tell you what. I'll go through all the stuff that people are asking right now, and then I'll talk about that in a bit. So Baraboo is about to get hit by some showers and thunderstorms too. Now you guys are not exactly as significant. You got some strong damaging winds. So there was a wind gust report in Platteville or Plateville. I think it's Platteville though. 68 mile per hour winds. So there could be something that was could be near your area. So I'd watch out for that. Look at the power outages. I will in a bit. Windy here in Waukesha. So warm I have to open my window and your cat is enjoying it. I honestly would too. It's pretty warm. Peoria. You guys are expected to get some strong damaging winds here soon. So I might transition to the bottom. So I'll watch out for that. If this continues to go the way I think it is. So I'll take a look at Peoria here in a second. But yeah, a line of storms that are heading off into your area. So watch out for that. Davenport, Iowa. Good question. You guys are getting impacted right now. Look at this. So actually, that stuff just passed you. So you guys could see some residual showers and thunderstorms. That's definitely possible. But the main line, the main threat is way past you. You guys are in the clear. You guys can go to bed. That is the big thing for you all. Is that once the main line passes, you guys can go to bed. Let us see. Rockford, Illinois. I would say strong damaging winds more than anything. You got this massive line that's going to be pushing on through right into this area. So I would not be surprised if you guys got some strong damaging winds. But other than that, not really too concerning in my honest opinion. Yeah, there was a confirmed tornado near Wabasha. Southern Illinois, I saw. You guys are expected to get more of a... So you guys are expected to get these thunderstorms, but it's not really going to be severe. It'll be more of a flash flooding risk. And I'll show you guys that here in a bit. Winds are getting strong, yeah. Is any of this going to survive? Crossing Lake Michigan towards Traverse City? Not really, but you guys are still expected to get hurricane-force winds nevertheless, so watch out for that. Ain't pronouncing Wisconsin names is funny. Yeah, that is true. That is always a memeable content whenever I try to pronounce names. Waukesha. Isn't that what I said? Or did I mess it up a little bit? If I did mess it up, then Waukesha. Hopefully I get that. East Moline, Illinois. Idiots ran air raid sirens for no reason at all. That's messed up. I had a great evening hanging on with you, Nate, and the chat members. Old man is hitting the sack. Good night. Yep. Thanks for coming out to the channel, Animal Farm. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a member here today, because that really does mean a lot to my channel. Carl Junction, Missouri. Good question. Let's go find out. Marshall, Wisconsin, we'll talk about afterwards. Carl Junction, Missouri is north of Joplin. You guys could get some residual activity, but it's expected to be past you by now. So I think you guys, I think if there's anything that you guys should be worried about, it's the flash flooding. And then Marshall, Wisconsin. Let's go see. Let's do east of Madison. Let's go back to La Crosse. And, yeah, that line of storms really has broken up significantly, hasn't it? So, Madison might even be spared. And as that heads off towards, of course, you know, Marshall, Wisconsin, guys could potentially be spared with that too. So watch out for that. Because you guys could still get, you know, some strong damaging winds, but not really too much rain. So I think you guys should be fine. I think you guys can go to sleep. I haven't seen what the official rating of that is for Mayfield quite yet, but yeah, it is preliminary. I saw that it was EF4, but I didn't see the wind speed. If it was 200 miles per hour, then honestly, that's kind of about right. Can I take a look at power outages? Yes, I can, and then I'll shift over to Wausau, Wisconsin, which is up here. There you go. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning and is expected to get this line of storms that'll move on through. So watch out for that. Definitely could be some strong damaging winds within your general area. So yeah, watch out for that. St. Louis be impacted? Yeah, but you guys could get some flooding conditions. So watch out. Turn around, don't drown. Joplin, same thing, flooding. Love to learn more about meteorology forecasting. Well, then go to my Discord server, because that's the correct place for you. That's where if you want to learn weather, you go to my Discord server, because that's the best area to do it. All right. There's so many people who are willing to help out each other. And yeah, that's the place to go right there. Oconomowoc. I think I pronounced that correctly. I'm not gonna lie. And if I did, that's pretty insane. Just like pronouncing Norfolk. Most mispronounce it as North. Wait, just like pronouncing Norfolk. Most mispronounce it. This doesn't make any sense. People are telling me Norfolk and Norfolk in Nebraska. And at this point, I'm just like, you know what? I kind of want to do it however way I want now. Oconomowoc, you guys should be all right, honestly. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch, but it's not too much. So Waukesha, not Key. So Waukesha. Waukesha. Okay. I think I got it. Oconoma. Yeah, okay, well. Emphasis on the con. So, Ocono. Now I can't say it because it looks weird. Oconomowoc. Oconomowoc. I think I got it. I think. Maybe. So, Waukesha. There you go. What about Rochelle? Let's go take a look. Rochelle, Wisconsin. And before I do anything, let's take the updated look at the power outages. And Iowa is still at 150,000 people without power. Kansas, 94,000. Colorado, 62,000. Missouri, 45,000. California, surprisingly, at 39,000. Illinois at 25,000. Wisconsin at 33,000. Minnesota at 22,000. Nebraska at 14,000. And Michigan at 11,000. That someone said in the chat, a con, I'm a walk. That person has my personality right there. It's just yeah, sure, whatever you say. All right, so Rochelle, which is in Central. Is over here. So yeah, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. You guys could be getting some strong damaging winds that'll move on through. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. Where is it now? This is in Central. Here, let's take a look at this. It's a little bit easier. So the line extends, get this, from Duluth, Minnesota, all the way down towards Wisconsin, all the way down towards the border of Iowa, Illinois, down into Missouri, all the way down into Oklahoma. And then you got some snow and sleet and freezing rain behind that. So there you go. Oshkosh. Oshkosh actually sounds familiar. If it's where I think it is, then yeah, it is. I knew it. I knew Oshkosh was over there. So with that being said, why didn't you just go over there, Nate? Forehead. Yeah, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch. Watch out for some strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. But this line is really starting to deteriorate. So in regards to the longevity of this line as it gets closer into you, that's going to come more into question as this moves on through. So you guys could get some storms, but you guys also could, not get storms too. So consider that as well. Saying your name, but tornado warnings are going off on your phone. That's interesting. Is Kentucky safe from the storm? Potentially. Yeah, that is a Houston moment, Sam, really. So here's the thing, all right? This is what I was talking about before with there potentially being a flash flood risk for areas like Kentucky, southern Illinois, southern Indiana into Tennessee, southern Missouri into northern Arkansas. And I'll show you here with the total precipitation within 120 hours, okay? So, and that's actually probably not the best, is it? Let's just do total precipitation. Total precipitation. All right, so over this area here, we'll go to the central, I think is what we should do. Yeah, there we go. We got that. So you see a lot of these reds, some dark reds, and that indicates 2 to maybe even 3 inches of rain. Maybe in localized amounts, almost 5 inches of rain as well. And that's kind of concerning if that actually does play out. So that's the reason why I say flash flooding is going to be an issue. If this starts to filter into like creeks, valleys, rivers, and stuff like that, you could probably get higher than average water heights within some of the rivers and creeks, streams, and that can cause some flooding. So if you live in this general area right here in this red, all right, you need to watch out because this definitely could be a flooding risk. Abby with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Sam, chill a little teeny bit. Chill a little teeny bit. It's been a while since you've been on the channel. So chill just a bit. Chill just a bit. I think you might be able to block certain people so that you don't see them. Stuff like that. Might be able to. I can neither confirm nor deny that we have hit 23,000 subscribers. Look at that. Oh my goodness, we are on our way. That was pretty crazy. I know you weren't, Sam, but it's a little, this place here pretty can be interpreted in some other ways, both sides of the story, 2 sides of the coin, you know what I mean? Sheila, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really do appreciate it. It's Baraboo. Really? I cannot pronounce town names today to save my life. All right, if they put me on a game show like Squid Game and told me to pronounce town names, I probably would die. All right, no joke. So, what's going on in North Georgia Saturday? That's right, North Georgia. Good call, good call. I did say that was going to be the thing. Where's Southeast? That's South Central, not Southeast. There it is. All right, so just some general showers and thunderstorms in northern Georgia. There could be some flooding due to you being near the Appalachians, so watch out for that. But other than that, pretty interesting to say the least. But yeah, a lot of rain, a lot of showers and thunderstorms here across the board. So yeah, we have Waxahachie, which Nate was struggling with. Not anymore. Not anymore, my friend. Just gonna drop out of chat, subscribe. Thanks for what you're doing. Have yourself a great night. Yep, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Family in Nebraska and Kansas want to thank you. Kept up with the channel. Advance warnings today. Yep, thank you so much for tuning into the channel. I'm glad your family was safe during all of this event. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you sticking around. So let's take a look at this line here a little bit more. Starting to get towards the edge of the tornado watch. Honestly, starting to get towards the edge of the tornado watch. And we're almost done, guys. We're almost done with the live stream. This thing is starting to deteriorate more and more. Let's take a look at Quad Cities. Yeah, this line is really starting to kind of really rip itself apart. How long have I been streaming? So it says on here 6 and 3/4 of an hour. And then you add on the hour and what? Hour and 42 minutes on top of that. So that's 7, technically, we've been streaming here today for 8 hours and 15 minutes, which is pretty crazy. So we've been streaming for a long time. I actually know for a fact it's not Appalachian, it's Appalachian. There's because I lived in West Virginia, all right? I lived in West Virginia. And that's all they say. And even here in Pennsylvania that I moved here, still the Appalachian Mountains. So you can't get me with that. You can't. I live here. I know this. I'm not stupid. Just had to one up. Haha, this is fun and blustery night with Cat. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Originally, if you guys actually saw the beginning of the live stream, you might have been able to see that my cat was actually laying there on the bed. All right there. So he's kind of just chilling about. But yeah, big line of storms that are really starting to kind of deteriorate. So I don't think Illinois is going to be as much of a risk anymore. I think Peoria, I mean, Illinois could get some strong gusty winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour every little storm, every now and then. But, compared to Wisconsin, not really comparable at all. I mean, Wisconsin is definitely the area to watch. Hey, got a fellow West Virginian in the chat too. There you go. Yeah, I grew up in Martinsburg. I don't live there anymore, but yeah, that's where I grew up. Have I been eating and taking breaks? Got to take care of yourself too. The thing of it is that when I do these live streams, I just keep going. All right, I don't stop unless if I know I'm doing a really long live stream. All right, so I barely stopped on the Friday, December 10th. Now, part of that was because there's a lot of severe weather, so I didn't really have time to stop. But for me, I keep going, and I try to prepare beforehand, whether I drink a lot or eat a lot before. And then when I go into it, I make sure I also relieve myself before as well to make sure that I don't have to go to the bathroom. So now I'm all right. How would you pronounce the town of Adairsville? People usually get it wrong. Is it Adair? Or Aders. I looks like Adairsville to me. Looks like Adairsville to me. Because there's a guy by the name of Brett Adair. And spelled the same way. But it probably is not right if it's not said correctly. So I don't know. Super crazy winds in Milwaukee right now. Yeah. I mean, let's actually take a look real quickly at Geo Earth. And let's see if I can find the, winds it's actually pretty gusty there in Milwaukee. Got some 25 to 30 mile per hour winds with gusts up to 40 to even 45 miles per hour in some spots. So that's pretty crazy. And then you also got this massive line that's up further towards the north. So that definitely is something there. 65 mile per hour wind gusts. No, I'm sorry, not 65. 69 mile per hour wind gusts in Wisconsin Rapids. So I did say that they could get some severe weather too. Stevens Point actually looks really interesting. What's a closer radar? Wait, which radar is the one that's across? Okay. I think I got it. Which one's the closer radar? Green Bay. They chose Green Bay for this storm here. That's interesting. Thank you so much for today's live coverage. You do so much better than some so-called meteorological experts. You good, you good thing. I look forward to seeing your next feed. Thanks from Tasmania. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind support. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member here today. As I said, I really do appreciate all the new channel members that I had. You know, had a lot of them that joined today. We've got over 100 channel members here. You know, that's 100 people that are willing to contribute $5 a month towards funding this channel and stuff like that. And I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I was looking at this cell over here near Stevens Point. I don't see a debris ball. But I'm looking up 1.4 thousand feet up in the sky, so that's also not good either. I still don't see a debris ball. Might be something right there, maybe? That's some strong damaging winds and what it looks like. Might be something right there near Wisconsin Rapids, near Kellner. Might be something right there. Yeah. There might be something there, and there might be something here along, what is this? County Road P. Classic. No, there might be something there. But other than that, I don't think so. Not really too high on the actual tornadic perspective. I mean, there is the possibility, but I don't see any like well-defined areas of rotation that scream to me tornado. Send your stream earlier to 20 people on your family text chat. You have a bunch of new subs. God bless you. Yeah, God bless you too. Thank you for coming out to the channel. I really do appreciate that. I really do. I know I've been saying that a lot to a bunch of people, but like, hey, I really do mean it. You know, the one thing that I've learned from when I was coming from the bottom and all the way up, you know, then I came into YouTube with no social media experience. I had no extra social media help. You know, I wasn't famous on TikTok or Instagram or Twitter. You know, so the one thing I learned from growing is to appreciate your viewer base, because you never know when you might not get it again. And you never know when people may leave and stuff like that. Now, if you keep doing your job correctly, then hopefully they won't leave. But, you know, the point being is that, you know, appreciate every single viewer and member and subscriber, because you always remembered that growing was very slow, but every single subscriber and member counted. And that still is kind of my thing here, my philosophy to today. So, you know, when I hear that people are like, hey, I'm glad that you guys, you know, I'm glad that I stayed on or subscribed and stuff like that, you know, that makes me really happy. That really does. You know, it sounds kind of cliche. I get it. But that's from me. That's just from what I've experienced. You know, I haven't just came out of nowhere, started gaining thousands upon thousands of subscribers. It was always a battle. I'm just glad my hard work is paying off right now. Is Missouri okay? Well, they're expected to just get some damaging winds, but it's not expected to be super significant. So I think Missouri would be okay. I think you guys should be fine. You guys can go to sleep and stuff like that if you really wanted to. Go to bed. No severe weather is expected for your area. Where's your power out, Big T? What do you think contributes to all this unusual weather in December? So the fact that it is winter makes the wind shear patterns a lot more significant. And basically what that is that when the air gets colder, the pressure typically lowers. And when you have lower pressures, that tends to form low pressure systems. And when you have an excess of low pressure from cold air and stuff like that in December, that can create stronger low pressure systems, which can create severe weather events. Now, the reason why it's super significant right now is because we had a bunch of typhoons that were over in like Japan and China and the Philippines and stuff like that kind of messed with our wind patterns a little bit. So that's the reason why it's pretty active right now. But, yeah, it's kind of the reason why I think, and a lot of people think about that too. A lot of people are thinking that. It's not just me. Not just me. Memphis, you're in the same boat as Texas. Well, not Texas. Jeez, I'm losing it right now. You know what? I'm just gonna I'm gonna put the total rainfall amount. You guys are in a flash flood type situation over the next 3 days. So from Thursday all the way to Saturday and Sunday, plethora amount of rain is expected over the area. So watch out for flash flooding, but severe weather, not exactly the case for you all. Will South Texas start getting tornadoes with this global warming? It's very hard to say. Depending upon where you live in South Texas, there might be a severe weather event on Monday. But other than that, yeah. There was an EF4 tornado that hit Noonan, Georgia last March. The thing of it is that I actually went on vacation with my family to Daytona Beach, all right? I would have live streamed if I was home, but I was vacationing with family. So, family, of course, comes first and stuff like that. But I've learned my lesson. I'm never doing a vacation during spring ever again, especially in March or April. And it's going to be one of those things to where we're going to cover severe weather whenever we can. I learned my lesson. I'll go to vacation with them in summers and stuff like that. But I'm at the age right now to where I'm able to, do some things over another. Let's see what the reports are updated for. The filtered reports, total amount of reports. Look at this, guys. 389 storm reports. That includes hail reports, wind reports, and tornado reports. All right. So we had a total of 385. 354 of them were wind reports, and out of those 354, 49 of them were over hurricane force winds or significant damage. So that's pretty insane. We also had 19 tornado reports, and then we also had 12 hail reports with one significant hail report, which is what the softball-sized hail was over in Emporia, Kansas. Which, by the way, guys, all right, to go over what basically happened today, if you're new to the channel and you're new to the stream, okay? Today, well, first off, let me explain. It's December 15th, okay? So keep that in mind. It's December 15th. All right, now back to what I was going to say. We had snow, all right? So clear snow, freezing rain, sleet, normal stuff, snow squalls. That's what you would expect in December. No, we have severe weather as well. Strong damaging winds, some of which without even thunderstorms that went up to 100 miles per hour. There's actually a report in Colorado that there was 107 mile per hour wind gust over there. That's pretty insane. All right. Then we had severe weather, of course, widespread damaging winds. We had tornadoes, which actually had their first tornado warnings in South Dakota and Minnesota ever in history, And that's in December, all right? In other times there's been, severe tornado warnings, stuff like that. This is the first time in December ever in South Dakota and Minnesota. So we saw that live today. We saw tornadoes, of course. And then we saw a dust storm, big dust storm. We saw large hail and upwards of softball size, which is 4 inches in diameter. And then we also saw wildfires, which actually, I believe, are still ongoing. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. There's your wildfire right there. You see this black area here? This is Kansas. I'm not sure if you guys can tell this is Kansas. But there's Kansas. And there's your wildfires indicated in that black area right there. And that's still kind of just residing within that general vicinity. It's not spreading too far because of how, there's not exactly as significant damaging winds, but still, that's pretty significant, all right? This entire day was jam-packed, and it's December, okay? And all that was because of a stupid typhoon over in the Pacific that messed up our wind patterns and created this. All right. So there you go. You can thank some sort of typhoon out there for helping. Someone sent me this. Oh, look at this. This is 10 miles south of Paradise. This is those wildfires earlier. Look at that. This is in Kansas. Wow. Wow. Very strong wildfire activity in Kansas. Before you go today, I just want to let you know that there's always a spare bed here at my place if you ever decide to come to Tasmania for a trip. Cheers, matey. Yep, I'll consider it. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Caltapo fire just crossing. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I might investigate that a little bit more off stream because I don't exactly know how to run that application, but yeah. So this is the residual showers and thunderstorms that are moving into Tulsa. Not expected to get a whole lot from I-44 and into Joplin, so that's the good news. And then all we gotta watch out for now at this point is these severe thunderstorms that are moving through portions of Wisconsin and ooh, there might be some tornadic rotation here near Hatley. Look at this. Look at that. There is a little bit of rotation there. So this is why we don't end the live stream here, guys. Look at that. We got greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And they could potentially issue a tornado warning here. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I wouldn't be surprised at all. So look, I took storm motion here, storm relative velocity, so you can see bright reds moving away, some greens, maybe some grays moving towards. So this tells me that this is more inflow dominant more than anything, which means that this thing could potentially intensify. But we gotta watch and see how this thing continues to progress first, because it is along the line. It is along the line. Christopher, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. We got a lot of members here today. All right, we've had a lot of members, and I just really do appreciate you guys. I really do. So thank you so much for all the people who have became members on my channel, because I really do appreciate it. I really do. Here, let's see what all is updated. Yeah, we have 104 members on the channel now. That's how many, that's how many sponsors we now have on the channel. That's amazing. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring. All 104 of you, all 104 of you, thank you so much for sponsoring the channel. I really do appreciate it. I really do. It's, they contribute $5 a month to help fund this channel and to help me, do new projects and stuff like that. That could help, make content for my channel better and stuff. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Really do. What's your question, Paula? I'm sorry if I've skipped you a couple of times. I'm going to scroll up and see what you've said. Appreciate what he's doing because it keeps me informed of what's going on in Illinois, and I was where my family is at because I'm in Oklahoma. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to see what you've asked before. I'm assuming it's stuff in Oklahoma and Illinois. If it's stuff in Oklahoma, not really too impactful. If it's stuff in Illinois, as I said, not really too impactful before. Maybe you can get some stuff that's heading towards Princeton and Hennepin, but otherwise not really too impactful. Yeah, we're watching for that. We're waiting for... Yeah, that's probably producing a tornado. Big turbulence drop here. Big turbulence drop, guys. Yeah, there you go. Big turbulence drop. This is probably going to, sorry for blinding you all, this is probably going to produce a tornado here soon. Probably going to produce a tornado here soon. Minneapolis, you guys are out of the risk here. You guys are good. So someone asked for Springfield, Missouri. And asking you shall receive. You guys aren't really expected to get a whole lot. No, here's the entire line that's moving on through. And it's very slow moving, but you guys could get some residual aspects from this line that could be moving on through into Springfield. It's not expected to be like anything, bad. You guys are in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that. But yeah, this right here, guys, Green Bay's radar potentially have something tornadic here. So Anawa, if you live near Anawa, near US Highway 45 and State Highway 52, guys gotta go ahead and take your proper precautions. Honestly, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible, because you guys could get some of this right here. Guys could get some of this rotation that's heading off into your area. All right, if this thing does produce a tornado, it's going to be right over your area in Anawa. So, gotta get in your safe space. US Highway 45, and then heading off towards Antigo. Gotta get in your safe space there, because this is definitely something tornadic that is starting to kind of formulate. So yeah, as I said, green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, right in the middle, right there is the area to watch, in my honest opinion. And there's a lot of turbulence. What about Green Bay? You guys are probably going to get the residual effects from these showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be severe, but other than that, not super big time, in my honest opinion. Milwaukee, same thing, not really expected to get a whole lot from there. He was asking about Freeport, Illinois earlier and just got skipped over. Yeah, there's a bunch of people in the chat right now, so I kind of just jump from spot to spot, so don't feel like it's personal, honestly. Like it's very hard for me to like kind of keep up with chat too, so don't feel like, I'm purposefully singling you out, because it's not. It's not. Trust me. Trust me. Ooh. I don't know, chat. Looks like something is there. Still is there. Watch out for that. Very close. Said I had a question. Go for it. Genesis, hello. Your friend's roof started to come off. Sheesh. Hopefully you're in the innermost part of your building. Yeah, if you got a question, go ahead and say it. You don't have to say you have a question. After Hurricane Ida in New Orleans, nobody had fans and couldn't charge phones. Why don't news channels tell them about USB power banks, USB fans, folding solar panels? I don't know. Michigan update. Michigan's going to get some pretty strong damaging winds, but not from this actual like severe setup. Although you guys could see some snow. Well, rain and snow, depending upon where you are. But I'd say rain more than snow. New update. Doesn't say it's on the ground according to correlation coefficient. Though that could have been a brief tornado, maybe. Actually kind of looks like it is. Look at the ZDR here. ZDR here says in the negatives. But it also is too far north, maybe a little bit. Unless if the storm's winds just carried it that way because it's heading that way, which sounds about right if that's about, that's what to be expected. Still has a spectrum width drop with this storm. So yeah, I'm really watching this. Did officials determine the tornado that devastated Mayfield, Kentucky was in F4 and F5? So far, their preliminary, which means it's subject to change, is an EF4. Could be an EF5, though, if they find more significant damage. But it's a high-end EF4. So yeah, Anawa here in Wisconsin. Watch out very closely. 3D, still can't do it because these storms aren't organized. It's not like this is a supercell or anything. It's just like a long line. You know what? I'll show you guys what I mean by this. You guys won't be able to see anything, but, you know, better to learn. Here you go. Don't really see a whole lot. Don't really see a whole lot. And that's mainly because there's, you know, not a tornado at the moment. So there's a little bit of an inflow notch right there on the northern edge, but it's just kind of weak and it's along the line. And that's kind of what's typical with this stuff. So don't expect too much from this. Michael R. with the 2 says, "Hi Nate, watching since before Easter." Well, thank you so much for coming out to the stream and staying for this long, let alone. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the 2. As I said, really do appreciate it. They officially call it the Quad State Tornado. I don't know what they officially called it. I don't know, but are the thermodynamic and aerodynamic devices yet for tours? And is there a way to stick cameras into tours yet? So the thing of it is that, you know, if we're thinking about stuff like Twister, I mean, of course you could still do that, and they kind of do that. Reed Timmer did that a lot as well. I am pretty good this evening, GTA. You know, Reed did a lot of that type of stuff. They fired rockets into tornadoes and stuff like that, and it was pretty interesting. They also put parachutes on like these little monitors and had like a toy plane or like a, you know, some sort of miniature plane to fly it around, and they dropped the parachutes with the sensors and stuff like that went into the actual tornado. So yeah, they might. But I think that's something I would want to do. I'd drop a bunch of sensors from the sky from a plane. Yep, 3D, nothing. Not really a whole lot. Velocities have now diminished. So no debris signature here. But big spectrum width drop that I did see. That was earlier. Or I think there's no debris signature. Yeah, doesn't look like a debris signature here. Doesn't look like it. But yeah, big strong damaging winds here with the storm. We're getting closer and closer towards the edge of that tornado watch. Getting really close, actually. You can see how close we are there. So we're probably going to be ending the stream here in a second. How many so far? Tornadoes today? It's 19 officially. That's how many reports there were. But yeah, we're starting to get into the severe thunderstorm watch, which means we're going to start ending the stream here in a second. So let's go into some questions and stuff like that. If you want to go to bed, yeah, feel free to go to bed and stuff like that. But yeah, let's go over some questions, stuff like that. Yeah, hit that like button, lads. Oh yeah, buds. We have over 3,000 likes. 3,000 likes. That is absolutely insane. Yeah, and in today's live stream, we've had the most viewers at the same time we've ever had in a video. Let me pull up the analytics for it here real quickly. I know it's still ongoing, but we had the highest viewers we've ever had in a live stream here in this this live stream here today. So let's see. Video hasn't been processed yet, which is, you know, classic. But I think it was 3,600, which is pretty crazy. You believe the Quad State tornado was 2 tornadoes? Because I do. It's kind of hard to say as to whether or not it was 2 tornadoes, but yeah. So let's answer some questions. What about Ohio? You guys aren't really expected to get a whole lot in the future, to be completely honest with you. Ohio's kind of in that weird situation to where they might get some snow this weekend, but they also might not. So let's take a look here at the Euro model and go across the United States. Here we go. Okay, so after this big storm moves on through into Canada, you can see there it is. Leaves this boundary here, which creates a lot of rain showers here for portions of the Mississippi River Valley in that general area. And then as this moves on through, might be some showers and thunderstorms for Ohio and stuff like that, but they're not expected to be, a lot. And then take a look at this. More and more moisture begins to set in across portions of Arkansas, Oklahoma, southern Missouri, into the Mississippi Ohio River Delta, which is right where there was a lot of tornadoes that hit. I mean, some of these areas don't even have any shelter, and they're getting more and more rain, which is very unfortunate. And then we have another system, or another, I think this should be more or less a stationary boundary here that'll start to set up. Or actually, this kind of looks more like a cold front. Cold front here with a low pressure system. You can see a lot of snow, freezing rain, and sleet for portions of the Northeast, and which we'll actually talk about that in tomorrow's video. So if you guys actually stay tuned, turn on that channel notifications, because if you hit that bell, you stay up to date with all the latest information that I provide, because most of the stuff that I try to cover is life-threatening. Life-threatening, property, potential damaging, stuff like that. So, I'll try and cover as much as I can, but it'll be stuff that is impacting people, people and property. And if it's just a thunderstorm or something like that, just like a random thunderstorm, all right, that stuff probably isn't going to be super significant. You know what I mean? Someone said the rotation's getting stronger. And not on my screen. I do not see it. I see general rotation. It's been pretty consistent. Yes, I do. All right, let's continue. So as this continues to move about, that cold front starts to push on through. And then once we get to Monday here, watch this here, people. We have more moisture that sets into portions of Louisiana here. And that's because we have this surface low pressure system that sets within here. You guys can see these contours that'll curl around like that. And that's because we got a low pressure system right there. So some severe weather for southeastern portions of Texas into Louisiana, Mississippi, and maybe even Arkansas can be really interesting here. Look at this. More and more moisture that'll continue to move on through into Tuesday. Big low pressure system that forms here into Florida. And then that'll continue to push off and probably out into the water. And then that pretty much is practically it. Now, the thing of it is here is that this stuff here, all right, this, stuff with this low pressure system here in Florida, all right, this is a little bit hard to believe as to whether or not it goes, here, goes here, goes here. It's really hard to say for right now, but I can believe that a low pressure system is going to move through this general area here sometime within Sunday into Monday, to where there could potentially be something that could form here in the southern portions of the United States. And that's the reason why I'm saying probably Texas, Louisiana, Missouri, as well as Arkansas and Alabama. That's pretty much where I would have to say is where some of this activity could be here on Monday. So we're going to watch out for this. Of course, as I said, I'm going to upload my video on tomorrow afternoon. So if you guys want to watch that a bit, feel free to do so, and feel free to turn on notifications. a first-time subscriber to your channel. Well, I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. As I said, I really do appreciate all you guys do for my channel. I mean, I told you guys about how I grew from the ground up and how I didn't really have any other social medias, and so YouTube was really my starter one. But yeah, you guys really have done a lot for me, so I really do appreciate that. You guys are asking about the wildfires. It's still there. Look at the satellite imagery. We have a bunch of these grays and whites around. That's indicating some sort of moisture, and then the fires and the smoke. There you go. All that is in that black and dark gray right within there. So there is definitely something still here within this these wildfires here near Paradise in Kansas. And this is expected to continue to kind of linger here as this continues to move about. But yeah, this is definitely something here, fire weather risk that could potentially continue to linger throughout much of the evening, night, overnight into tomorrow. Yep. Good night, everyone. For the most part, Awesome Gaming with the 5 says storm spotters spotted a funnel cloud. A funnel cloud. A funnel cloud. A funnel cloud. It's at 4:42 UTC. That's about 14 minutes ago. Where was this at? Polar, Wisconsin. Huh. I mean, we watched this cell right here as it went towards Anawa like a hawk. This thing definitely could have produced a tornado. It probably did. It probably did produce a tornado. I did see a little bit of debris with that. I'm thinking this is debris because of based off of what the ZDR said. All right, that's what my thinking is right now. Definitely could have been debris from this storm. So yeah, I definitely think there probably was a tornado there near Anawa in Wisconsin. You can smell the fires in Wichita. Sheesh, that's pretty crazy. You've been subbed for 2 months and you're hooked on my kind of weather tracking. Well, I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I really do. Is every thunderstorm is going to get a tornado possible? Every severe thunderstorm warning, possibly, but otherwise not really. We have one severe thunderstorm warning left. I'm not going to stay all the way until this thing expires, although it expires in 33 minutes. So if I really wanted to, I could. But, I've been live streaming, it says 7.5 hours here. But for the people who were here in the beginning, you noticed that I actually had a live stream before this that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and then my stream crashed, I should say. So really, I've been live streaming for 9 hours straight. 9 hours straight, which is kind of crazy. Can I tell you something about Texas? You guys might get severe weather on Sunday into Monday. Probably Sunday. Not Sunday, Monday. I would say around Monday is when you guys could potentially get to severe weather. But that's in Southeastern Texas. So, let's take a look at the models again. As I said, the Euro model, after a week, it starts to get pretty weird. All right, that's the reason why I don't like to do snow forecasts with the Euro model, because, sometimes it's not completely accurate. And if it says it's a lot of snow, some of the areas that are in the eastern portions don't get a whole lot of snow. That's just because the models are cold biased and they make the environment a lot colder than it actually is supposed to be. So that's the reason why I don't really talk about that all too much. But I do think that you guys could get some severe weather from Monday, because that's mainly because there's a low pressure system right here. You guys can see this little dip in the contours. Right here. And this could bring some moisture up and towards Houston, Louisiana, and Mississippi. And this is right here. This is where the risk probably will be for severe weather on Monday. So we're going to have to watch out for that, especially as that continues to progress further along. But other than that, not really super big. New York, so you guys might get a snowstorm this weekend, depending upon where you live in New York. A lot of freezing rain and sleet, too. So watch out for some very hazardous winter weather within your area, too. Very hazardous, all right? That's what I'm going to be talking about in my video tomorrow afternoon. So if you guys actually, if you hit that notification bell then you'll stay you'll stay up to date with all the latest stuff that I'll publish on my channel. So, yeah, if you hit that bell button, you'll stay up to date with all this stuff. As long as you're subscribed, of course. As long as you're subscribed, of course. How is Barron County, Wisconsin going to be tonight? Let's take a look. Atlanta, Georgia, you guys are going to get some potential flash flooding from now until Saturday and maybe even Sunday, so watch out for that. I've had to answer Georgia quite a few times today, I guess you guys can tell. Barron County, I think you guys are... So Barron County, you guys aren't getting anything right now. But you guys can get some residual snow and residual rain as well, so watch out for that too. Let's actually see how much snow you guys are expected to get. Let's go Kuchera, because I believe that's about right. And yeah, you guys can get some, maybe 2 to 5 inches, 3 to 5 inches. I'd say 2 inches is a good floor. Around 2 inches. So not exceptionally impactful, but... No, it doesn't predict for Monday. Well, they don't have it on there because it's not a high enough risk. Minnesota, yeah, you guys are pretty much good. Nothing super impactful besides freezing rain and sleet into central and northern portions of Minnesota, as well as some pretty heavy snowfall as well that is anticipated. So let's actually play... let's take the SPC Outlook off, and let's play here the radar loop. We'll try and pull this up here. Yeah, Milwaukee's going to be fine. Milwaukee's going to be fine. They're going to be in a severe thunderstorm watch, but the line is starting to deteriorate. So, as a matter of fact, it probably has already deteriorated. Yeah, look at that. Pretty much so deteriorated, so... that's something to keep in mind with that if you live in southern Wisconsin. Not really a whole lot. As a matter of fact, you know, the risk is about to be pretty much over here. Pretty much over. There was a report here of a thunderstorm wind damage. And this was a report from Mping near Antigo. So that's right where the tornado went by. That was earlier. Outlook for Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, you guys are in a flash flood risk for them tomorrow until Saturday as well. So watch out for that. But that's practically your highest risk, in my honest opinion. Northwestern Arkansas, should you be worried? Not really. You should be more worried about the flash flood risk that is going to be in your area from, guess when? Thursday to Saturday. So watch out for that. What app is this? This is GR2, not GR2. This is GR Earth, all right? So GR Earth goes hand in hand real well with GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is the best radar program out there in weather, easily. Level 2 data, you get to take 3D of storms, cross sections and stuff like that. Storm motion, you can take account storm motion and stuff like that. High resolution data. This right here is the best, but what's even better is that with GR Earth, you can actually control GR2. Like you can see, you can scroll out on GR2 and you can barely go, you know, a certain square. All right, you can see you can only go below Bloomington, Peoria. You can't go below that. You can't go further west than Des Moines. You can't go further north than, you know, Thunder Bay and stuff like that. Of course, you can change your radars and stuff like that. I mean, look, I've got other radars set up in Springfield, Missouri. All right, look at that. I got the line here that's going from Tulsa all the way up and towards Vienna. So you can switch your radars and stuff like that, but you can switch your radars here from GR Earth, which is pretty amazing. You can have tornado watches. You can have all sorts of storm reports. You can have radar overlay. You can have mesoscale discussions. You can also have satellite imagery, the Storm Prediction Center's Day 1 Convective Outlook, which is very useful. You see that a lot on my live streams too. You get meso analysis, so you can see how much cape and wind shear is there live and stuff like that. And then, of course, you get METAR stations. And then whenever there's a hurricane and stuff like that, you get stuff from the National Hurricane Center as well. This is a pretty cool program. And I didn't even say all of what's here, too. I mean, there's audio alerts. If you were here in my channel, you probably would have heard a sound whenever a tornado warning happened. And yeah, that was pretty consistent there. It was constantly getting tornado warnings with a little sonar blip. And yeah, it's pretty cool there. Hockey lover, hello. Welcome to the channel. Really do appreciate you coming out here today. All right. Minnesota has never had a tornado or thunderstorm warning in history of data weather recording. No, so for today here, what made today so significant for South Dakota and Minnesota was this is their first ever tornado warning that they've ever had in the month of December ever in recorded history. And that's been pretty crazy. All right. Now there's been like tornadoes and tornado warnings in other spots in December, but in Minnesota and in South Dakota, this is the first time that there has ever been a tornado warning in those two states in recorded history. Yeah, GR Earth is $180 a year. GR2 Analyst is $250, but it's well worth it if you get GR2 Analyst and don't even get GR Earth, in my honest opinion. But if you want to get a radar product, get Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Probably the best thing to get there. So yeah, we are 6 subscribers away from 23,100. Guys, I really do appreciate what you guys have done for my channel. I mean, oh my goodness. We've been growing like a weed. And, you know, in this live stream, we had the most viewers we've ever had concurrently live with 3,600. That's pretty insane. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And, yeah, if you guys are new to my channel, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I will provide. We got not exactly as much information as we did have yesterday or today that I will be showing for you all in future videos, but we still have decent amount of stuff to talk about. So whenever I do upload my next video, please be sure to turn on notifications. And hit that like button down below if you did enjoy that, did enjoy the live stream. Help me spread this live stream onto YouTube's algorithm and stuff like that. The severe weather is clearly over. And yeah, anything else that people may want to talk about before we go ahead and head out? Because we've been live streaming, you know, it may say 7.5 hours, but we also had an hour and 45-minute live stream before this. So if you add those two together, we've been live streaming for over 9 hours. Nine hours and like 15 to 20, maybe 25 minutes. Tops and thunderstorms were 60,000 feet. Yeah, there's been a plethora of that. I'm already at 23K, Alistair. I'm already there. I'm at 23K. I might even be at 23.1K now. Because generous people have decided to stick around with my channel. Like the analysis because of the 3D. Oh, I love GR2 Analyst because of the 3D. It's just so amazing to look at. Any weather systems developing in Southeast Michigan in the next few days? You guys are expected to get some activity a little bit on Thursday into Friday. And then Friday into Saturday, you guys can get some snowfall that'll continue to push on through. So Thursday into Friday and Friday into Saturday is when you guys can get a double whammy, more or less. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in depth in my video tomorrow. That'll be uploaded in the afternoon. So, yep. What are the dew points in Wichita? Good question. Luckily, we have the METAR sites here to tell you. And dew points in Wichita are around the mid-20s. That's not good. Can you ask where everyone is from so we know what states you're followed from? You're just curious? Yeah, why not? Where is everyone at here who's still here? Who all is watching me? Just tell me what state you're from. You don't have to tell me the town. You can tell the town if you want to. But I am curious. Well, someone else is curious too. I want to check to see if the fires are still there. Yes, they they might be starting to wither away, though, according to satellite right there. So watch out for that. Definitely some wildfires still ongoing there in Paradise. Sheesh. See some Wisconsins, Illinois. Hey, I got my friends in Canada. There you go. We'll be talking about some Canadian weather there as well. Seattle, Washington. I'm actually going to go to Seattle next summer. That'll be pretty cool. Michigan, Missouri. Saw a lot of Ohio's. Colorado, that's interesting. California, wow. Jersey, Mississippi. So Mississippi, sheesh. Isn't that a town? Isn't that a town that at least most people on my channel here has heard of before? Anything in Lima, Peru? Well, let's find out where Lima, Peru is, because I hypothetically could do it. Lima, Peru. And this is all the way over there. Yeah, I can do it. Hold up. Goodbye, radar. Goodbye, dew points. Goodbye, METAR stations. Let's go see what's happening over here. Yeah, not at the moment. Let's go see what the model says for your general area here. Let's go base reflectivity. And for Lima, Peru, if I'm doing this correctly, which I hope I am, and I think I am. Yeah, it looks like I am. Okay, so there's like Lima, Peru, somewhere right in here. And if we take a look at the models here, it's expected to have some residual showers and thunderstorms coming off from the mountains there. You might get something, but it doesn't look like you guys could get a whole lot within the next 24 hours, besides a lot of rainfall. Not anything severe, I should say. And then you guys could potentially get some significant rain/snow sometime on the late hours of the 16th into 17th. So this is tomorrow there. So tomorrow you guys can potentially get some activity. So watch out for that. A lot of rain and snow possible. So flash flooding could be an issue. More rain and snow. And then that'll start to clear out as it gets in the overnight hours on Thursday into Friday. Here we go on Friday. More precipitation. And that seems to be about it. This seems to be a repetitive cycle of you're going to get a lot of precipitation over the next couple of days. Crypto with the 20 says, I'm still live. Bravo. Here's some lunch money for tomorrow. I know, right? We're about to go and end the live stream here, actually. So, yep, there you go. All right, there's Peru. Yeah, that's how cool GR Earth is. You can get the an interactive GFS model that you can look at all sorts of stuff. You know, like someone asked me about the typhoon here in the Philippines, and you know, it's a pretty strong typhoon. Let's take a look at the 10-meter winds, and look at that. The scale on the left-hand side tells you how strong it is in knots, and we see 140, or it's in miles per hour. We got 140 miles per hour. Yeah, 140, I saw. 137. 121. So yeah, 140 miles per hour on its approach towards the Philippines. And then the next scan, 130. And then it like hits the Philippines, moves on through, gets kind of wrecked in the process, and then starts heading towards I think this is the China Sea. Is this what it is? This is might be where that is. And then this thing continues to kind of intensify again. And you can see it on its approach towards Vietnam. And yep, it is expected to not make contact with Vietnam. It's going to parallel the coast and then weaken. There you go. The more you know. You said GR Earth? Yep, it's $180 per year. So it's a subscription. And it pairs really well with GR2 Analyst. Really well with GR2 Analyst. Seems how GR2 Analyst is the best radar in all of radars. So. Alright, I think that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. I've already self-promoted enough. And we've got a plethora of people who have stayed enough with the channel. So, yeah, I'm going to head to bed. I'm going to eat a little bit of food here as well. And I will catch you guys in tomorrow's video. To peace out. And by the way, my favorite team's the Baltimore Ravens. I'm going to the Ravens-Packers game, and might be sad. So, fun time. But yeah, I will catch you guys most likely in tomorrow's video. So make sure you turn on channel notifications to stay up to date for when that comes out. And yeah. See y'all later.